Alrighty. Hopefully everything is all set up. um, it is February 22nd, 2022. If you are watching this after the fact, don't fret. This is just a severe weather coverage of the event that is currently ongoing, or at least is about to occur over here towards portions of central to northern Mississippi and even in towards northern Alabama. And if you want to know what's going to be happening with the weather that is more tailored towards the current time frame, please be sure to go and click on my channel. I'll have either a new video that's uploaded, new live stream, or whatever that's going on. And so please be sure to check that out so that way you guys may be able to stay up to date. But if you want to continue to stick around here, continue to watch what we do here on the channel, feel free to do so. My name is Nate. This is Morgan J. Fold here on the opposite side of the microphone. And we're going to be kind of covering this event. Now, interesting thing here that I do want to mention with this severe weather event. First off, this is not going to be a significant tornado event, all right? So it's not going to be like widespread supercells are going to form and then, you know, tornadoes are just going to like spawn all across the board, right? It's not going to be like that, okay? But there is still the threat for tornadoes to exist in specific spots in the certain environment that we're in. And so we're just basically going to want to continue to watch for the evolution of these thunderstorms. And if they do actually end up, you know, producing, then we're right here for it. So hopefully you guys will stick with us all the way throughout the stream. And even after the stream on our YouTube channel, where we can constantly update you guys as time moves along. I want to take a look at one thing. Morgan can go ahead and say something here.
Folks, at the moment, we're looking at a number of storms that have fired up over southern Mississippi, southern and central Mississippi around the Jackson area. A few of these have produced some strong winds across areas like Crystal Springs, mostly along the I-55 corridor going north and south between about Macomb to Jackson. But there are a few cells now that are starting to mature. There is a mesoscale discussion from the SPC for a 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch, as many of us probably anticipated with a day like this. And there are already a number of cells that are beginning to show rotational weak, but still nonetheless rotational characteristics, as you're getting, particularly in areas like Florence, just south of Jackson, and Tillman. And I was actually going to ask you to look at Tillman, Nate, for a second, as that is a pretty well-organized storm with a really good inflow notch, pushing off towards the north and east towards the Jackson area, and it has some rotation as well, particularly some inflow winds.
Yeah. And the Tillman storm is the second one that Morgan and I were actually talking about earlier off the actual stream. So this one actually is looking pretty interesting here, especially with enhanced echotops, as Morgan has mentioned. Really high up in the atmosphere, almost 40,000 feet in some spots. And I do want to actually quickly glare over towards our satellite imagery. We're taking a look at the infrared satellite imagery to try and determine as to what, or actually how high some of these cloud tops actually are. And so what basically happens is the satellite looks for temperature. And of course, the higher and higher you are in the atmosphere, the colder and colder it gets. And so we use infrared satellite to try and determine as to how cold those tops of the showers and thunderstorms, and of course, the colder it is, the higher your showers and thunderstorms actually are. And we do have some of those showers and thunderstorms over here towards portions of central to southern Mississippi that are firing off, two of which that are actually really trying to kind of just push on through and become more or less supercells. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for the progression of this. We also have more showers and thunderstorms that are forming off to the south of this. And this is all expected to move off towards the north and east into an environment of better shear, so that the tornadic potential is possible within those areas. But it's still one of those things where we're going to have to continue to monitor that as long as we continue to have this. So, let's see. You're in Northeast Illinois. You're supposed to get hit severely. You're going to be okay. You should be all right for the most part. You guys should be fine. Um,
Wow. There's a
let's
lot of frozen substance in the Tillman storm as well, looking higher up.
really.
If you take a cross section or even 3D it, you'll see.
Even north of that, Utica, there's another cell that's forming there. Oh, wow. Oh, the latest enhanced ecotop just came in, and it's over 40,000 feet now, so this storm is really surging on through. Let's do exactly what Morgan just did. Let's take a slice through the storm to see what exactly is happening in the upper portions of this system. And yeah, we do indeed have quite a bit of hail here on the upper portions of the system. Let's see if I can get a better view here for you all. And there it is. So you notice how we have some relatively, well, I should say decently low correlation coefficient values over here towards the 10,000, 20,000 foot range right within there. And so because of that, we can attribute this to hail. The correlation coefficient basically takes a look at the different sizes of the actual particles that are in the atmosphere. And so the red is more or less rain, and then the lower the correlation coefficient gets, which basically is when you start to get in towards the oranges, the yellows, the greens, and blues, that's when it starts to become not really a liquid state and more of a solid state. And we do have that. And there's even some instances to where correlation coefficient can also be used to determine debris and stuff like that. Hopefully we don't have to see that today, but we do have some instances here to where it actually indicates that there is hail in the upper portions of this actual thunderstorm. You can also see, if we take a look at reflectivity, you can see our updraft here. Very, very strong updraft column right within here. All this consolidated rain that's being shot up into the atmosphere, it's being congealed up here into this big spot here, and then all this just falls down towards the ground, a little bit further off towards the north of where that actually is. So something to, keep in mind with this. It also looks like it is trying to become a supercell. You can also see a little bit of a hooking characteristic, maybe a little bit of the rear flank downdraft wrapping around on the southwestern edge. So this could be something that we could watch out for right within there. The wind profile isn't exactly all too substantial at this moment, so not really a super significant threat for tornadoes at this time. But if this cell was further off towards the north and east, way further off, we could be potentially talking about something a little bit later on.
I'm gonna sneak a word in here really quickly. Seeing a couple questions asking about when these cells are really gonna take it up a notch or two. Really about in this time frame between the next hour or so. We're really going to be looking at the storm enhancement starting from about now until about 6:30, even 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that'd be an hour back if you're in Central Standard Time. As you move up to the north and east, the more favorable environment does exist across central northern Mississippi, as well as the areas of northwestern Alabama, pushing up towards the north and east into the Tupelo vicinity. So Florence is one of those areas that you're going to have to watch today for the possibility of a tornado moving up towards your general area. Tupelo, Columbus, those general areas as well. Would also like to add that there is now a special weather statement in effect for the Tillman storm for wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. So once we took storm relative motion from that and took a storm track on that, there are a fair few areas that are to be impacted by the storm that we can't really see with the naked eye here on GR2. So it's going south of Carlisle, going to impact areas like Willing, Hoodtown, and Dentville in about 20 minutes for those areas to the north and east, just to the south of Utica. Bear Creek, Chapel Hill between 30 and 35 minutes from now, as well as Thompsonville. Lebanon, Dry Grove, Fairchild's Crossroads in about 40 minutes from now. So those areas really need to be watching out for the potential of a strong, possibly severe thunderstorm at that point, pushing up towards your area.
Morgan, take a look at ZDR on that same cell. It is starting to become a supercell now.
Yep.
That is the SVC that is starting to develop on this system. What basically is happening is you have a lot of rising motion right here on what is called the forward flank downdraft. All right, this is our forward flank downdraft that is forming on this supercell right within here. And we've got a lot of congealed air that is starting to channel its way down towards the southern side of the hook. We could be potentially be talking about a bona fide supercell, which could have the potential of producing a tornado sometime here in the near future. So that is the first supercell we've seen of the day, more than likely. And
Nate, 3D it.
Yeah, 3D it. I probably should 3D it. Um, oh yeah, there is a bit of an inflow notch within there. So
Yeah,
basically
a
here,
huge updraft.
very huge updraft, actually. Very huge updraft. So what's happening here, guys, is we're looking at the 3D of a cell, and we're looking at a specific precipitation amount. So we're looking at kind of light to moderate rain here within this yellow. And what's happening here is that you have your very strong updraft, which exists above the ground right here. It's pulling up that rain, and it's channeling into a specific spot, shooting it up really high in the sky. That's the reason why you have some yellow amounts that are really high up in the sky, and that's forming all of your hail up into the top. Now, what's happening afterwards is that then it falls down towards the ground here, and it gets channeled around at the bottom part of the actual supercell and gets wrapped around as rear flank downdraft. At the same time that this is all happening, you guys can also notice that there's a little bit of a cave right within here. And what's happening is you have a lot of moisture that's out in front of this environment, this actual supercell, and it's channeling all that moisture right into that cave. We call this the inflow notch. This is where inflow comes in. And so when outflow gets wrapped around, your rear flank downdraft that gets wrapped around at the bottom, and your inflow gets wrapped around, when that touches, that's when you could potentially be starting to talk about the threat for tornadoes. And then, of course, that all begins to rise right over the top of where the actual mesocyclone actually is at. So this is a bona fide supercell right within here. And this is just to the south and west of Jackson, Mississippi. This also is starting to get a maximum expected hail size of over an inch, almost even an inch and a quarter of the maximum expected hail within this area. And that's some pretty large hail for what we are seeing so far. So something to really watch out for. And then even, Morgan told you guys that some areas that are out in front of this system. Interstate 55. As well, even further out past areas south of Utica, Interstate 55 and State Highway 27, you guys should probably be very mindful of this cell that is really starting to try and get its act together here. This is some really good presentation so far, and it is also developing a low-level mesocyclone. It is developing a low-level mesocyclone, so that is also something to be mindful of too.
Nate, break.
Go for it.
Really quickly here. I'm going to have to ask you to look southeast of Brookhaven. There's a cell down there that's moving up towards the Monticello vicinity and has very strong velocities. It's not very much of a cell on reflectivity presence, but it has some very strong velocities going into the storm, as well as a couple cells to the south of it as well. So
very good catch.
Definitely something to note.
Very good catch. And just for what Morgan was saying, you can see the presentation here with our velocities. What's happening here is you have the bright greens moving towards the radar. Greens are always going to be moving towards the radar here. And then you have grays and almost reds moving away from the radar. You can't see the red on there, but eventually you might even see some reds. Right in the middle, you have this counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, and that's where your tornadic rotation could exist. And so when Morgan pointed that out, yes, indeed, there definitely could be something. That is a supercell that is trying to form here that could potentially produce a tornado. So we do have some rotation here that is heading towards the Monticello areas, Silver Creek, and the Wanilla areas. So if you guys live over in that general vicinity near US Highway 84 and State Highway 27, you guys need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. A mobile home will not do it for you guys. So please get into some form of sturdy structure if you guys can.
Additionally, looking at echo tops on those storms, I don't know if you mentioned that yet, but on the Monticello storm, Monticello, someone can tell me how to pronounce that. We're looking at about 38,000 feet up in the center of the storm, which is pretty good for as small of a storm as it is, and then dropping back to the Tillman Carlisle area storm. They're up to 45,000 feet already, so that storm's starting to experience some rapid upward growth as it pushes up towards the Jackson area. So if you guys are in these areas along State Route 27 between Utica and Crystal Springs, and then eventually on the I-55 corridor, north of Crystal Springs in the Terry, Byram, and eventually into the Jackson area, you guys are going to have to watch out for a pretty strong storm heading up towards your general vicinity. I'm trying to take a look at other storms here too.
One thing I do want to say, I'm seeing a lot of questions in regards to where specifically these storms could go to. And so a good way for us to determine as to where the severe weather risk could actually occur, except for the southern ends of this, into which I'm actually questioning a little bit. And I actually questioned it a little bit earlier, even before the stream. This is where the severe weather risk is expected here today, all right? We have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale indicated in this dark green right within here. And then we have a 2 out of 5 here within this yellow. So if you guys live within these areas, specifically the yellow, I would definitely pay attention to the live stream, especially when thunderstorms get closer and closer towards your area. So places like Greenwood, Oxford, Tupelo, Columbus, Corinth, Florence, Jasper, Coleman, Huntsville, Tullahoma, Chattanooga, Lawrenceburg. You guys definitely need to watch out for the potential of some severe weather. There even is a threat for tornadoes to exist within your general vicinity. So I'll continue to, of course, provide live and free coverage here for you all in these areas with Morgan as this continues to fire off further and further and start to actually organize more and more. But areas that are not in these areas, the one thing that I can say is that if you're in extreme southern Mississippi and into portions of Louisiana, you guys are probably not going to get a whole lot of tornadic activity. You guys could get some thunderstorms. You guys can definitely get some thunderstorms. But in regards to the actual tornadic potential, it does exist a lot further off towards the north.
I do want to drop a note here on what you just said about the whole thunderstorm areas. Areas in southern Mississippi still need to be quite vigilant. If you're in what is considered a 0.5 out of 5, which is what Nate classified it as the other night, this Brookhaven storm that we just mentioned that's moving up towards Monticello is barely even in a general thunderstorm risk. It's barely even in a thunderstorm risk, period. And there are a bunch of storms south of that that are also firing that have some lightning too. So the SBC may have gotten it slightly off in terms of the thunderstorm placement. So if you are in southern Mississippi, I'd basically say from about the Magnolia areas north, you guys should still be watching for thunderstorm activity tonight, regardless of what the SBC outlook has for your general area.
Correct.
And we are have seen with these cells, particularly the Monticello storm, that these have the potential to produce some very strong winds at the surface, as well as possibly a mesocyclone further up into the storm. So that's very important to note. And on that note, there is a special weather statement for Monticello for wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and future possible strengthening of the storm. So important to note if you guys are in the Monticello area or possibly along State Route 84, that is, going east to west. I'm sorry I keep interrupting you.
No, I was gonna ask you if you can go to Echo Tops and then go to the scan prior and take a look at how much of a supercell that Carpenter Tillman cell is. That is a bona fide cell that is trying to really materialize.
It is, although it just it depleted as fast as it went up.
So the interesting thing about that, though, is that it'll go over this kind of wave pattern. But the big thing here that I'm more concerned about, and if we go over to the satellite imagery here real quickly, I'll try and zoom in if I can. Yeah, here it is. I want you guys to notice that within the satellite imagery, the cell that is over here, this is the Tillman cell, is starting to get a lot higher up into the atmosphere, which means that this is more than likely going to start to become a supercell here relatively soon. It's almost there in that stage, so it's definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this continues to move about. Pamela with the 20, thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Pamela before I even read the message. Just thank you so much for the support to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It says, "Hi Nate, I appreciate your expertise and hard work to keep us informed on the danger of these storms. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I really do. So thank you guys."
Monticello. Thank you, Jazz.
Well, there's some areas that are Monticello and there's some areas that are Monticello too. So I'm not sure if that actually is Monticello. Or Monticello.
Point is, Nate, you're wrong. End of discussion.
What do you mean I'm wrong? Some person in Arkansas, there was like a Monticello up there. And they said Monticello, not Monticello. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, oh
well. Let's see. Yeah, these storms are definitely starting to fire off. Maybe some overshooting tops with that too. Even some overshooting tops with this storm. You're in Pearl, Mississippi. What about you guys? Yeah, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. Yeah, Pearl, Mississippi's right next to Jackson. So I would be mindful of these storms. You're in a mobile home, so if you are ever issued in some sort of warning, so if there's like a severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado warning, if you can, have a plan of action to get into a sturdy structure. All right, if there is an area nearby that has a sturdy structure, then please try and get to it. At this time, you guys should be fine. But of course, you know, you have other showers and thunderstorms that are moving on further towards the north and east. So I'll continue to give you guys timings as this continues to move about. But yeah, these storms are definitely starting to kind of uptick in coverage. Let's go over a little bit further towards the north, towards these other storms that are near Winona and Walthall. And these storms aren't exactly doing too much here compared towards its counterparts to the south. Yeah, that's Morgan. Morgan's fan is kind of just like going about and it's having a fun time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
um
Train.
But yeah, these storms are definitely not as significant as the ones to the south and west. The ones to the south and west have a bit more, or I should say actually a lot more energy, convective available potential energy with them. So it's not really all too surprising that these ones are, you know, doing so well. But on the other hand, you know, it's still something to keep in mind as this moves on through because it does have enough energy. It just needs to, you know, get its act together to become a thunderstorm. And if it does, then that's when we can start talking about the tornadic potential. Sounds better when Morgan eats Cheez-Its. I know, right?
And Cheez-Its are downstairs.
Mom lives at a brick home a bit southeast of us. Thought might go there if it goes crazy. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You know, rather be safe than sorry too. Yeah, I saw that, Will. That was really interesting, actually. I was watching that a little bit earlier on. Of course, it was right when I woke up too. Um, but yeah, I was monitoring those storms that are moving on through the big QLCS. They are definitely definitely increasing in activity. I want to go ahead and talk real quickly about a couple things. First off, we do have some sky cameras that are in the general vicinity of these storms, believe it or not. All right, so we have this cell that's looking off towards the north. You can see a bit of a rising updraft right within here in northwestern Alabama into northeastern Mississippi right here. So we got a pretty decent thunderstorm that's moving on through. It's not severe warned. It's not tornado warned. But it is still an interesting cell. And look at that. Wow. Look at that view here. This is from Stewartsville, Alabama. Look at that right there. What is this cell doing? Let's see what we could figure out. This is near the Burnsville cell, and it looks like it could have a little bit of rotation, maybe a little bit there. So let's pan to this. Let's see what's happening here with the cell. You can clearly see something happening here. You have what appears to be some form of a either a shelf cloud or a horseshoe, which basically is taking the moisture and wrapping it around the backside. And so somewhere back here behind the trees, there could be a wall cloud, but otherwise this is a bit of a shelf cloud to surging on through. And this definitely is a mesocyclone. Definitely is a mesocyclone right within this area. So something to consider here, as these storms here in the northern portions of Mississippi and Alabama are, pushing on through. But yeah, this definitely is a bit of a lowering right within there.
Watch the Carpenter cell at this point.
Yeah, I'll pull that up here in a bit.
That the velocities just increased substantially, not particularly for a rotation standpoint, but just in general, it shows that the storm is really starting to ramp up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll pull that up here in a few. I haven't really done this in the stream quite yet, which goes to show you how much I don't self-promote. If you guys are enjoying the content, please be sure to subscribe, of course, because all this stuff, subscribing is free, and you are also able to stay up to date with all the live weather stuff, whether it's live streams, whether it's videos and stuff like that. All the content that I do provide will be over here, so make sure you subscribe if you like it, you want more of it, and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all that I do provide, especially since some of which could be talking about significant weather. As soon as we get towards the middle of March, man, could start seeing some tornado outbreaks and stuff like that. And of course, this channel more or less is more severe weather oriented, so you'll see that with our coverage tonight for these showers and thunderstorms. But yeah. It looks like the cell that's near John's is trying to wrap up too. The one that's south and east of Jackson. Also, if I may ask, if you guys could please try and share this information with as many people as possible. I am trying to get the information out to people who may be impacted by these storms. And so by copying the link and then sharing it with friends and family, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that would be great. Because if people don't have cable in these areas, they are more than likely going to go to social media. And of course, if our live stream is floating around over there, they happen to stumble upon this live stream, they will be able to see this, and we'll be able to get this coverage out to them. So if you guys could please do that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So that's another thing too. Yeah, I do agree with some people in chat. I do think that actually is a wall cloud that we saw here with this system.
What, on one of the Skycams?
Yeah, on one of the Stewartville, Alabama cell that we were looking at. Ooh, look at that. This is the Lucas City Hall in Mississippi. All right, this is the other cell. This is going right over. Look at this, guys. This is in northeastern Mississippi. And we got this storm that's surging on through.
Oh, severe thunderstorm warning's been issued for eastern Jackson areas. Tallahatchie.
Yeah, that's
Morton,
the cell that I was
Oakville.
that's the cell that I was mentioning that they need to watch. Yeah, let's go back
And
to
it's
that
hooking
camera.
now, too.
Look at that, guys.
Substantially.
Yeah, this is a mesocyclone right here. Look at that. This is moving right in front of us. And interestingly enough, that might be a wall cloud right there. or just this right here in general. I think this is a wall cloud right here, though. I think this is more of a wall cloud. But yeah, mesocyclone gets wrapped around. Yeah, that might be a wall cloud, my friends. That might be a wall cloud right there. There in northeastern Mississippi. That is something to watch right there. That is definitely something to watch. Here on the back side. So right within this area right here. And we'll see if anything starts to kind of congeal. But there definitely is some mesocyclonic features within this system.
Nate, your pronunciation's being corrected in chat.
For Iuka. Yeah, that does look like an I instead of an L. It does look like an I instead of an L.
Congratulations.
There it is. Yeah.
Nate, there is a significant hooking characteristic
On that cell?
on, I think, that cell. I have to figure out which camera you're referring to.
I'm in northeastern Mississippi. There's only one cell.
Nope. Definitely not. Pelahatchie, the severe thunderstorm warning right by the Jackson radar site.
Oh, okay, that one, yeah. So what's happening here that you can see is that the wall cloud is somewhere back here. All right, there's a wall cloud that's over here. There's also, unironically, a wall cloud for the opposite moving, rotation, all right? So you have rotation that is counterclockwise over here, and then we have clockwise rotation right here. Now, this tornado, or this actual rotation, is not expected to be a tornado by any stretch of the imagination. Those are very, very rare. Very, very rare. But what's happening is you have that rear flank downdraft that I was talking about in my 3D views of the thunderstorms that is starting to wrap around, and that's why we get a lot of rain here, and it's creating a bit of a whirlpooling effect right within here. So you have whirlpool number 1 and whirlpool number 2 somewhere back behind that rain, and just a little bit further north is where that actual wall cloud would be, to where there could potentially be something tornadic. So we're going to want to watch out for that. Definitely going to want to watch out for that. I'm trying to see. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see something with that cell. Out in the distance, this is over in Tuscumbia, our sky camera that we use used very frequently about a couple of weeks ago, so maybe even a month ago. This is another sky camera that's out here near Vista Shores. There's another sky camera that's in Etheridge, Tennessee. Pretty high view of that too, so we'll be able to see something that's off in that general area as well. So we got quite a few sky cameras here that we're going to try and see.
Oh, severe thunderstorm warning for the Carpenter cell. The bona fide supercell that we've been mentioning for quite a bit of time now.
Before I go over to that, I want to take a look at this squall. There's something interesting that I just saw. Looks like it's developing, so I'll come back to that later. Could potentially be a developing supercell embedded within the squall line. Due south of Memphis along Interstate 55, so definitely something to watch out for that. Let's go down towards the two supercells that we've been talking about for quite some time, both of which have indeed a bit of a hail characteristic to it. Definitely some large hail that is spawning from these storms. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hinds and Copia County here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you live over here towards Terry, Byram, as well as areas along Interstate 55, you guys need to go ahead and seek a sturdy structure if you guys can. And then even after this, this storm is more than likely going to start heading off towards the general vicinity of Richland, southern Jackson, into Pearl, Flowood, as well as the general vicinity of the airport there. So I would watch out if you guys can. Definitely get into a sturdy structure. because large hail is falling from these storms. You can see on the maximum expected hail size, we got some areas here that are in greens, yellows, and even oranges. The oranges actually indicate over 2 inches as your hail size possible within this thunderstorm. So definitely something to continue to monitor as this continues to progress. And so that's the reason why this storm in particular now is severe thunderstorm warned. On the other hand,
So-
further off towards the east, we'll mention this and then we'll let Morgan go. As this continues to move off further and further to the east, this other storm that's south of Pelahatchie does indeed have quite a bit of a hook with this. Now, the one thing I will say is that the actual wind profiles here from the hodograph is pretty wonky. All right, so if you remember, if you were a part of my stream or videos prior, the supercell is representative of what the hodograph actually is in the atmosphere, and you can kind of trace the line as to what's happening in the atmosphere. And right now, it's not exactly veering out too much. We have a lot of veer here in towards portions of the core of the storm. And so unless if this starts to get ironed out to the point where it starts to, kind of wrap around like this, it probably won't be all too tornadic at the moment. It'll be more of a severe risk rather than a tornado risk. But regardless, it has a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Rankin, Smith, and Scott counties, and that'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60 mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So the Pelahatchie, Morton, Pulaski, Polkville areas, as well as areas along State Highways 13, 48, this is what, 4801, no, it's 48, jeez, there's like another character
Try
right next to
again.
it. There's another character right next to it, and I can't see. It's like 48. Oh, 481S. That's nice. That's how you name your state highways there.
Beats New Jersey by a mile.
That's true. So 481S is where these storms are more than likely going to move on through, eventually towards I-20, US Highway 80, as well as State Highway 35. So please get into a sturdy structure if you guys are over there, especially as this storm continues to progress further and further.
So, getting out some timings, at least on the western storm, the one that's down by Utica, that has been severe thunderstorm warning for South Jackson areas. So, in terms of timings, we're getting this storm is going to get towards Thompsonville and Dabney Crossroads in about 10 minutes as this pushes off towards the northeast. Bethesda, Terry, and Rosemary between 20 and 25 minutes from now, as well as Spring Ridge and Bernard. Byram and New Byram in about 30 minutes. Sinai in about 35, Cleary, Elton, and Nogan in about 40, Plainview, Florence, and Ants in about 40 to 45. So as that pushes off towards the I-55 region, it's going to start to impact the areas of Terry and Byram once again between 30 and 45 minutes from now. So it's important if you guys are in those areas that are south of Jackson that you're monitoring this very closely. If we get towards the other storm here that's currently ongoing, if I draw the storm track here, boom, moving at the same speed. So the storm that is just to the south of Pelahatchie is going to be impacting Rufus in about 10 minutes, Cooperville, Polkville in about 15, Stage in 25, Pulaski in about 30, Homewood, Rayworth, Forest, and Norris between 35 and 45 minutes from now. So bunch of areas that are set to be impacted by this set of storms. It's very important that you guys are monitoring the skies and monitoring what we're saying here, as well as the National Weather Service, if a tornado warning does get issued for those storms, either of those storms. So as this pushes off again, the areas that need to be very weather aware going into the next 30 minutes or so are the areas of Polkville, Pulaski, Morton, and Forest. For the Pelahatchie South, that is going parallel to the I-20 corridor, just about parallel to the I-20 corridor, as well as United States Route 80. And then you get into the western storm, the one that's by Utica, one by Crystal Springs. You're going to be impacting the Terry and Byram vicinities in the next 30 to 40 minutes. So again, the I-55 corridor there, as well as the United States Route 51 corridor as it heads south of Jackson. Beyond that, Florence, Richland, and Pearl areas are areas that are going to have to watch for that storm.
It looks like it is starting to iron out the supercell a little bit. So now we're starting to see that veering in the atmosphere. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. It's very close to the radar for us to be able to determine as to what's happening, and that's kind of the good news here for the most part. So as long as this continues to stay relatively close to the radar, which spoiler, it won't, we'll have more than likely some really good ideas as to what exactly is happening, at least with these two storms. I want to go back real quickly. I want to go to these storms that are over into Stewartsville, Alabama. And it looks like the cell that we were looking at, which was in, I should say what was in northeastern Mississippi is now in northwestern Alabama, is now starting to surge on through. So now we're starting to see our storm here, a bit of a horseshoe that's starting to kind of wrap around kind of like this, to where our rear flank downdraft is coming down, our rain's wrapping around it. It's creating a bit of a whirlpooling effect in both sides. And the areas to watch is the northern side right here. Somewhere over here is where the wall cloud more than likely will be, if there was one. And could potentially have some rotation right within the area, that area, I should say. Now, one thing I want to mention here real quickly. All right, of course, we can take a look at the giant storm here, the giant lowering of these clouds. I want you guys to pay attention to these clouds right within here and notice how they are swirling right within this general area. They're being channeled and or funneled right into the area of where the inflow notch is. And that's why we talk about how moisture is being channeled into where the supercell is at. That's kind of what we're talking about right here. So definitely something to monitor as this continues to move on through. But yeah, you can see a little bit of a horseshoe right within here. And then the rain comes in behind this this hanging cloud, more or less. Vincent Owens with the 10. Thank you so much. Says, keep up the good work. I'm a farmer and appreciate your up-to-date reporting. Well, I really do appreciate the support to the channel, so thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. And then Michael Canales with the 5 says, buy a hot and ready pizza. There it is. Actually, I think my parents are making burgers down below. They're helping me out with dinner tonight, so that's pretty nice. It's really nice, so I appreciate them. Excuse me. Let's zoom out a little bit. What is this storm right there? Should that be there?
What?
Look at the cell that is in the middle of Alabama.
FYI, Crystal Springs just went inflow dominant to an extreme. So watch that, amongst other things.
Yeah.
And you're saying Central Alabama. Oh, what is that?
Central Alabama.
That just deviated from everything else and said, okay.
Does even have a little bit of rotation on it.
A little bit, not that much. Yeah, it's in the Pletcher and Billingsley vicinity. And if Nate does touch on it, structure characteristic might be one of an elf, so to speak.
Which one?
But the one in Central Alabama.
Yeah,
it's just kind of moving along.
And basically what an elf is, for people who don't know, it's a current of air that flows into where the updraft would be. And that's a good determining factor as to whether or not something could be tornadic or not. And it also could determine as to whether or not there is a tornado within that general vicinity too. So you can see how the winds of the radar, first off, just for reference, north over here is where the radar actually is, okay? So you have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, counterclockwise spin, yada yada, all right? Right within here, all right, is where I would watch, because you kind of notice how It's actually kind of like these dark greens and almost grays in some spots. That tells me that you have a lot of weak winds that are moving north-south, but what you can't see is winds moving perpendicular to the radar. It actually can't pick that up. So we have a flow of air that's moving perpendicular to the radar and then now starting to turn south. And then what I'm seeing here now is, of course, the rotation on the south side to where things are starting to curl inwards. So we do have a bit of rotation here with the cell that's near the Billingsley areas and the Clanton areas of Alabama. And that basically means that there could potentially be something tornadic off into that general vicinity. So I'm going to put a radar over there just for curiosity's sakes and see what these storms could potentially do. But there is definitely, some activity over here. And about 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, as well as about 133 M2S2 from 0 to 1 for the storm relative helicity. So there is some decent... Yeah, helicity. So there is some veering in this environment. And just for reference here too, if we take a look at the convective outlook just to see as to if this storm is inside the actual risk for severe weather, guess what? It's not. So it's not even in the general thunderstorm risk. So this is a bit of a renegade supercell that is running rogue out away from what the Storm Prediction Center originally thought. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that cell very closely, especially since this is showing some characteristics for it to be potentially tornadic. This is something really interesting to continue to monitor. These storms actually, so far, for the most part, have been kind of doing the opposite as to what the Storm Prediction Center has been thinking as what they would do. So I'm not sure whether to interpret that as a good thing or a bad thing. But it is still something that we're going to have to continue to watch, nevertheless. I want to go back over... Alright, so now we're on the south side of that storm. I want to see... Can we see the storm from a distance here? Have they turned this around? No, they have not. So we probably can't see a whole lot from that now. Which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. It looks like the warm sector is starting to rise a bit further north, Morgan. The warm front, or the smaller warm front, is starting to continue to extend further and further north. So the warm sector is rising. It's moving a lot further towards the north now. What radar are we going to use for that? Let's go back to Jackson's, and let's take a look a little bit higher in the atmosphere. Yeah, it looks like this thing is trying to develop a lower level mesocyclone. It does look like it is. And if I look in higher values, look at that. I mean, if I were to just look at this, I would tell you guys that it's a straight up supercell, you know? You can clearly see the hook being wrapped around, the rain being wrapped around in a hook fashion. The bird wings, the characteristic with this supercell. So there is something tornadic that is associated with this storm. In regards to if this actually does produce a tornado, however, is still, you know, to be determined at this time. But we are going to want to continue to watch out for that very closely. I want to see here, we might be able to look onto a Mississippi dot here to see if something does end up forming off of that. Man, a lot of these storms are really starting to form across the board. Even central Louisiana Central Louisiana is starting to get some activity over there. Look at that. Yeah, near the Alexandria areas. There is some thunderstorm that is starting to form. And I hate to say it, Morgan, even though it's off towards the north of Alexandria, the main one that I'm looking at, that one might actually have a little bit of a hook on it too. Not exactly as good of, a hook as others. It looks to be a little bit more linear. But on the other hand, it still does have some activity and even some lightning present within those storms. On the other hand, over here towards Alexandria, we do have some pretty widespread showers and thunderstorms that are forming across the board over here. Let's zoom in a little bit. You can see here, we do have some showers and thunderstorms on the southern side and eastern side of Alexandria. That is expected to move further off towards the north and east, towards the Devil areas, or the DeVille areas, is probably what it's pronounced.
Incoming
Rogers.
Pronunciation correction once again.
That's fine. I welcome it with open arms. If you guys could, try and correct me every single time, so that way next time I know, I won't have any complications with people who may be new and they're like, what do you mean this area? I don't know what you're talking about, Might be, confusing. But yeah, we do have a storm that's off near Alexandria, so watch out for that. I'd stay indoors. Not severe warned at this time, but still something to monitor. Yeah, we have quite a lot of thunderstorm activity across the board that's now starting to fire off. And this is the only area for severe weather, more or less, all right? Otherwise, to talk about winter weather, there is some activity towards the Marquette areas and, upper Michigan, but that's pretty much it. The winter weather threat's kind of pretty much over. So the only thing now is the severe weather risk here that we're going to continue to monitor. So we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for these areas. Sheesh. So yeah, there is quite a bit of rotation here with this Terry cell. It's now starting to go over Interstate 55. Now I'm going to start looking for, I said I was going to do it before. Traffic cameras, M.dot, traffic, MS dot. MISSI, SSI, PPI. Traffic cameras. That is a different M dot. I gotta find it. Actually, might be able to do it from my live camera collection that's over here.
Collection.
Yeah,
Love
my
that.
collection. I really need to make like some sort of interactive map for like every single state and whatnot. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. There is definitely some thunderstorm activity over here. Where's the storm exactly at? This is going right over Terry. Wow. So, yeah, these cameras here, if I pan over to it, I show you the northern view. Yeah, let's go with this view right here. This is in Terry, Mississippi. Terry, Mississippi, right in the inflow notch, more or less, of the Supercell. And we're seeing a lot of rain, a lot of precipitation to the north of us. So we're looking north, and this is where most of the rain and hail is going to be at. A lot further off towards the north, but right in here where we are looking at is right where the rotation more or less will start to go over. And you notice how, sure, you have a little bit of precipitation across the board here, limited visibility, but we do have some activity here that is starting to register. So we're waiting for something to potentially be over there. Let's see if we can find another camera. This is looking south. And you can see, the trees are not really moving all too much, so not really a lot of significant wind. Tells me that this storm is still relatively weak at this time. So that's good. Is there another cell that we can look at? Over here, the Pulaski cell. Looks like it's starting to get pretty far away here, but we do have a little bit of rotation with this cell. We do actually have a little bit of rotation with it, so let's see. There isn't a camera near it. That's the good news. Or not the good news, the bad news, I should say. But the good news is it's not really all too strong at the moment, so that is the good news. There's a cell that's near Sterlington, Louisiana. That cell is starting to fire off now. Hold up, let's go back to satellite. Where did you come from? Yeah, that storm is now starting to fire off on all cylinders now, too. So look at that. These storms are forming all over the place. Tornado watch. Tornado watch just got issued. They issued a tornado watch. So they actually issued a tornado watch here for this area. Wow. 30-10, 30-10 probs.
Excuse me?
30-10 probs. New tornado watch has been issued. 30-10 probs. That might be the lowest probability for a tornado watch I've ever seen.
Yeah, consider the following.
It might be the lowest probability for a tornado watch I've ever seen.
That's the lowest you can get.
Yeah, I think that is the lowest you can get. But basically, for people who don't know, why we said 30-10 is 30, the first two numbers, so 30 in this instance, is the probability of two or more tornadoes to form within this tornado watch. So there's a 30% chance, all right? That's a decent chance for tornadoes to form. However, the 10% chance is for the probability of one or more strong tornadoes, EF2 to EF5, to exist within this area. And it's a 10%. So the 30%, we usually see 40% with Tornado Watch. All right, so it's 1% or 1/10 of a 100% down.
Nathan,
10% down.
Use numbers correctly.
No, can't. Love to overcomplicate things. 10% down than the usual. And not really a huge chance for a significant tornado. So, that's the interesting thing here. I mean, these thunderstorms are increasing in coverage, which is the big thing here to note. All right, that's probably the reason why they have issued a tornado watch here within these areas. So, something to continue to monitor as this progresses. I want to go back to the cell in Alabama. I want to see what this storm is doing. The Billingsley cell is starting to kind of gust out a bit more. It's not fully wrapping around, which makes sense. But it still does have a ZDR, so it's still there. Even could be severe.
Pulaski cell
But
just disintegrated.
yeah. Yeah, so this storm now is heading off and towards the Florence area. Definitely something to watch out for. I'm not sure. Is there a camera over here in Florence? No, there is not. I think there is a camera here for Pearl. Not sure if we're able to see anything, though. And it doesn't look like we are able to see anything. Some of these cameras are really hard to navigate. That's an interesting camera, but we can't see a whole lot from it, so that's unfortunate. If we need to, we'll go back to this camera over here that's to the west of Brandon. It's actually two cameras that are west of Brandon that are pretty good. 3 cameras. There's a lot of good cameras that are over in Brandon that could look at this cell. East, west, west, west. And then this is east and west here. So yeah, these cameras are not bad. We'll have to come back to it if we see anything. But yeah, if for people who are just joining into the stream, this is a severe weather event that is at least starting to unfold in front of us. A tornado watch has been issued for portions of Mississippi and Alabama. So these are the areas that we are going to be watching very closely for some severe weather to exist. So if you live in areas like Jackson, Mississippi, Forest, Meridian, Mississippi, all the way up towards Columbus, Grenada, Tupelo, all the way up to Florence, Alabama, Hamilton, Alabama, Fayette, Cullman, Decatur, Huntsville, Jasper. You guys need to watch out for some potential tornadic development. You do have a tornado watch that will be in effect until midnight tonight for you guys. So, definitely something to watch out for. Pearl and or Brandon have weather cameras. I saw they have traffic cameras. I don't know where to find sky cameras for Jackson. All right, I wish I had sky cameras for Jackson, so that I'd be able to use those. But traffic cameras are not bad either.
I'll be back.
However, we do have a picture here from someone who sent this in about 3 minutes ago. Actually, 2 to 3 minutes ago. This is from Nick. And he said he's from, this is south of Jackson, Mississippi. Really interesting to see here. All right, we can't really see all too much because the storm is a little bit too far away. But we can see one thing, and that is a lot of these dark clouds that are appearing to be a little bit of a lowering right within here. So it tells me the storm is a little bit disorganized at the moment. Just a little bit disorganized. But could potentially have something that could try and start to form here relatively soon. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this very, very closely. But yeah, really interesting look there. This was sent in to me also. This is from WX Vern. It's from Hayden. And this is, look, 25 miles away from the Billingsley cell. And you can see definitely some really interesting storm characteristics out in the, out in the distance in that area. especially since these storms over in that area was not really forecasted to do a whole lot. That is really interesting to say the least. But yeah, if you guys have any videos or pictures that you want to send in, at me, at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. I'll send the link to my Twitter in chat. Here you guys go. So send stuff in that way. Evening show. Nice to see you here. And remember, if you guys see anything, please be sure to send it in so that way we may be able to get perspectives shown to people who may be in the path of these storms, or maybe even not in the path of these storms. But seeing is believing. That's the one thing that I've learned, so... Getting some colder breezes here in Pearl right now. Yep. Let's go to the Jackson, Mississippi radar here. And yeah, so it looks like the main storm is now heading off towards the Florence, Richland, and Brandon area. So Pearl's still going to get the activity here. All right, Pearl is definitely going to still get the activity. But the main storm is going to kind of brush up right next to it and head towards Richland, Florence, and Brandon. So could get a lot of activity over there as this continues to materialize. Still looking like a pretty decent supercell too, so could definitely be something that could try and form here. There's a cell that's over here near Hillsboro too. That might also try and maintain here in a bit. So we could be talking about something there. Someone's at my door. There we go. There we go. We also have a cell, or at least we have a couple of cells here. That are really starting to kind of fire off across the board. Not really anything super organized, but I really want to check out that cell that's over there near the northeastern, or at least northern portions of Louisiana. Really want to check that out here in a second. Oh, that's cool. So there's some sky cameras of Jackson. There we go. And that is definitely helpful too. Let's go take a look and see what these sky cameras say. Notches. A lot of rain in the background over there. This is the airport over there. Can't see a whole lot. A lot of green. Downtown Jackson. Yeah, get some showers and thunderstorms over there. And WLBT Studios, yeah. Quite a bit of showers and thunderstorms there. So, not really too much. Not really too much that's in the area. Let's go back to Jackson here. Only one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Only one. Of course, that is the good news. Bad news is this is for southern portions of Jackson. So any suburbs out there near Richland, Florence, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, highly recommend telling them to get into some form of structure. Definitely not outdoors. Could I check the Pea Ridge, Arkansas area? Yes, I can. Don't see anywhere over there. So yeah, let me search that up here. Hopefully you're good in Clear Branch. I'll check that out here in a second as well. Pea Ridge, Arkansas is near the Bentonville areas. Yeah, you guys are good. Now it's starting to become a bit more colder over there. Your temperatures are starting to get a lot colder in your general area. A lot more action earlier this morning. Yeah, I was looking at it. Definitely a massive line segment that moved on through. It was something to really. It was something that was really interesting that moved about. But I only caught the end of it because I actually kind of slept through a little bit. I had my alarm and it didn't, it didn't really go off. So that's kind of my fault. But we're still live streaming this tornado watch right here. So we got this. All right, I'm trying to look over to the side. Can't really see a whole lot. You're in a tornado watch and you're also in a severe thunderstorm warning. So you're probably south of Jackson or east of Jackson. Probably are. How long have I been going? Just a little over an hour. A little over an hour and 10 minutes. So we're still going on strong. We're more than likely going to keep this up all the way until the latter stages of tonight when storms really start to kind of fire off. You're in Brandon. All right, well, that makes sense. Pearson. Excuse me. Greenfield Road. Elton Road. Old Byram. State Street. Stack. The Stack. The Stack. Very original. We're gonna look at this camera here. Actually, not this one. The one a little bit further towards the north. That one probably has a better view. And yeah, it does. Look at that. All right, so we do have a, barring the m.traffic.com that clearly is obstructing our view. You can see a bit of a lowering rate within here. Look at that. Right within there, you can clearly see the line as to where the base of the actual thunderstorm actually is. So we're going to watch this as this continues to move off further and further towards our area. And this is getting closer and closer to Brandon. So a lot of strong damaging winds is what I see from this cell so far. Not really super tornadic at the moment. But it does have quite a bit of energy here. So That is something to note. That is something to note. Vertical growth rate, so that's pretty weak. That's pretty weak. Non-applicable. That's nice. And that's pretty weak as well. So a lot of these storms right now, in regards to their vertical growth rate, pretty weak at the moment, except for the Bastrop areas over here in Louisiana. There isn't really a whole lot of radars that we can pay attention to with this cell. Let's reload the satellite imagery here real quickly. Ooh, it's really gusty outside where I live. Really gusty. Looks like that cell in Louisiana though is starting to stutter just a teeny smidge. So that's something to note. It also looks like that cell that's north and east of the cell in Jackson is starting to fire off a bit more. And then there's some other cells that are trying to form as well. The cell that's over here in Verbena in Alabama. This is a heck of a storm right here. This is a heck of a storm that's kind of rotating here. Heck of a storm. But it does look like it's a little bit more linear. This is the cell that is riding that that non-thunderstorm risk. There you go. So, you know, the light green is where the general thunderstorm risk exists. And then there's a storm that's just outside of that. That's pretty interesting. Excuse me. There's also another cell over here near Columbia. And there's also other few cells that are over here near Alexandria and Jena too. So these storms are starting to increase in number. They are indeed starting to do so. Let's go to Columbus Air Force Base. See what these storms are doing now. Not too much at the moment. Not too much. Which is the good news here. Which is the good news. No, 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 no. Pull that over to the side so we can stalk another YouTuber who's going live, because why not? I don't know why they're going live right now. I guess, you know, they are, just doing it to do it. Which I get that. But, oh well. Before the stream is up, can you please have Morgan say the town of Shukalak? I'll probably have him say something about that. Where's your special lemonade? Quit that yawning. It's not here at the moment. I put it in the actual refrigerator that I have down here. So that's actually cooling up. Yeah, we gotta stock the competition, stuff like that. Yeah, really interesting to say the least. I will say that much. With these storms, but not really too much that's going on right now. So we're kind of just in idle at the moment. We're kind of just in idle. I want to go over to some of the models here. All right, so as the HRRR ran with a new model, 22Z, it has ran 22Z. So let's take a look here and see what's going on. And it is starting to pick up more of these thunderstorms. It is starting to pick up more of these thunderstorms. What about the helicity tracks? Yeah, it's interesting. Not really super significant across the board, but it is relatively interesting here. I will say that much. Hmm. Yeah, areas here along, once again, northern Mississippi, Alabama. This is the area to watch. So this right here is the helicity tracks. This is the helicity tracks, which basically tells us as to where the some potential tornadic areas could exist. Now, keep in mind, this isn't set in stone. This isn't set in stone, but this just gives us an idea as to whether or not they are possible. And the HRRR says that it is definitely possible. And so does the NAM. The NAM also says that as well. Hmm. So yeah, oh, look at that storm up here in the along the border of Alabama and Tennessee. This now is severe warned. So let's take a look at this. See what's going on with that. We actually have a camera over here in Pulaski, I believe. Uh, we don't anymore. The camera got pulled. That's unfortunate. So we don't have that anymore. Would have been interesting to look at, but I guess not. I guess not. That's fine. Yeah, let's go back. Not Birmingham. Huntsville. There it is. We got a couple of severe storms that are surging on through near the Loretto, Leoma, and the Pulaski areas here in Tennessee. So if you guys live in those areas right there, highly would recommend watching out for some severe weather. And maybe even this over here near Pulaski could potentially be a little bit of rotation embedded within this line. So something we're gonna have to monitor there. But this does seem to be more of a strong damaging wind threat here with this. Not exactly seeing all too much characteristics here in regards to supercell activity. Especially if we take a look at the enhanced echo tops, you can see how the one storm that is the most significant out of all of them is on the the southwestern side or the southern side, more or less. There was a little bit of a spurt over here near the Pulaski cell, but there's just so much rain around this that asking for this to maintain is going to be a bit of a stretch, but there could be something here that's ongoing right now. Could be, so we're going to have to watch out for it. Definitely going to have to watch out for that. Um, let's see. This was sent in here from Puffy. Look at this. This is a this is in Madison, Alabama, so pretty calm, cool, and collected for the most part, what I'm assuming most of you are looking at right now. But on the other hand, if we take a look over here at where Nick is, so he sent us another picture here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I'm going to take my face away from this for the most part. Take my face away from that. Look at these pictures here, south of Jackson, Mississippi. Got some greenage right within here. Maybe a bit more of a shelf cloud that's surging on through. So yeah, look at that. Definitely some activity over in these areas, for sure, for sure. So we're going to continue to watch this very, very closely as this moves on through. Still seems to have some severe characteristics. Look at that, man. Look at that, how it just buckles up and then comes back down. All that moisture is being channeled right along there. But this also tells me this is more of a strong damaging wind risk from this system. So, no, this is Nick Nichols. This is from the south. That same storm as it moves north and east towards Brandon. So yeah. Man, oh man. Heck of a picture right there, though. Thank you so much. The cell near Loretto is trying to start to become tornadic there, so it's watching that. Hmm. If only this person was a part of my streams a lot more. True facts. True facts. Yeah, the Loretto and St. Joseph areas. Definitely something to watch. Definitely something to watch. Well, the only reason why I haven't been talking about it is because it's not in a very good environment across the board. It has no energy, it has no wind shear. And yet, for some reason, it is being a bit of a gusty wind threat. So, it's just something we're going to have to continue to watch. All right, that's the one thing. You know, it's got a lot of precipitation that's being channeled right within this specific area. So, maybe a little bit of a hail threat. Let's see what the warning is for. Lawrence and Gillies County in Tennessee, that'll be in effect until 6:15. 60 mile per hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. No tornado possible with this. Yeah, this is definitely more of a wind threat here. You can see how it's now starting to become more of a bow echo. So yeah. This is definitely more of a strong damaging wind risk here. More than anything. For sure. For certain. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. Areas near Tennessee and North Carolina, they're going to be fine. Eventually, this is going to move on through, but it won't be super strong. Definitely will not be.
What all am I missing? Or did I miss?
I haven't really missed too much at the moment. Couple of reports now coming in, though, of nickel-sized hail from a National Weather Service employee and some down trees in the biome areas. So that's something interesting. But it looks like these storms are kind of just starting and then sputtering. Seems to be the general look.
The theme.
The general theme, yeah. How's hockey? Hockey's pretty nice. We recently got a tornado watch until midnight. Is this storm really going to be that big, or is it a series of storms? It's probably going to be a series of storms. And it's not really a high probability tornado watch either.
Yeah, a series of storms, none of which will be that significant.
Yeah. But, you know, tornadoes can still impact people, so that's the reason why we're on right now. But still.
Come on. There we go.
Let me take a look at Columbus Air Force Base here.
What?
Jeez, it's really windy outside right now.
Yeah, same for me. I'm getting some heavy band.
31-mile-per-hour wind gusts that just occurred. Very tempted to take a look at the current radar, but...
I'll look for you.
Yeah, there it
Absolutely
is.
Nothing at all.
There it is. There it is. It's pretty funny. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're dealing with these storms. Not really too organized at the moment. I mean, we kind of knew this would be the case, all right? We knew that, you know, there wouldn't be, like, significant tornadoes. We said from the beginning of the stream, probably wouldn't be significant tornadoes. We're here to just cover tornadoes in general. We're trying not to make, you know, a show about it here right now. Trying, you know, to make the weather the content. You know,
I am the weather.
I am the weather. There it is. Really appreciate you telling the weather on our level as non-weather people. Not like some that throw out all this technical looking stuff while we are waiting and just want to hear. Yeah, so I kind of like to get technical, and then I break down the technicality to make it easier to understand. Because I got to use that technicality to try and determine as to what all is going on right now. And, you know, I find it pretty ironic, too, that even the people who go technical don't even go as technical as this channel either. So it's pretty fun, pretty interesting. All right. Sounds good, haters. Sounds good. Something I would do, at least. Let's go back to GR Earth. And I want to take a look and see how much Cape is in the areas. It looks like the helicity is starting to uptrend up and towards portions of Columbus. So, could watch out for something
Cape's
tornadic.
Probably on the down. Cape's probably on the downtrend at the moment. That's just the kind of situation we're going to be expecting this afternoon.
About 1,600 over near Armory, though. Due south of Tupelo.
That is true, but looking at the past few frames, it is starting to decrease quite rapidly with the loss of sunlight. Here comes the sun. Wait, never mind.
Driving home to Starkville, Mississippi. Stay safe over there. There's a lot of thunderstorms moving through your area. Hey, nice to see some people from Vancouver saying hi. Is Charlotte good? Yeah, Charlotte should be fine. Is it bad? Is bad weather where I'm at? Kind of. Barely hear Morgan. That's because originally he had his fan going about. It's Amory. That's right. It is Amory.
Imagine turning me down because of my fan.
Well, that's because you weren't there, so all we could hear was your fan.
Oh, lit. Well, now I'm back, so yes.
Yeah, that's different.
Oh, that's what I
Sheesh.
meant to check. Ah.
Yeah, I forgot to check something too. I forgot.
We're such good YouTubers.
No, we're such good weather people in general. I wanted to see something. Wow,
The
okay.
Nate, you're about to be wrong. The GFS is continuing to trend south on the potential snow for the Northeast and particularly southern New England on Friday.
I don't care about that. I'm looking at the 20ZHRRR temperature verification. It's running cold for eastern Mississippi, western Alabama.
It hasn't seemed to matter all too much. Hasn't seemed to have mattered all too much.
Maybe not. Although it is running pretty dry. No, it's running really moist for those
Dry.
areas too. It's dry for areas in northern Alabama, but in regards to like, eastern Mississippi, it's actually making it too moist. So that's something.
What?
Forest, Mississippi, anything happening over there? So Forest, Mississippi at the moment is kind of seeing some just general showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through right at the moment. Let's pull it over. And you can see you have this one storm that kind of passed on through, this little smaller one. Let's actually move our things to that full screen. There we go. So you see that. But then we also have some storms out past this here too. I got sidetracked because Morgan was like about to, smack his entire water bottle or whatever that is.
Yes.
Yeah, no, so like Forest just got a shower, general shower, I'll call it. Not even a thunderstorm. Could be some thunder though, but we'll just call it a storm for right now. You're gonna get another little storm and then another bigger storm that actually could potentially be severe. This could potentially go off towards your north, so you might even have a little bit of a lightning show, and you actually now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for your general area. So, if you guys live over there, need to watch out very, very closely. All right, this storm is more than likely going to produce some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and even quarter-sized hail possible. So I'd watch out as this continues to progress further and further. But yeah, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for some of these areas here. And unfortunately, we're really close to the radar, so we can't actually figure out what's going on. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that seems to be really the only storm at the moment that is at least been going about. I want to go back to the satellite imagery here. Go back to the satellite imagery. See if anything new has came out. And yeah, there is a couple of things. The one cell that was in northern Louisiana has indeed fanned out. The cell that's along the Tennessee general areas, border of Tennessee and Alabama, has rooted, surprisingly. The supercell actually is doing things. So I want to go back to that there real quickly. That's pretty surprising for the most part. And yeah, it's still trying to do things there. So it's something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for. Watch out for this as this continues to move on through. I'm gonna lose my mind, Morgan. I'm really gonna lose my mind.
You're welcome.
I've lost my mind. So yeah, this is a cell that's still doing things. It's actually pretty surprising. But it's not really rotating. Not really rotating all too much. It is creating quite a bit of hail though. Near 5 points in St. Joseph, so sheesh. Definitely is something over there. And then, of course, the Tullahoma and Lynchburg areas, they're also getting some strong damaging winds, too. So that's something to consider. Nashville is fine. They're getting a lot of heavy rain for the most part, but nothing really, super significant. So that's the good news. If you guys could, please share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, so we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. See you, Fossil Gamers. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Any tornado threat looking high or low for northern Alabama? It's kind of low. At least for the significant tornado threat, not really super high. Very low, actually. And yeah, even the tornadoes, not really super high, just general tornadoes. It's actually a 30% chance of tornadoes within this tornado watch right within here. So you see this giant red box. 30% chance of tornadoes within this red box, and a 10% chance for significant tornadoes within this box. So both probabilities are really low, but the the tornado probabilities are big enough for there to be a tornado watch. So here you go. Power is out southwest of Rankin County in central Mississippi. Sheesh. So yeah, these strong thunderstorms are definitely pushing through. They're definitely creating some strong damaging winds. And we're going to have to watch out for that. We're going to have to watch out for that, of course. I want to say real quickly, thank you guys for getting me over 26,200 subscribers. That's amazing. We're at a 26,217 subscribers right now, so I really do appreciate you guys helping me get up. Of course, our goal is to get to 30,000 by the end of March. So we're going to continue to try and surge on through. Hopefully get there. If we do get there, that's amazing. Someone's mentioning the ice threat that could occur in the future. Let's pull that up here real quickly. We can show you the latest model guidance with that. Because it's actually really interesting, to say the least. You can see IAMBot on my side. I'll switch it over to the satellite. There you go. So you guys can see pretty gnarly looking satellite over there. So we were talking about how this storm is more than likely going to be a significant ice storm, and it probably is. All right, here's the updated forecast from the Euro model. Let's go with the 12Z run, actually. And here's from the first band. All right, so for the first shot of winter weather here, all right, portions of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas get quite a substantial amount of freezing rain down within here. All right, and upwards of, I'd say, about a quarter of an inch to almost a inch of freezing rain possible. And then the second layer that shoots off, across that area, look at that. It adds on to the already very heavy ice totals that are pushing across there. Over an inch and a half of freezing rain possible within that storm. And then as you go off further towards the northeast, look at that. Areas here in southern Pennsylvania into the Cumberland Valley of Maryland. You get about an inch of freezing rain over there too. So I might actually have some significant freezing rain over here in southern Pennsylvania. And if that's the case, I might, I might have to be very wary of that too. Because freezing rain is really significant. So that's from Thursday night into Friday morning. Thursday night into Friday morning. The Wolfman with the 5 says, is there anything expected for southern Wisconsin, or are we in the clear for the time being? So the storm that's pushing on through right now could potentially turn into some freezing rain, so watch out for that. But otherwise, not really too much. Hmm. Yeah, back on track here. Back on track. I was looking at chat at something. But yeah, this is really interesting here for the most part, for you guys, because you guys, on top of your, your first batch, your second batch here on Thursday into Friday could get some extra snow, probably 1 to 3 inches of snow, maybe a little bit higher than that in some localized areas, but otherwise should be fine. You missed the freezing rain forecast for Maryland? Better worry about your own backyard. Yeah, dude, listen. This is pretty gnarly. All right, I'm going to zoom in here so that you can actually see. I hope that answers your question for southern Missouri, by the way, because southern Missouri is expected to get some significant amounts of ice. Probably about a quarter of an inch to maybe even 3/4 of an inch. And maybe even, a full inch in some spots as well. But let's go over here to something that's a little bit closer to home for me. And look at that. Eastern Panhandle, Morgan and Berkeley counties. You guys get over an inch of freezing rain. That's crazy. Hagerstown, you guys get quite a bit of freezing rain there too. Let's actually zoom into Maryland. Can we zoom into Maryland as a state? Because it actually covers practically everything here. Yeah, it does. There you go. So you notice Frederick only gets about a quarter of an inch of freezing rain. But as you get closer to South Mountain and areas along the I-81 corridor, you guys can get about a quarter to even a half an inch of rain. That's pretty significant. So watch out for that. Chambersburg further off towards the west and towards places like Breezewood, Cumberland, Berkeley Springs, Hancock, even Washington, Pennsylvania. You need to watch out. Significant amounts of freezing rain is definitely possible. 100%. That's enough for an ice skating rink right there. It's definitely enough for an ice skating rink. And, yeah. Yep, Uncommon Woman. You guys have been getting a lot of activity. So yeah, that's something to consider with that. Consider the following, Morgan.
Yeah, indeed.
But yeah, that's so, this stuff that could occur from Thursday into Friday. This activity is going to be pretty expansive. Really expansive, actually. Back over here. See, is there anything new that has been issued? Let's take a look at the cell that's over here near the Air Force Base, near Columbus. This cell, it's got a lot of hail with it for the most part. Storm is really starting to kind of fire off. So we might be able to see something here soon. Heavy amounts of cape within this area, as well as some decent veering with height. So there definitely could be something here with this system. There also seems to be a little bit of a rotation near Quincy, and the I believe it's what Amory. All right, so Aim, Mori. Is that what they said? So yeah, there definitely could be something over there. I know you can't hear Morgan. I know you can't. My computer's bottlenecking at the moment, so that's very nice. Let's go back to our original screen here. This is the final thing I need to fix for my content. This is the final thing. If I get my own server, my own internet, whatnot, things will be perfect. But yep, we're gonna wait here until my internet fixes itself, and then as soon as that's done. Defenseman Nate Snyder, number 7 for the Columbus Blue Jackets. So there it is. I actually would take number 89. Number 89, I like. Jeez. Yeah, my thing is taking a little bit.
What is your computer doing? Bottlenecking.
I don't know. I think it might be the internet. What is this? Skip frames detected. 25% over the last 2 minutes. So yeah, probably internet. Probably internet. Probably.
Quality streaming.
Yeah, quite.
It's okay to come out of the closet. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay, Morgan. Yeah, that cell over there near West Point now has over 2-inch size hail. Within the system. 2-inch size hail. That's quite the system. Quite the storm.
Yeah, it's a bonkers wind threat right there. Moving up towards wherever. Aberdeen, I think it is.
Yeah, Aberdeen, Strong, Caledonia. It's off towards the north of Columbus. All right, that's the one thing that's relatively consistent. So, who's my favorite hockey player? Now, that's an interesting question because I actually haven't really had a favorite hockey player since like when I was a lot younger. Like originally, I was a Washington Capitals fan. So Alexander Ovechkin was always my favorite player when I was younger. My name originally had the number 8 with it associated on my hockey team. And that's the reason why there also is an 8 with Nate. So if you just say Nate and a number, yeah, that's the thought process behind that. But now my favorite player I haven't really thought of. So I might give you an answer. No, it is definitely not Gustav Nyquist. Go away. Go away. That guy only gets empty netters, and it makes me so angry as a Jackets fan.
How do you think I feel about Alexi Lafreniere?
He's at least got time to develop.
That's true, I suppose.
You know, Nyquist is past his prime. Either that or he's in his prime. New severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that we've been staring at for the past 5 minutes. So there you go. There you go.
What's the thing that's about to go through the radar site?
Yeah,
There's also something
it is.
near Quincy.
Yeah. That thing is kind of deformed too. You can't really tell as to what's going on with that. Yours
Look
is
up higher tilts.
Patrick Kane. Patty Kane's always been really good in the league. So I can't blame you for that. I really can't. Oh, new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for northeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
It's in Louisiana. It's in Louisiana. It's near Alexandria. What?
Oh, that is going.
KBMX. Let's switch it over. New tornado warning. Guys, we do have a tornado warning now. So if you know anyone who lives just to the east of Alexandria, near DeVille, heading off towards the Walters area, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because we do...
It's barely in a general risk.
Yeah, this thing does have rotation with this thing. Could potentially be producing a tornado here soon, too. So if you live near the DeVille areas, near the State Highway 20 areas, State Highway 28, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, this is due east of Alexandria, Louisiana. Due east of Alexandria, Louisiana. And this is a really interesting storm. Wow. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Let me pull up storm relative velocity so that it'd be easier for you guys to see the actual rotation here. Reds are moving away, greens are moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It also has a bit of an elf with it too. You can kind of see how it spins, kind of just like that. Your airstream kind of flows just like this. Yeah, your airstream flows like that, and then it curls. So yeah, we do have some rotation right within here. Something indicative of something tornadic. And if we take a look at the spectrum width here, we do have a little bit of turbulence here. We do have a little bit of turbulence here that does indicate that something tornadic could be in play somewhere right here. All right, if we take a look at the radar, it just updated, so it's really hard for us to tell as to where the hook is. But if we go back and scan, you can see the hook was pretty evident right within here. You can see how it wraps around just like this, and the inflow comes in unimpeded. So this is a classic supercell, a bona fide supercell that is within these areas. Yes, we are using the Fort Polk radar. So if you want to track along with this, we can, or you can. But yeah, this is a bona fide mini supercell right here, guys. So if you guys know anyone who lives here near DeVille, near once again State Highway 20 and State Highway 115, over here in I believe it's actually pronounced Rapides Parish, not Rapides. So Rapides Parish. You guys have a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So please be sure to get this information out to as many people as possible. You know, copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please do that for me if you guys could, because we are trying to spread the information that there is a tornadic storm heading straight for DeVille here in Louisiana. Just for reference, this is, once again, just to the east of Alexandria, here in central Louisiana. Central Louisiana.
How fast is this thing moving? Do you know?
This is moving off towards the north and east at 35.
Wow, the only areas that it is impacting is DeVille, at least directly, are DeVille and Buckeye. So Buckeye in about 5 minutes, DeVille in about 10 to 15.
Yeah.
As this will push off towards the north and east. So if you guys are in those areas, you need to be in your safe spaces now.
Yeah.
It's going to be continuing to parallel south of State Route 28 as it pushes up towards Walters and Archie. But in the meantime, beyond DeVille, there's really not many areas that it will be impacting, which is the good news.
Right. Latest scan just came in. Don't see a debris signature, which is, you know, the good news, of course. But man. One thing I can also see here with our radar, is notice this little bit of a hole right here. You see how you have a yellow in between all these reds and oranges? This is something that us meteorologists and weather analysts like to call a bounded weak ecoregion. Or in this case, to make it plain and simple, a donut hole. And what's basically happening here for the most part is you have a lot of rain that's being channeled right within this area. All right, so you remember we were talking about an elf, I should say. And basically what that is that's an air current that streams all the way in towards where the area of rotation actually is. And it, of course, takes rain and stuff like that, wraps it into it as well. And so once it starts to wrap around, it's starting to completely surround this entire thing in rain. And it's becoming what is the term rain wrapped, a high precipitation based cell that is moving off further and further. So the one thing to consider if you're in DeVille or if you're in, what was the other place?
Buckeye.
Buckeye, there you go. Is that if you are trying to look for this, tornado, more or less, if this actually is on the ground, you won't be able to see it. You really won't be able to see it because it's surrounded in so much rain. So you just got to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, if you guys could. Yeah, sheesh. Shell. Jeez. Yeah, and just for reference here, guys, too, Morgan said this earlier. This tornado warning is in a general thunderstorm risk, all right? So that goes to show you how crazy today has been so far in regards to its, these storms.
Where storms are popping.
Yeah. And it's just something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for. Now, people are asking, or at least someone's in the chat asking, could they upgrade this tornado warning? The thing of it is that we need the tornado to actually be on the ground in order for them to upgrade it, per se. And according to, from what I can see here with our parameters, I don't see the tornado on the ground at the moment. So it is just a general rotation. If someone were to watch, of course they can't see, but if there was not any rain that was wrapping around the entire system, you probably would see a wall cloud and maybe even a bit of a funnel cloud due to some turbulence right within that area as well from the spectrum width. But yeah, really interesting storm there. I also want to go back over to the Jackson radar. The cell that's over near Pelahatchie and Morton. That's starting to kind of hook around too. Now, the upper level mesocyclone isn't exactly, all too strong. So right now it's not anything, super significant, but it's something to watch out for later on for sure. Definitely is. So I would watch out for that. Let's move our camera over a little bit. I keep leaning off to the side like this, so we're going to have our camera like that. There we go. All right, so now we got all of that set up. But yeah, these are the only storms that are really classified as severe by the National Weather Service at the moment. Let's go back to the cell that's up near Columbus Air Force Base. And for the most part here, it's just pretty gusty. A lot of strong damaging winds with some hail in it. I could see the potential of an embedded, maybe a little bit of an embedded rotation on the backside. Which could actually be the case. Could be something embedded on the backside there. Maybe something tornadic. But otherwise, very much so gusty. Very much so of a hail threat as well. So not really too much. Not really too much activity with that. Let's go back to Jackson, Mississippi's radar. I want to see what the parameters are in the atmosphere. So, decent amounts of CAPE, decent amounts of storm relative helicity. 37 flashes per minute. So there's a lot of lightning with this storm at the moment. A lot of lightning. Could we see anything on the cameras? More than likely, no. More than likely, no. Excuse me. Jeez, I'm really yawny. But yeah, this is definitely a really interesting supercell here for the most part. I know, we're not talking about the tornado warning. We'll talk about that here in a bit. But this supercell over here along the I-20 corridor, a little bit further north of that, looks really interesting based off of presentation. So it's got it in a good environment to where the veering with height for supercells and tornadoes could exist. But right now, it's just not completely surging its riffling downdraft quite yet. So nothing really too tornadic right now. But yeah, I'd watch out for this cell right here along Morton. All right, that would probably be the next one to go tornado warn, if I were to be completely honest with you. That's normal. That's normal. That type of wording. If they just if they want to upgrade it, they upgrade it. They don't hint anything. Looks like the rotation for the cell near DeVille is starting to kind of congeal a little bit more. But the supercell, isn't really doing a whole lot. So that's the good news here. That is definitely the good news. Well, if it gets upgraded once, it'll just be a confirmed tornado warning. If it gets upgraded twice, it'll be a PDS. But it just depends upon, how significant the rotation actually is. So it just depends upon what this storm does and whether or not it produces a tornado. And we just got to hope it doesn't. That's the main thing here. looks like Diversion Canal Road. So it looks like this rotation's now heading towards that area. And the Big Ridge Road area is here in Louisiana. It's also officially cross jurisdiction. So now there's a new National Weather Service office that now has to issue the new warning. And I believe that's Jackson. I believe that's Jackson, Mississippi that actually issues the warning. Have I ever covered a tornado emergency before? Yes, multiple. I've covered a lot of tornado emergencies on this channel. And there's the new tornado warning, speaking of which. It's the extension.
Tornado warning for southeastern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana.
So interestingly enough, of course, there's the new tornado warning for out in front of the cell. And this is for La Salle Parish in Louisiana. This is in Shreveport's jurisdiction now. And so this next parish over here in Catahoula, that actually is Jackson's jurisdiction. So 3 different National Weather Service offices, if this storm continues to maintain strength, will actually have to issue tornado warnings on the cell. So here you go. Here you go, here you go, here you go.
Would like to identify something a little funny about this, and that is the fact that 3D imagery really wants to indicate a wall cloud. Really wants to indicate a wall cloud with this.
The cell that's in...
Especially if you look at base velocity and spectrum width on 3D.
On the Morton
really
cell or the cell here in DeVille?
On the tornado-warned cell.
Yeah. There is quite a bit of turbulence now that is fired off across that area.
Then it moves as you circle it.
Yeah, then it moves as I circle it. So that sounds about right.
Welcome to the Nate Snyder YouTube channel.
For real, that's my luck every single time. It just moves automatically. But yeah, it's really really something to make a note of. And let's actually take a 3D of this cell. Let's take a 3D of this storm. See what's happening with this. And yeah, there would be your said wall cloud, let alone inflow notch right within there. It's very hard to tell because the inflow notch is not super huge. This is a small thunderstorm. This is a small thunderstorm, but even small thunderstorms can produce tornadoes. Right within there, there's where the wall cloud more than likely would be. So 3D does verify that. It does indeed do so, and we do still have a tornado warning because of it. We're probably going to see another tornado warning here pretty soon, if this does continue on its current pace and trajectory. So we're just going to have to watch out for this very closely.
Oof. Nate, take a 3D of this, and particularly look at spectrum width if you have that organized.
What?
On this thing.
What thing?
Take a 3D of the DeVille cell and look at spectrum width on 3D if you have that sorted out.
On 3D. Oh. Yeah. There is a little bit of an indication that there is definitely some organized tornadic activity right here, according to 3D. There is definitely something there. Organized turbulence that extends well above 10,000 feet too. So up above the ground, well up over 2 miles more or less. So my goodness, I mean, this is definitely quite the storm here. Let's take a look at the normalized rotation just to see. Yep, there's the There's a rotation right within there. You can see that extends about 10,000 feet up in the sky too. So we do have some activity. We do indeed have it. As we get further and further away from the radar, the rotation is going to appear to be a bit weaker and weaker. So that's going to be something to consider as well. Do not rule this storm out, though. Do not rule this storm out, though. You could potentially get, still have the same strength, I should say. Excuse me. With this storm as it moves on through. The reason why I say that is because this storm is relatively small. It's a mini supercell. And so because it doesn't really extend super high up in the sky, it's not really going to catch all that stuff that's relatively high up in the sky. Because there isn't really too much to catch. So that's the reason why, you know, the further and further we go away from the radar, the weaker and weaker this is more than likely going to get. But still something to consider as this moves about. We're going to watch this very closely. And we should probably watch the other cell over here. That is to the north and west of Notches. Notches actually has a sky camera over here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there it is. Can't remember where this is looking off towards. But yeah, it does actually have a sky camera over there, so we could look at it hypothetically. But nothing really too much right now. Nothing really too much, so there isn't really much to say. Can you check the cell in between Pulaski and Fayetteville, Tennessee? I sure can. Let's check up there with the Huntsville radar. So yeah, Fayetteville is currently in a severe thunderstorm warning. Pulaski is not. So the further east you are, the closer you are towards the severe thunderstorm. This is more than likely going to create some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe some small hail with this as well. Not really too heavy. But this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour, until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over there, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Timms Ford Lake, Howell, Hurdlow, Mimosa, Smithland, Coldwater, Blanche, and Kelso, guys should probably be indoors into some form of sturdy structure. That'd be my recommendation if you guys were in there. Just join. What state are we looking at? So I just moved over to this cell that's severe warned over here in Tennessee. But we do have a tornado warning that is over in Louisiana. That is north and east of Alexandria, Louisiana, which is in portions of central Louisiana. And specifically, this is for LaSalle Parish, which is just to the south of Jena and Whitehall. And this is also going to eventually head off towards the Catahoula areas, the Catahoula Parish area in Louisiana too. So if you know anyone who lives over there, specifically in Walters, Archie, areas south of US Highway 84 towards Jonesboro, not Jonesboro, Jonesville. I tried to say Jonesville, and then halfway through I said Jonesboro, because I was thinking about something similar to this that happened in Jonesboro. In Jonesville, you guys probably should get into a sturdy structure of some sort, if you guys could. Can I look at the cell in Monroe County, Mississippi? Yes, I can. Let's see if I can find where that is. Monroe County, Mississippi. That is near the Aberdeen and Amory area. So it's that big cell that is severe warned up there. And yeah, so this is a really interesting cell for the most part. The big thing here that's relatively consistent is that it's very close to the radar, too close to the radar almost to be able to determine as to what specifically is happening. I know that's, it doesn't sound like that's how that works, but it is. You got a lot of rain and wind that is very close to the radar, so it's a lot more pixelated than not. It's very finely pixelated, so it's not really giving us a whole lot to work with, but it does seem to be more of a strong damaging wind threat. If we backtrack here a couple of frames, we actually can see how this is more of a strong damaging wind threat than it is a tornado threat. And we can't even tell what the maximum expected hail size is within some of these spots either. So not really too much to say here with the storm, besides it is producing some strong damaging winds. It is producing some quarter-sized hail as well. Yeah, this tornado warning is in a thunderstorm risk, which is pretty funny. Still has some decent rotation, but it looks like the storm is kind of dying. So that is the good news with that. Let's go over to our satellite imagery here. And let's see what's happening from above. And from what I can tell, the cell that is due east of Jackson is probably the one to watch the most out of all these cells. And the reason why I say that is because the cell that is off near Columbus Air Force Base, that hasn't really rooted into the atmosphere. It's very much so still a damaging wind threat. And because of that, until it actually roots in the atmosphere and becomes a lot more of a tornado producer and starts to kind of veer off, so you kind of see how these storms right here are moving this way. This storm is moving that way. So until it curls off and moves like this, it's not going to be a tornado threat. You even have this cell up here that's doing the same thing as these other cells down here. So it's something, to look at when you're looking at satellite imagery and noticing. So what could potentially be happening with that? What do I think about the cell that's near Dunbarton, Louisiana? Let me check at that real quickly. Dunbarton, Louisiana. Why does it smell like popcorn in this house, and why do I want to eat it?
I think you're imagining things.
The cell near Dunbarton. Okay, so this is the Supercell that's out in front of this. Yeah, definitely has something there. Not really looking too tornadic. We are pretty far away from the radar in regards to proximity as to how high we are looking up from the ground here. We're looking up about 6,500 feet. And sure, in some instances that could be fine for trying to find where rotation is, but if we're trying to figure out what's happening with surface-based supercells, it's not exactly the ideal situation that you want to be in. So we are in kind of a bit of a dead zone. And the nearest radars here to try and figure out as to what's happening in this general area is Jackson and in Fort Polk. And you can see we're kind of right in the middle of it. So there you go. It's kind of doing a thing for the most part. But it's not really doing an abundance of stuff. It's kind of just, it's all over the place. It's not really super organized at the moment, but I will acknowledge that it does have the potential to produce something a little bit later on. I'm gonna take a bite of my burger here real quickly. Can I lift my camera off a bit? Something like that. Whenever I lean over to the side, I typically go off the side of the screen. So it's just like, you know, it's pretty weird. But yeah, when I was down here eating, so that's kind of the explanation there. Check the cell heading towards Jonesboro, Louisiana. Starting to get very hot and humid outside. Jonesboro, Louisiana is where? Jonesboro, Louisiana is well off towards the north and west of the stuff that we're looking at right now. And it's south of I-20, south and west of Monroe and Ruston. So these cells over here. So there's Jonesboro. And right here is where the actual showers and thunderstorms are. Over and towards Natchitoches Parish, specifically in Natchitoches, the town and or city. And that's going to be heading off towards the Dodson and the Winfield areas, as well as Goldona general areas. Not really expecting that to be super significant, to be completely honest with you. I didn't really see a whole lot on satellite. We do have a surface rotation that is developing with this storm, though. Maybe a little bit of rotation that is developing here. These are surface-based supercells that are forming here across the board. They are relatively close to the ground, so of course the further and further away from the radar we are, the more difficult it is going to be able to see it, because we're going to be looking higher and higher up in the sky. So, not really too much there with that, but yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation over there, heading off towards the St. Maurice area. So we'll watch out for that. What does Huntsville look like? As of right now, you guys are looking pretty clear, but you guys will probably get some showers and thunderstorms here relatively soon. Speaking of showers and thunderstorms, this might be the first time we use our Skycam over here in Tuscumbia. You remember our legendary Sky camera here? Here we go. We're back to our legendary Sky camera.
Are you considering it legendary now? Is that how this works?
Yep, because we use this every single time there's a storm that moves on through, and it's very effective. Very effective for the most part. So let's go take a look. This is in Tuscumbia, Alabama. This is northwestern Alabama. And we're going to watch the storm pass on through. And while we're at it, we're going to say hi to chat. So hello. What's up, Clint? How do? If you guys can, please be sure to share this live stream with as many people as possible on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even friends and family, so that we can try and get this information out to more and more people. That would be greatly appreciated. And also, please be sure to like the live stream as well. We're at 495 likes so far. That's 495 people that are helping me spread this information to more and more people on YouTube. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the people who have done that so far. And yeah, it's quite the lightning across the board. Yeah, I know, a nader. It's the nader. Sup, letter H. Sup, Michael. Sup, Jasmine. Unfortunate, Simba. Those always kind of sucked when I was younger. Losing the tooth.
What about losing a tooth?
How it was painful at the time, but then afterwards it's just, fine. Can I wipe the Sky camera off, please? Yeah, here, give me a second. I tried my best. It's not really working all too well.
Your arm isn't long enough to reach it.
Yeah.
Disappoint.
If I had like a drone with like a little paintbrush at the end of it and started, brushing the Sky camera, it probably would work.
Attach a washcloth to your drone and send it down there and wipe it off and bring it back.
Yep.
Yes.
That sounds about right. Battleship, what's up? Sky camera's a bit laggy. Yeah, it is. Any confirmed danger noodles today? Nope. Not so far. But it is relatively interesting to see as to whether or not this could potentially try and form something here. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you, Dom. Really do appreciate it. Plug the Patreon. Don't have a Patreon, actually. That's a funny thing. Instead, I have YouTube memberships. All right. So if you go over here, go down to the join buttons, $5 a month, similar to what Patreon does. By the way, if we refresh the page here, you'll actually see that now we're officially 26.2. So 26.2K subscribers, which is amazing. All right. Honestly, amazing. If I look at our actual analytics, we're at 26,226 subscribers. So you guys are amazing, and I really do appreciate that. But yeah, if you want to become a channel member, click the join button. It's the best way to support my channel. $5 a month. You know, that $5 does add up over time. So that's the reason why it's the best way to support the channel. And you guys get exclusive perks. You get shout out and stuff like that. You see people's names over there. You see people's names over there and stuff like that. So if you want to be a sponsor of the channel, feel free to do so. But otherwise, you know, I'm okay with you guys watching the channel and stuff like that. Helping out by liking the live stream and stuff. So I really do appreciate that.
What the heck? Nathan.
Yeah.
Look at Caledonia, south of the Columbus radar site. There's 2 storms about to merge. And then that actually might be something to watch. I like how the temperature's 0 at that Skycam site.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, the Caledonia cell here.
There are 2 impressive storms. Goodness.
Yeah, 2 right next to each other. Strong damaging winds too. That one actually, yeah, you might have found an elf within that cell. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. There's a really good updraft with it too.
Yeah, this one might be a tornadic one. Might be a tornadic cell forming near Caledonia, and that'll surge off towards portions of Vernon, Sulligent, Alabama. So we'll watch out for that. We'll watch out for that storm. Just saw this picture here from Brett Adair. Really interesting picture, actually. You can see here. He took a picture of this. This was in Monroe County, Mississippi. That's interesting. He like put in a bunch of numbers. Like what? Definitely not 7,625. This is probably at 7 or 625, I should say. Southwest of Aberdeen, and you can see there's definitely some stuff over there. But I don't see anything super tornadic. That's the one thing that I see. I see a lot of very heavy rain, very heavy downdraft characteristics that are surging with this. So nothing really too tornadic. But he does report that there were a couple of power flashes at the time during this as well. So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind with that as this moves on through. New convective outlook here for these storms. New convective outlook. And still a relatively large 5% chance for tornadoes. Still a relatively large 5% chance for tornadoes. So that's pretty consistent. Let's take the radar off, and yeah. relatively large 5% chance for tornadoes over here.
Nate,
Yep.
north of Meridian, something might. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I really can't tell beyond something might.
Oh, yeah.
That cell's been kind of going for a while now. It just hasn't really gotten its act together.
That was the cell
So we
that
have
was near Pulaski before.
Yeah,
the
so we have a
Polkville.
number of cells that are trying, but none actually are.
Yeah. There's 2 cells, though, like right next to each other, though, in central Mississippi that have a bit of rotation, whether it's in the mid levels or lower levels. So, yeah, there still is something there.
Someone in chat said precursor for Northeast tornado season, Nate and Morgan. I'm going to put a day out and mark it in whatever form you want. May 23rd. That is the day.
Yeah,
That will
there
be
you
the
go.
day.
May 23rd. That's classic. He's shooting from the hip, by the way, if you couldn't tell. But
Mm-hmm. So yeah, folks, mark that down. That is the day in the Northeast that will do the funny, at least the first day.
there it is.
New tornado warning.
Oh, really? Which cell?
It's in northern Mississippi. It's north of Tupelo.
What?
It's by Holly Springs. What is this?
Holly Spring.
Oh goodness.
In Alabama?
It's the no Mississippi. It's the QLCS.
Oh, it's the
West
the,
of Boonville.
Tornado
Yeah, the
West
Ripley
of
cell.
Boonville, directly.
Tippah
Yeah.
County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Benton County in northeastern Mississippi,
Yeah.
western Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi.
So I know we were screaming over the robot when it was talking and stuff like that. But this is Tippah County, Benton County, and Alcorn County here in northern Mississippi. There is a tornado warning now in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This does indeed have quite a bit of rotation here. Quite a bit of rotation now. You can see
the cell north of it too.
Yeah, wow. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Over here, just to the north of Blue Mountain, just due west of Ripley, moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're over here near Faulkner, Ripley, Tiplersville, if you can actually go ahead and start getting timings out for that, Morgan.
Yeah. Use Memphis's radar. It's closer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. There's Memphis's radar. Yeah, this is a better way of looking at it. You can see greens moving towards, reds moving away. Very bright reds, actually, right in the middle right there. So there is definitely some activity localized right within this area. 100%. And we do have a couple other areas of rotation further along the line, too. We have one near Walnut, one near Faulkner. But the main one to watch here, for the most part, is this one due west of Ripley. And that's the reason why there is a tornado warning. You can see on the reflectivity, the hook is wrapping around, the inflow notch coming in unimpeded. A lot of warm, moist air that is being channeled right into that area. And so where that cold rain air gets wrapped around and that warm, moist air comes in to converge around that area, that is where the tornadic rotation would exist and maybe even a potential for a tornado. So that's the reason why we are telling people near Ripley, Faulkner, Tiplerville, and even further along towards State Highway 2 and State Highway 15 for you guys to go ahead and get into your safe spaces.
So let's get some timings out for you guys, because there are a few areas that are going to be impacted by this, as this is a very fast-moving storm up to the north and east. So Wittentown is being impacted right about at the time you're going to be receiving this transmission. This storm is moving right over you guys as we speak. Faulkner is going to be impacted in about 10 minutes. That's right along the state route that's north of Ripley. Excuse me, I'm finding it. State Route 15, north of Ripley. This is going to be impacting Collinstown in about 25 minutes. That's a little bit further down the line. Crumtown in the same amount of time. Hightown and Lone Pine in about 30 minutes, as well as Theo and Kossuth. Allentown, Gift, and Biggersville in about 35 minutes. Chihuahua, Wenasoga, Searcytown, and Jobs in about 40 minutes. So that's towards the eastern side of this warning box as this pushes off, paralleling State Route 2 as it pushes off towards Kossuth and eventually moves north of Ripley. So you guys need to be very aware of that. If you're in this general area, even in the tornado warning polygon at all, if you can easily identify your location, you need to be taking to your safe spaces.
So once again, this is in northern Mississippi, right along the border of Mississippi and Tennessee, actually, or almost up to that point. And, you know, as Morgan said, this is basically going to be paralleling the State Highway 2 general vicinity as it progresses off towards the north and east. So this is something that we're going to want to continue to watch out for as time continues to progress. Once again, taking a look at the reflectivity, you can see the classic hooking signature right within here, all that rain being wrapped around into the rear flank downdraft, as well as the warm moist air being channeled right in that little inflow notch, this basically this little crevice, so that way whenever the warm moist air gets sucked in and the cool rained air gets pulled in as well, that intersection, that convergence between the two, that is where you get the rotation and your tornadic winds. So that's kind of the reason why the tornado warning has been issued across some of these areas.
Oh.
This is right outside of the tornado watch too. That's really interesting.
Okay, never mind. Actually, no, it's a few frames behind. My GR2 is lagging out a little bit. I'm trying to figure out... Yeah, the Meridian cell's getting a little bit more defined, as well as the cell back towards Forest that was severe warned and then eventually got canceled. Stuff may be starting to take it up a notch or two here.
Watch out. Cell near Florence and Tuscumbia. I gotta see Sky Camera, because there actually is a Sky Camera that is near the Vista Shores area. I want to see
Florence and Tuscumbia.
That's northwestern Alabama.
Oh, the severe thunderstorm warning?
Yeah, that does have a little bit of rotation on the southwestern flank.
Does. Only a bit, though. Not the most to be concerned about.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait.
At this current moment.
We're going to have to wait until we get a little bit closer.
Plus, we're looking up 6,000 feet. As we're looking up 6,000 feet in the sky, too. So.
Yeah. But yeah, storms are starting to increase, not only in coverage, but in intensity, too. And that's kind of the concern here for the most part from both Morgan and I, is that, you know, if this does continue, you know, on this trend, we could be seeing more than just one tornado warning here as this progresses on forward. Corinth, by the way, you know, we have a couple people who lived in Corinth. You guys need to watch out. There's a lot of people who live over here. All right, it's no scrub town here in northern Mississippi. So if you know anyone who lives over there, new tornado warning. Oh, it's the cell of Florence, Tuscumbia.
Tornado warning for southeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Limestone County in north central Alabama, east central Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
That's a lot of counties that just came across here.
Pretty large warning. Meridian's also about to get warned if the weather office down there knows any better.
Yeah.
It's really starting to take it up a few notches, and 3D is proving that as well. So, yeah, go.
Yeah, this is ramping up quite a lot here, guys. Once again, we have a new tornado warning here. This is for Lauderdale, Limestone, Colbert, and Lawrence counties here in north central Alabama. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is moving off towards the east at 50 miles per hour. So if you guys live over here near Muscle Shoals, near Rogersville, as well as areas near State Highway 101, State Highway 184, and US Highway 74, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here it is. I'm trying to show you guys a good perspective as to what this rotation actually is looking like here for the most part. And it goes like this here. You have reds that are moving away from the radar. You have greens that are moving towards the radar. This general counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation actually exists. It is a little bit further off towards the north of Layton and just to the south of Killeen or Killen. And it's basically paralleling, all right? If you were to draw a line here along State Highway 184, that's where it's at right now, guys. All right, it's basically going to go along that road all the way to 101, and then eventually, as it continues to move on further and further towards the east, towards areas along, I believe this is the Tennessee River near Wilson Lake, and it is the Tennessee River. So it's going to be heading off towards the Tennessee River, and eventually it's going to cross over into the general vicinity of Athens. So even after this, even after it passes through Rogersville and Athens, this is going to be heading off in towards your general vicinity here relatively soon. So we got to continue to watch out for that. And we do have
timings when you're ready.
Yeah, we do have a sky camera that's looking off into that general vicinity as well. So we're gonna look at that sky camera here in a bit. But this is yeah, very concerning situation. And go Morgan with your timings here.
So with the obvious areas that are being impacted right now by the significant thunderstorm, including Muscle Shoals, Rogersville, and obviously the United States Route 72 corridor. Listen for your town name here. Between 5 minutes from now, Nitrate City, Virginia Shores, Underwood Crossroads, and Ford City. Again, this is within 5 minutes from now. Between 5 and 10 minutes from now, you're going to have Foster's Mill, Lennon Hill, Block 3, and Fisherman's Resort. Between 10 and 15 minutes, Wheeler Dam Village, Red Bank, Freeman Acres, and Thorntontown. Between 15 and 20 minutes, you're going to have Ferry Shores, Robertson Beach, Rogersville, Dells Vista Shores, Poplar Springs Branch, and Oliver. Between 20 and 25 minutes from now, you're only going to have the area of Coxey. Between 25 and 30 minutes from now, Poplar Creek, Poplar Point, Lentzville, Cairo, Paradise Shores, Ripley, and Lawngate. Between 30 and 35 minutes, Shanghai, Lawson, Gipsy, Cartwright, Persimmon Grove, Reed, O'Neill, and Spencer Shore. All of these areas are in or right next to the tornado warning in some extent. If you guys live or live near any of the names, any of the town names that I just mentioned, you should be in your safe space now. Again, like Nate said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, like a bathroom or closet without any windows.
And we were mentioning before the stream here, Morgan, all right, maybe we didn't take it all too seriously when we said it, but, we were looking at the models earlier, and we were talking about how the potential for a supercell is decently high according to the models to move through Florence and Tuscumbia, did we not? And
yeah,
that was, and here we are, a little bit later on in the evening, and we got that supercell here that is producing some rotation within the storm. So we're going to have to continue to, monitor this cell very closely, but that just goes to show you, models did a decent job with this so far in regards to what's happening on the northern end of the risk. However, on the southern end of the risk, not as much. It's actually, on the contrary, didn't really do as well as, say, some other models here. But I'm trying to see what this sky camera here is saying. Not really saying all too much, to be completely honest with you. There's a lightning strike that just occurred. It lit up the sky, and I can't really see a whole lot outside of it. So we'll come back to this here in a second when the storm gets a little bit closer towards the actual sky camera. But what we do want to do here is we're going to want to also pivot to the other tornado warning here. We don't want to forget about this other tornado warning here. That's back off towards the northern portions of Mississippi. This is near the Faulkner areas, north and east of Ripley. And there is a little bit of rotation with it still. It's not as strong as it once was, which is, of course, the good news here. And it also does look like that there was not any sort of debris signature, so probably more than likely not a tornado that occurred here. And it actually looks like it has gusted out a little bit more. You can kind of see how it's kind of taken this little bit of a bowing characteristic, more or less, along this entire storm. And so with that being the case, you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind this. and it's making this a bit more of a linear threat instead of a tornado threat, which creates more of a counterclockwise spin to it. So that's some good news to hear for people, especially if they live towards the Corinth areas, the Kossuth areas, as well as areas along State Highway 2 in northern Mississippi, further east of Ripley. But on the other hand, it will create some strong damaging winds across your area. So it's definitely something to where if you live over there, highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure. But that's just the good news for the most part. You guys aren't getting as much of activity there. Why do the storms move from left to right and never right to left? It does sometimes move right to left. It just, well, it sometimes do move from right to left. It just honestly depends upon where it is in regards to where the low pressure is. And that gets into a lot of, specifics and stuff like that. But basically the way to determine it here is you have a low pressure system here and it spins counterclockwise just like this. And so because the wind shear here on the southeastern side of the low pressure system is moving from the southwest to the north and east, that is the storm motion of these storms. They move from the south and west to the north and east, or even from west to east in some instances. So that's the reason why it's so common to have storms that are supercellular to move from left to right. Going back
wind threats are more associated with those that move directly west to east.
Yeah.
Because those are usually direct cold front events.
Unless if you have a full, rooting supercell, then you have just a classic right mover. Which this actually, now that I think about it, now that I look at this cell here for this Florence cell, it actually, even though it's moving very much so off towards the north and east, you can see it inch more and more. This is very close to it being a right moving supercell and it moving from left to right as well. But on the other hand, it is moving towards the Rogersville area. So if you live in Rogersville in Alabama, all right, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you guys could, please share this live stream by copying the link and putting it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that people who may not have cable can access this live stream if they happen to stumble upon it. And by liking the live stream as well, by hitting that like button, hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. For people who are new to the live stream, this is an ongoing tornado warning that is currently in effect for the following counties: Lauderdale, Limestone, Colbert, and Lawrence counties in north central Alabama. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the actual rotation is currently situated just to the south and east of Killeen or Killeen, as well as just to the south and west of Rogersville. The reflectivity actually tells us where the actual rotation actually is present. You can see it has a little bit of a hooking characteristic, kind of like that. Inflow surging in just like this. A little bit of a skinny inflow notch, though, all right? That's the one thing that I am noticing. If that is the case, then this is going to be more than likely a bit of a rain-wrapped supercell here. A little bit of a hook echo, kind of like that. And that might be a little bit of a bounded weak echo region there. No, actually, it's a little bit more of a gusting characteristic there. So that actually is kind of irrelevant here. This portion where I'm drawing over, that's a bit irrelevant. So this right here, this little bowing characteristic, just like this, has a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind this. And because that is the case, this is more of a damaging wind threat than a tornado threat, but you could get a little bit of a spin up on the northern side of that risk, and that is the reason why we're going to want to continue to watch that very, very closely. Let's take a look at our sky camera here from Radar Omega. And Morgan, if you want to take a look at that yourself, you can. But I just saw a lightning flash here, and this is showing quite a lowering here in some of these areas. Very much so a pretty pronounced lowering. And we're going to continue to watch out for this, see if we can find anything specific here. But there is...
This camera's where again?
This is along the Tennessee River, just due east of Florence. Ooh, so yeah, maybe a wall cloud over there. You see a bit of a lowering right within this area here. Maybe a wall cloud on that right-hand side. It is hail. It is hail that you were looking at earlier. What programs do you use and what's the price? GR2, oh wow, look at that lightning strike. GR2 Analyst is, in my opinion, the best radar product out there. It's $250 after a, 21-day free trial. Not a reoccurring purchase, so it's just a one-time purchase there. But yeah, that cell right there, I mean, I can tell that there's a little bit of a wall cloud right within there, and then a bit of a, not exactly a shelf cloud, but a bit of a horseshoe that is kind of developing. So you have your bit of an overlapping characteristic on one side there, and then an overlapping characteristic on this side, bit of a whirlpooling there. So we do have something on that right-hand side there that we can see from the sky camera. And the actual rotation is pretty strong for the most part. Ooh, big lightning strike there too. Let's take a look back at the radar. We're going to come back to the sky camera here in a second. Once again, we have 2 tornado warnings, both in the northern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. We'll take a look again at the cell that is in the northern portions of Alabama here first. Rotation here does not look as significant as it once was. So that is the good news there. That is very much so the good news. But it also looks like it is starting to kind of recycle a little bit. So maybe a new area of rotation developing here that's heading off towards the Corinth areas. You can see the rotation here. Gray's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle of this counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it's getting very close to approaching the Corinth areas. And Corinth is not a scrub town and or city over here in northern Mississippi. So if you know anyone who lives over near Corinth, you need to tell them to go ahead and go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions right now. All right. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Especially if this produces a tornado, you're going to want to put as many walls between yourself and that as well. So the timings here, for the most part, I don't have as big of a widespread of timings as Morgan does, although I could pull it up here in a bit. In 15 minutes, it's going to approach Corinth. In 15 minutes, it's going to approach Corinth. So that's how much time you guys have to actually get into your safe space, because the cell will literally be right on top of you by the time it's 15 minutes from now. Kossuth area, even prior to that. All right, within the next 5 minutes, it's going to be right over you guys, and you just need to go ahead and get there. You need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you can. Ooh, big lightning strike that we just caught off with that cell near Vista Shores. Yeah, there's definitely some supercell over here, some wall cloud off to the right-hand side over there. So very much so something to watch, especially on the approach of this. I want to see if I can get another lightning strike to see what exactly is happening here. But yeah, this is a very classic supercell. Very classic supercell. That is, ooh, nice lightning strike, but it's not exactly where I wanted it. There it is. Big wall cloud there. Very big wall cloud. About right there, actually, is where the wall cloud actually is at. And right within that wall cloud, somewhere, is where you could potentially get a spin up the actual rotation. So there is definitely something. Definitely something that's trying to stir up here. We'll come back to that here in a second. Come back to that in a second. I want to go back over to the Huntsville, Alabama radar here. And let's take a look at the reflectivity here. You can see the hook right within here, the rain that's being wrapped around. And this is the rear flank downdraft here that's surging all this rain cooled air and jutting it out. You also have your warm, moist air that's being channeled right into the inflow notch, which is basically where there isn't any rain. So when you have warm, moist air that's being funneled in, when you have cool, rain-cooled air that's being wrapped around, right where the convergence is where you could potentially see your tornado. And that is something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for as this continues to move about. Doesn't seem to be all super significant with our rotation at this time, which is the good news. I do think it is trying to recycle, though. I do think it is trying to recycle right on the edge of that hook. So you see how the hook kind of wraps around and then it juts out kind of like this? Right there at that jut, right about here, is where the developing rotation actually is at. And that's what I would watch out for something to be tornadic. That's where I would watch out for something to be tornadic. So something that we're going to have to watch out for very, very closely. But regardless, we said Rogersville and US Highway 72, you guys need to watch out for something potentially tornadic right within there. And it's right over you guys right now, so I'm hoping you guys are taking your proper precautions if you guys haven't already. I'm going to move this radar over here to the Rogersville area. I'm going to take timings myself here just to show here. This storm is what, moving east at 50, correct?
50, yeah.
So it's moving east at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to calculate that. And Rogersville, I mean, it's going to impact you right now, so you should be in your safe space if you're not already. Poplar Springs Branch, 5 minutes. Oliver in 5 minutes. Coxie in 10 minutes. Lentzville in 13 minutes. And then the Cairo area within 13 minutes as well. Shanghai in 17. Cartwright in 18. Persimmon Grove in about 10 or 20 minutes, I should say, as well as O'Neill and Cross Key. And then Alabama Fork, Bonnie Dome, Hayes Mill, and Athens in 25 minutes. About 32,000 people that live within this area here. So you guys really need to watch out for the system as this continues to move on through, especially with how many people live in the path of this actual tornadic rotation. So to repeat, we do have a tornado warning currently for portions of northern Alabama. And now let's go back to that Skycam right here as the wall cloud is now getting very close to the actual sky camera here. So let's go back to it. Let's see what's happening here. See what we got. And if we can get a lightning strike here at the base of the storm, we can probably determine as to what exactly is happening here. Oh, we're getting a lot of lightning on the left-hand side. But we're not getting a whole lot of camera on the base of the system. And right now, it's kind of just, doing its own thing. So we're going to put that right there for now.
Nate, you want to laugh?
Sure.
Brad Arnold is rampantly chasing the cell that's north of Meridian, and he's doing almost whatever to get to it. He's on the middle of nowhere between 39 and 19. Jeez. Between Daleville and Collinsville. Yeah, it's kind of funny watching his spotter tag.
Speaking of those cells, yeah, they're still kind of doing things, but it's just not really doing all too much.
They're just not organized.
Yeah. A little bit too far south. There's a couple cells near Vicksburg that could potentially be worth watching later on. And then Greenwood, Mississippi, further north of Jackson, north of Yazoo City. Could potentially be cells to watch. As this continues to progress on forward. Looking at Columbus Air Force Base to see if there's any other storms that are out and about here. It looks like the tornado warning for northern Mississippi has been canceled, so that's good news. These other cells here, however, There's a little mini supercell that's near Caledonia, so that's something to watch if that continues to intensify further and further. But the main cell to watch here at this time is over here near Rogersville. This is definitely starting to mature more and more. And as this gets closer and closer to Athens, we do actually have another camera here, another camera there to watch as it approaches and gets closer and closer, of course. So once again, please be sure to let people know if you're out in front of these areas. Once again, I'll do timings for you all again. And this is moving off at 50 miles per hour. So if you're in any of these areas here in northern Alabama, all right, Oliver, Coxey, Lentzville, Shanghai, Cartwright, Persimmon Grove, O'Neill, Cross Key, Alabama Fork, Hayes Mill, Athens, Bonneville, Piney Chapel, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And if they don't believe you, please copy this link of the live stream and share it with them. I will gladly show them what is currently ongoing in their area, and I will try and get the information out to them that this stuff is happening.
A couple flash flood warnings just got issued for the areas north of Florence and Huntsville.
Yeah.
Been getting trailed by this QLCS segment for over an hour now.
Man, oh man. Let's go back to GR2.
Holy inflow.
Yeah, there's definitely something new that's trying to form on that southern side. It is definitely trying to recycle.
Let me see if I can get anything out of 3D on this.
Probably won't be able to.
Something. There's a clear inflow notch. There's a clear area of... There's definitely a mesocyclone, too. I can just tell by looking at it.
Yeah.
And it also looks like...
Oof, big time hail.
Yeah, definitely, too. That's one thing to bear in mind as well.
This is the maximum expected hail size right here. You can see the greens indicate over an inch of hail possible within some of these areas, and they're just getting dumped. Maybe even golf ball sized hail at maximum. Jeez.
Yeah, a lot of hail in this storm, a lot of frozen substance, and it even looks like there may be some convergence on the southern end, so watch out for that, as that's going to go right into the general Huntsville vicinity.
Yeah, Athens first, too. Athens is a big place right there.
So a lot of big populace on tap.
Right.
To be impacted by this particular storm. So it's very important that y'all are staying tuned with us for the next foreseeable future.
Yep. Yeah, of course we're going to continue to, broadcast here all the way up until the event is more than likely over. So if you guys would continue...
Shouldn't be all too late, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Tornado warning.
Yeah. Where? Oh, it's extension.
Tornado warning for northern Limestone County in north-central Alabama.
So it does include the Athens area, amongst other places, and it is on a track towards Huntsville. So, folks in around Athens, this is going to be perpendicular to I-65 as this pushes through Athens and Thatch, as well as parallel to United States Route 72 going into Huntsville, as well as the areas of Normal, Chase, Harvest, and Moore's Mill. So, again, if you guys are in Athens or Thatch, amongst other places, you need to be in your safe spaces now, because in addition to the threat of a tornado, there's also hail up to 2 inches in diameter. The tornado warning only notes quarter-sized hail, but the radar seems to be thinking otherwise. And we can see that there's a lot of frozen substance in the storm as well.
Yeah.
So it's very important that you guys are taking to your safe space, not only for the tornado and possible wind damage, but also because of the large chunks of ice that are going to be falling out of the sky shortly in your general area.
Yeah, right there. If we take a look at the correlation coefficient, which just basically depicts as to what's rain and what is not, the red is rain.
There's a lot of not.
There's a lot of not. There's a lot of not.
There's a not a lot.
There's a not a lot. There's not a lot. There is a lot of not. So, if you get my my drift there, you can see all the greens, you can see a lot of the blues, a lot of the yellows and oranges. That indicates frozen substance right there. That's big time hail that's falling across the board in these areas. And yeah, we have some very large hail that is spawning from this big time supercell. So Elkmont, Thatch, Athens, areas along the Elkmont Road, the Buck Island Road, as well as the US Highway 72 general vicinity in northern Alabama. You guys are under a tornado warning, all right? This is, once again, Limestone County. This will be in effect until the top of the hour, until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is going to be surging on through your general vicinity here. I want to see what the sky camera is now saying here from Athens. I have no clue where this is looking towards. I think it's looking towards the actual supercell, so we might be able to see something here from Athens, Alabama. And of course, as we get closer and closer, we'll be able to see for certain.
Someone's asking in chat, what level of warning sets off tornado sirens? Warning, tornado emergency, something else. Any kind of tornado warning will set off sirens. Any kind of tornado warning that has been issued. Even sometimes I've seen severe thunderstorm warnings set off sirens.
Yes.
But most of the time it's tornado warnings, just base tornado warnings that'll set off sirens. And obviously not all the time do you start at a base tornado warning. Sometimes it's reported, or sometimes it's even an emergency extension. But most of the time, if it's a base tornado warning, that will be enough to set off sirens.
Right. Let's go back to Huntsville with GR2.
Having a hard time figuring out what the storm is trying to do with its updraft.
Right now, here, let's do us all a favor real quickly. All right, let's take a slice through the actual storm, see what's happening in the upper portions of the atmosphere with this storm. Let's actually see for ourselves. This is from what appears to be 9 minutes ago. All right, so this gives us an idea of what's happening 9 minutes ago. And I know for some people, that, you might be like, well, why would we want to know what's happening 9 minutes ago? This gives us a general idea as to what could be happening right now, first off, because it's, storms don't really deviate that quickly when you're at this stage of a supercell. Supercell meaning significant thunderstorm. So we're going to want to take a look at it, and we're going to want to take a look at the upper portions of it too. And you can see our updraft right here.
Substance.
You can see our updraft here. So basically we have our rain and all sorts of, maybe even little bits of hail that's being pulled up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. It's being flung into this massive batch of dark reds and pink up within here, which is, when you're up this high in the atmosphere, I mean, you can see 10,000 feet, this line right here that extends all the way across. It's below freezing. It's below freezing. And that's when rain starts to turn into hail. And you can see up here, look at that. You got a lot of yellows and some blues indicating some large hail that is up into the upper portions of this storm. And so when we talk about big time hail, I mean, this is a good example of it. Very good example of it and how the storm is creating that hail. Of course, the ZDR here, which is showing our updraft characteristic as it rises up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. You see a lot of reds over here. This is just a rising air current. Okay, this is the forward flank downdraft, so don't pay attention to that too much. Pay attention to this right here. You notice how this expands similar to what the reflectivity did earlier, and boom, this is our main updraft here, which is just sucking up everything. So just the general description of how a supercell works for the most part is, we talked about the inflow seeping in. You have a lot of moisture being sucked in right within here. And then the rain that's being wrapped around behind it, our rear flank downdraft. Once they all consolidate, they all get picked up by the updraft and get pulled up into the sky. And that's very similar to how a tornado works too, to where a tornado rises up in the sky. If you've ever seen those tornado videos, they spin upwards. And so that's kind of how a supercell works in general, a very broad way of doing this. And yeah, this is a good example of some very significant amounts of hail that is falling within some of these areas. Man, oh man. On top of the tornado risk. Go for it.
I see a super chat that you got for $5 from Michael Dobbs. I live in the Monrovia area, south of Harvest, Alabama. I have no underground shelter. Should I wait this out? The storm is heading right towards you. I really wouldn't take a chance. If you don't have an underground shelter, I would try and find some underground shelter, or at least some sturdy above ground shelter, like a concrete shelter.
Yeah, and otherwise, if you can't do so and you find a sturdy structure, like an actual sturdy building, a mobile home does not count. All right, let's get that out of the way here real quickly. A mobile home does not count as a sturdy structure, okay? If you find a sturdy structure that has well-constructed walls, like an actual house or an actual, building that, is like a Walmart or something like that, okay? Go into the lowest innermost portion of that building, whether it's a bathroom or a closet. Try and put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible if you can't find that underground structure, that underground shelter, okay? That's the best thing that we can say for the most part. But, regardless, the storm is heading off and towards your general area. It is rotating quite a lot. It has been very consistent across the board. And it's going to continue to be that way as this gets closer and closer to Athens. I want to go ahead and take a look at the camera that's over here. This is looking more than likely right into where the actual wall cloud is and the actual rotation is at. So we already talked about where this is at specifically. Once again, it is near the Oakland, Lentzville, Hickory Hills, and Shanghai areas right now. And it's going to continue to move off towards Alabama Highway 99. All right, so Alabama State Highway 99. Go back to the actual sky camera here. We'll go full screen to see if we can find anything. We're hoping that there is some sort of lightning strike in the background to try and help us out.
4W, it doesn't matter if this is a confirmed EF3 or not. You don't have to take to an underground shelter unless it's an EF3+. That's not how this works. Really, the idea of anything is a tornado, even with very minimal strength, can tear up just about any house that's not well built, and who really knows if your house is well built or not, unless you know the history of it.
And at the same token, you don't even know how strong the actual tornado is on the surface too, because radar looks well above the actual surface. So things could be stronger, things could be weaker at the surface. You don't know, and you can't take that risk. You really can't. So,
also, Nate, random note, there's almost a full-fledged supercell north of Columbus.
Yeah. While we're looking at this here real quickly, just to get this out of the way, Dennis Courier has become a member of the channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for becoming a sponsor. It's the best way to support the channel. I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Security guard with the 2, thank you so much. It says, greetings from the UK. Hello, hello. Thank you for watching from that faraway place across the pond. Stephanie Gentry with the 2 says, solid copy on your coverage. Most appreciated. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. And then Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I know it's a bit overdue, but we just have had so many tornado warnings here that we've been just kind of sticking with this. More than anything. So once again, this is quite the storm here. We'll go over it again with our presentation. You can see here on reflectivity, this rain being wrapped around here, the rear flank downdraft surging in behind this, kind of channeling all that rain. Warm, moist air being pulled into the inflow notch here. So where that convergence actually is at is where the tornadic rotation exists, and that just so happens to be right about there. And if we take a look at the velocity, switch over to it, well, you can see it right there. Reds are moving away from the radar, greens are moving towards. It is a little bit discombobulated, I will admit that. But there is still indeed a bit of rotation that is existing right within these areas. So you got to continue to watch out for these storms as this moves on through. Definitely could potentially produce a tornado. That is the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for these areas here. And this is, once again, for Limestone County until the top of the hour. And this is, a pretty consistent storm. I'll play the loop here and show you all what the storm has basically done over the past half an hour to 45 minutes. You can see here, it forms near Florence. and it starts to become severe warned, tornado warned, and then it continues to press all the way further and further east in towards the Athens area. So it's formed over here near Tuscumbia. It's moved all the way over towards the areas near Athens right now, and it's just going to continue to be that way as this continues to move about. It also looks like it has a little bit of contamination with how much hail is actually present in the storm. So that shows you how significant the storm actually is from the hail department. And it has 20.
May end up being diminishing eventually.
Yeah, more than likely. Let's see if we can find anything here with the sky camera now. Is it close enough? Is it close enough to where we can see what is exactly happening here? Is there a CC drop? Negative. Well, I mean, there is a correlation coefficient drop, but it's not based off of a tornadic debris signature. So yes and no. Yes and no. I think I saw something with the lightning over here on the right hand side. I thought I saw something somewhere over here.
It's not a good sign when Nate sees something. Oh.
We don't pay attention to this stuff over here, right? This stuff is not what we should be watching out for. All right, don't pay attention to that stuff. Over here on this side is where we should watch out for. And I don't really see all too much. So that's the good news. That is the good news. I want to pull up something here real quickly. Yeesh. Oh, that's kind of funny. I mean, it is, but it isn't. But, geesh. Michael Dobbs with the 5 says, "Do I have time to leave south? You live in Monrovia, south of Harvest, or are you overreacting?" Well, so Harvest.
He talked earlier. Harvest is right east of the tornado warning.
Yeah, so Harvest is right here, and he's south of Harvest near Monrovia. Monrovia, I should say, Monrovia.
Monrovia, just north of whatever United States, 72. It's just north of 72, in between 53 as well.
Okay. I think you might be in the you could be in the clear a little bit. But if you want to feel,
the storm is flanking though. So
it is, yeah, it is kind of curling off a little bit. I think you should be fine. In regards to your current position, if it makes you feel any better, you could move a little bit further south. You could definitely do that, and maybe head towards, 565. That's probably too far south of the system. But 72 is right on the border of where the actual rotation could potentially be. So we'll have to see with that. Someone said that WAFF has sky cameras. I actually don't know how to access them, so if someone could pass that along, that would be greatly appreciated. That would indeed be greatly appreciated. Chris Trizler with the 5 says, "Looking forward to your streams in spring this season. Props from Fort Worth. Nothing better than North Texas Supercells." Yeah, those are definitely hard to beat type Supercells right there. Those are as classic as you can get, and we'll be covering all of those here on the channel. So I'm happy that you plan to stay Happy you plan to stay tuned. I hope everyone else plans to stay tuned as well. But thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Means a lot. I still have that classic hook rotation there, but maybe a little bit more of a strong damaging wind threat here based off of how the hook is now representing a bit more of a bow echo type fashion. Let's see, can we see anything with the camera? No, it's now too far. Now it's too far south. So we wouldn't be able to see anything now. WAFF sky cameras. What state are we talking about? Just got here. This is northern Alabama, north and west of Huntsville. Oh, there it is. Dude, I wish I had these cameras sooner. Let's see. So Madison's down there. Space and Rocket Center. Don't know where that is. Memorial Parkway. Can't really tell what's going on there. Can't really see a whole lot either. The Athens camera keeps kind of buffering. Not sure if that's the same for other people.
Could just be your internet, because your internet's been having a day.
It is.
So.
I'm not afraid to admit that, but yeah, I don't really see a whole lot with that at the moment. Yeah, camera is kind of just going in and out. So it could just be my internet. It could not. But regardless, I mean, we still got, big time storm that's surging on through here still. It still is a bona fide supercell, creating a lot of hail here. Let's actually go ahead and take a slice through the cell here again. Space Rocket Center is Huntsville, Alabama on I-565. Anywhere specifically along 565? Because there's like a bunch of cameras that said was on 565. Is it like downtown Huntsville?
Nate?
Yes, sir.
I got a weird one for you. Look west of Decatur, south of the tornado warning, look west of Decatur along U-72A at Hillsboro. Look at velocities. I don't know what to make of that. You tell me. It's got just about zero structure.
The thing of it is, Chief, that is, that's clockwise.
Yeah. So.
That's anticyclonic.
And pretty strong to boot. Like.
If that.
What was that? 94 on top of 15?
If that forms a tornado.
You quit YouTube?
I'm not going to quit YouTube per se, but that's question worthy.
It had spectrum width to the tune of 28 knots.
It still does.
And if you look at storm relative,
it has 24 knots here. Yeah, this storm is moving. This is an anticyclonic rotation here. This is the complete opposite of what normal tornadoes in the United States does. Right here. All right, and just for emphasis here, reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. This is clockwise spin. Clockwise spin, anticyclonic. This is the opposite of what normal tornadoes do. So if this actually does form a tornado, clockwise spin, this is a rare feat right here. This is very rare. If that is the case. And the supercell, if you take a look at radar, it actually shows some decent spin in there too. This is quite rare if that's the case. If it actually is forming a tornado this way in this fashion. And yeah, ZDR, dude, it has some very gnarly ZDR here. I've been tracking severe weather on YouTube here for over 2.5 years. And I've been tracking weather, off of YouTube for a lot longer than that. I can't say I have tracked something with anticyclonic rotation to this extent ever.
3D is really doing this justice. It really wants to say it's going, but it just looks like it fizzed too. So,
yeah, I can't say
that was down, but at the same time, that was so strong for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, you could have had a brief tornado that occurred within that. It was very strong. There's no contamination in there. There's no contamination. So it definitely could have produced a tornado within that short time period in a clockwise fashion. As I said, that's very rare. Very rare for that to happen like that.
Folks, welcome back to another severe weather coverage live stream on the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. And today we have that.
That's very surprising. Very surprising.
We just got a report out from Rogersville. This is about 6 minutes ago, saying 4-inch tree limbs and a few shingles missing off houses south of Rogersville.
Jeez.
So the storm that trucked through there may not necessarily produce a tornado, but produced some very strong winds.
It looks like the cell that's currently tornado warned north of Athens is it's trying to get its act together. It's trying to really materialize more or less, but it's at the same time it's also having a little bit of difficulties in regards to its further development. It's just got so much rain around it that it's kind of cutting itself off. It's kind of killing itself off almost.
Still got a giant updraft and a lot of hail.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's gonna
hail may also be a hindrance.
Well,
to
yeah,
it further developing. And
I usually say this too, although we got a bit sidetracked with our very rare,
with the anticyclonic boy,
very rare tornadic rotation and maybe even tornado that we saw just a few minutes ago. Even if you're not directly impacted by the tornado, you are more than likely going to get hit by the hail. All right, and that's just as big of a widespread threat. Maybe not as significant, but as much of a widespread threat as the tornado actually is in this instance. And that's just one of those things to where if you live, in these areas in the tornado warning, not the tornado watch, because a lot of people have been, a lot of people are in the tornado watch per se, but in the tornado warning here, from Thatch all the way down to Harvest towards State Highway 53, even outside of the tornado warning, you guys need to go ahead and start getting into a sturdy structure if you guys can. It looks like area south of Harvest. So someone asked earlier if area south of Harvest is going to be fine. Yeah, more than likely is going to be the case. You guys are more than likely going to dodge this storm here. But this is this storm is still trying to become tornadic. It's surrounding itself so much in rain to the point where it's it's hindering itself. It needs a lot of warm, moist air filtering in towards the actual rotation. It's got a lot of rain-cooled air being wrapped around already, but if it has too much, the storm starts to kind of collapse a bit. And so that's kind of what's happening right now. It's got a lot of rain, too much hail, and there's not enough moisture to offset it. So it is expected to kind of deteriorate a little bit more as this moves on through, but still. But still, this is a tornado warning. Still is a tornado warning regardless. I'm just looking at something on the side of my screen. Someone sent me something. It was just something interesting to note. Still a tornado warning, all right? This has the potential to produce a tornado. It is not on the ground at the moment. So it is only a level 1 stage tornado warning. But it will more than likely continue to be somewhat tornadic. Whether or not it produces a tornado, that is still to be determined. But it looks like it does still have some decent rotation in some of these areas. So harvest everywhere, near harvest and around harvest. Let's actually get some timings for this area here. Get a storm track. And this is still moving east at 50, correct? Or has it slowed down?
I believe it's still moving at 50. Either that or just slowed down probably to about 45.
Let's pull this up here and see. Yeah, it's still moving east at 50. So, put that in here. Calculate. And areas over here. If you're in Center Hill, Harvest, Tony, North Day Hill, Ready Crossing, Carter Grove, Gladstone, New Sharon, Mount Lebanon. All right, you guys are all going to be impacted by this tornadic storm, okay? You know, now if you heard your town name towards the beginning of when I started talking about it, you guys are going to be hit sooner. So like Center Hill, Harvest, Tony, North Day Hill, about 8 to 10 minutes, maybe even less than that. I'd say around 10 minutes to below 10 minutes from now, you guys are going to get hit by this system. It actually just updated, so let's put this back up here. 50. And yeah, Center Hill 5 minutes, Harvest 8 minutes, Tony 9, North Day Hill 9, Gladstone, New Sharon, Mount Lebanon, and Meridianville. You guys are going to get hit within the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then Hazel Green and Fisk within the next 20 to 25 minutes. So you guys really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Once again, very heavy rain, hail, and even the potential of a tornado is possible within the storm. And this is in northern Alabama, all right? This is north and west of Huntsville. North and west of Huntsville. We'll pull up our big radar here again. You can see right here is Huntsville. And right here is the tornado warning in question. And this is expected to move off towards the north and east, once again, towards the harvest area, further out towards the Hazel Green, Moores Mill, New Market, and Plevna areas of Alabama. So if you know anyone who lives over here, all right, if you know anyone who lives over in these areas, please tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If they don't believe you, please send them the link to this live stream. Copy the link and send it to them via text message. Share this with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, especially if, you know, some of these people are without power, they don't have cable. They go onto social media and they can figure out as to what's happening that way. And if they stumble across this live stream, this information could be very helpful to them. So please share this information on social media. And by liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Yeah, this does look like it is starting to rotate more and more. Interesting thing here that I want to note. All right. There is a bit of an elf, and there is 2 areas of rotation within the same general vicinity. It looks like it is trying to recycle. It looks like it is trying to recycle. The old rotation seems to be the northern rotation here. Let's see if I can backtrack here to continue to bolster my confidence in that prediction, and that does seem to be the case. We have one rotation up here. This is the old rotation. And then we have our new rotation, which is developing here towards the south near Harvest. And we need to continue to watch out for that. That is probably going to be the one that's going to start to intensify more and more. And because of that being a little bit further to the south, it could potentially move right over the areas of Harvest heading off into Moores Mill. So Harvest needs to go ahead and get into their safe space now. All right, this is going to be heading off right into that area, right over that area as this continues to move on through. And then shortly afterwards, even the Moores Mill general vicinity along US Highway 231. Wind damage in Limestone County. Ooh, boy.
The Hillsborough storm that was anticyclonic is now not alive.
It's dissipated.
So, it is quite. Also, severe thunderstorm warning for Fayetteville associated with the tornado warning. That giant storm.
Yeah.
Just a giant storm.
Someone mentioned that there's wind damage in Limestone County, Alabama, just south of the Elkmont awning. Flew off, the shed flew off, or the, I'm assuming awning flew off of the shed. Because I can't read. Man trapped in his vehicle, fire, and sheriff's en route. That's unfortunate. I'm going to have to pray for that guy because he's in a very dangerous situation. So I hope all for the best for him. I hope all is the best for him as this continues to move on through.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for areas of Harvest, Hazel Green, Moores Mill, Newmarket, and Plevna. This is beyond the tornado warning there. So it looks like Huntsville is going to let the tornado warning expire for areas to the north of Huntsville.
It does expire here in a couple of minutes, actually, doesn't it?
Yes. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Limestone and Madison counties. This will be until 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Sorry, 8:30 p.m. Central. I have to do the change in my head, and I just don't do it in time. 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, again, these areas of Hazel Green, Moores Mill, Newmarket, Plevna, as well as particularly Harvest along State Route 53 and United States Route 31. Is that I saw 231? Excuse me. Along to the Tennessee-Alabama border, need to be watching out for this storm. There still is the possibility that it can go tornadic again in its lifespan.
Someone said at least the grill's not on fire. There it is.
Toy.
I was wondering what happened so far. Can you get back to me on Twitter already? Yeah, I've just been really busy as of lately, so I haven't really been talking to too many people on Twitter. But I will get back to you more than likely either tonight or tomorrow. But we just had a lot of storms that have become tornadic, a lot of severe weather and stuff like that. None that have actually consolidated to the ground quite yet, according to radar. But still something to note is that there's just been a lot of activity in general. A lot of activity. Someone said that the tornado watch was extended. If they mean...
Take a look.
I'm not sure if that is true.
It was, maybe?
Storm near Greenwood has giant hail. Let's take a look at that. I'm actually curious about that cell. And yeah, I mean, it definitely could. It's in a dead zone, so can't really tell all too
much.
That's
useful. God bless.
Let's go to Columbus Air Force Base. See if we can catch that. Catch it better than what it is in Memphis. Yeah, this cell definitely is producing quite an absorbent amount of hail across the board here. In regards for anything being tornadic, it's very hard to tell, once again. Very high up in the sky, so we're going to have to continue to just monitor this as this gets closer and closer to the radar, because eventually it is going to get there. Eventually it is going to get closer to the radar, but
I think the tornado watch did get extended one county into whichever county Huntsville's radar is. It's for that one cell.
Okay. So now we're getting to that point of the night where activity is going to start to increase because the supercells that move across here are moving into a better environment. A much better environment.
Are you owing, by the way?
South of the Columbus radar, due south near Vernon. That right there is a supercell. It's a developing supercell.
That was the one that I was talking about north of Columbus that you kind of brushed off.
Well, I couldn't really look at it all too much.
Sure.
Jacob Griffin with the 2 says, is there still any more risk for Olive Branch, Mississippi? Olive Branch, I believe, is what, near Jackson? Olive Branch, Mississippi. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the, as soon as I heard it, I was like, it's in a populous place. And it's not Jackson. It's actually up near Memphis. And you guys are kind of out of the risk here. Now the storm is starting to move off of your general area. Here's the overall radar. You can see a lot of the main activity is off towards your east, my friends, so you guys should be fine. So you guys should be safe. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Will Hutton with the 5 says, keep up the great work, Nate. Mom was hit less than 5 miles away from the EF3 that hit Dayton, Ohio in 19. Keep making everyone informed on this stuff. I will continue to do that as much as possible. You know, I keep saying at the end of every single live stream that I want to make this channel known for the best radar analysis in all of YouTube. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to stick with our radar. We're not going to really veer off of the main topic at all. This is going to be hopefully the main hub for that. Anyone know if Reed is still chasing? I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't looked. I think he probably is. Winter area of the storm caused a local area emergency for Wisconsin. Jeez.
Yeah, we were tracking those snow supercells earlier.
Yeah. Yep, Duke of the Doppler. Duke of the Doppler. That is the title.
Doppler.
That is the title that chat has given me. So yeah, right now, only 2 severe thunder. Well, actually 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 flash flood warnings. So yeah, the cell that's over near Winona and Greenwood still has some activity over there. I wonder actually, is there any cameras off in that general area? I thought there was. No, there is not. There's cameras over near Starkville and Columbus and West Point. So if storms get over there, we could use that, but nothing really too much for that. I appreciate everyone sending stuff in here on Twitter. I really do appreciate it. It's keeping me up to date. And it's giving me perspective as to what's happening on the ground. So if you guys want to continue to share stuff with me on Twitter, feel free to do so. My Twitter account is in the chat right now, so feel free to go ahead and send stuff that way. There we go. There's Twitter. So cameras here for me to look at. I'm gonna be really it's gonna be really curious to see what's over there into portions of West Point. Definitely curious with what's happening over there. Let's go over to Huntsville, Alabama's radar and see what's happening over here. Let's play the loop, shall we? Let's play the loop. Check Harvest Storm. It's still, hustling about, still creating some large hail. Ooh. Maybe a brief surface-based tornado. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to hook up. Looks like it's definitely trying to rotate more and more. So yeah, this thing might be trying again. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Maybe a brief tornado that could be just off to the north of Huntsville, Alabama. So if you know anyone that lives over there, please Please tell them to stay in their sturdy structure. Yeah, and it does look like could have been a brief tornado. Open my lemonade. For people who know, I love lemonade, so. Yeah, put that right there. Yeah, this is about to approach the 231 areas here. United States Highway 231. And this is more than likely going to continue to be tornadic as this continues to move about. Looks like there is a bit of rotation here. And it looks like it is trying to wrap a little bit of rain around it too. So this supercell is definitely not done, guys. Definitely not done. We could be seeing a new tornado warning here in a second. So let's go over timings here again. Let's go over timings. See which areas are going to be impacted here. It's moving at 50 miles per hour. Calculate. Gladstone, you're about to be impacted here immediately. So if you live in Gladstone, Alabama, you need to get into your sturdy structure. Mount Lebanon, Meridianville, about 5 to 10 minutes. Hazel Green and Moores Mill, about 5 to 10 minutes as well. Keys Mill, Deposit, and Buckhorn, about 10 to 15 minutes from now. And then Mint Spring, New Market, St. Clair Store, and Plevna in about 15 to 20 minutes. About 19,000 people within that polygon that I just drew right within here. So please take your proper precautions if you guys haven't already. And yeah, there is definitely some activity still here and ongoing. Yep, see you, Jackson. I drank water a second ago. Just got back any tornadoes. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings. Cells that even could have produced a brief tornado, including an anticyclonic tornado. But nothing from radar. Geez, yeah, quarter-size hail. Some of those areas in Scott, Alabama. Wow. How's Chattanooga looking for later? You guys are more than likely going to get this activity. More than likely, the same activity that's over near Huntsville is going to be heading off towards your area here soon. So, I would be mindful in regards to when that actually is going to get over into your area. I'd say about an hour to an hour and a half. Probably an hour and a half, honestly. But the rotation here within this this storm, yeah, there definitely could have been a brief tornado, honestly, somewhere near Harvest. If there's a radar site close enough, try to check the north-south wind speeds on that cell. There isn't one. There really isn't one. Nearest radar is either in Columbus Air Force Base or in Nashville. And that's really far away, so not really all too useful in this situation. But yeah, there is still some rotation here within the cell. Still some rotation with the cell in Harvest and Hazel Green as well as Moores Mill. Definitely could have been a brief tornado within that area. How's Madison? Let me look up here. There's a couple of people are asking about Madison.
Madison's just west of Huntsville.
Yeah, I know.
Along whatever interstate that is.
565. Yeah, 565. So Madison in itself, they're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, here is Madison right here. in this weirdly shaped circle. And up here is where the severe thunderstorm warning is, in this yellow box, this yellow polygon. So you guys are well off to the south. You guys are fine. All right, you guys are fine for right now. This area is north of Huntsville. All right, so if you know anyone who lives near the Hazel Green, Moores Mill, and New Market areas, as well as Plevna, you gotta tell them to probably get into a sturdy structure, in my honest opinion. All right, this storm is probably going to continue to be relatively severe. Large hail, strong damaging winds. I can't rule out the potential for a tornado within some of these areas. So just please, if you guys can, if you know anyone that lives over in that general vicinity, please tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. People are now saying hail and harvest right now. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at all.
A lot of it to boot.
Oh, wow. Outflow boundary. Wait a second. That might be...
Is there an outflow boundary?
That might be the air current. Hold up. I gotta pull up
There's
that...
no way that's an outflow boundary.
No. That was part of the research project.
Yeah, I know.
The Storm Prediction Center. What is that called? Hold up. I gotta pull that up. Because I saw that...
Convergence band?
No, no way. I mean, it obviously is a convergence band, but it's an airstream. It's an actual airstream. Where is this? Where did I screenshot this at?
Yeah, forward flank convergence band.
Forward flank convergence band? That's what it is?
Oh,
there it is. There's the tornado diagram. Hold up, let me pull it up. Yeah. That might be the forward flank convergence band, maybe. Forward flank convergence band looks a little bit too far to the north if that's the case, though. If that's the case, wouldn't it be recycling? Or... that doesn't make any sense. Huh. What about the cell that's in Winona? That's more of a hail threat. That is moving about. That is a little bit more of a hail threat, and it's also really far away from any radar for us to really determine as to what's going on over there. But if I shift back over there, you can actually see we're really far away from the radar now. You can tell a lot of these purples here are getting in the way. That's range folding, so corrupt data, more or less, that's popping about. So... yeah, I can't remember what that's called. I don't think it's the convergence bound.
Or whatever, what's the RG there? Forward flank something.
Hold up. When in doubt, go to the actual video. When in doubt, go to the actual video. I'll have to scroll through to find it. Once again, this is severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of Huntsville. If you live over there, you need to stay into a sturdy structure. You need to stay in a sturdy structure if you can. All right, the storm is going to continue to produce large hail and strong damaging winds and maybe even a threat for a tornado. So please, please stay in a sturdy structure if you can. I'm scrolling through. It is the left flank convergence band. It is the left flank convergence band. Why is it so far out ahead of it? What? This is a weird storm right here. Huh. But it's that horizontal velocity. Wow. That is really interesting. That is very interesting. Oh. Oh.
Produce a spin up in the middle of it.
It just
231.
just intensified.
What? Why there? How
Right.
there? How there? Rather.
Behind the convergence span. No. Hear me
No,
out.
that's a separate thing.
Hear me out. That might be an outflow boundary. That might be the outflow boundary. And it shed off the southern side. Completely shed it apart.
You're saying the entire northern side of the cell is the outflow boundary?
I'm saying that boundary right here from Meridianville up and parallels up to 231 all the way up towards where the hail is. I'm saying that's the outflow boundary. And the hail that is just to the west of 231, north and west of Meridianville, I'm saying that has been shed apart. Or that might be something completely separate.
New frame doesn't support your evidence.
Have you seen the velocities?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. I'm saying new frame in reflectivity doesn't support your evidence.
Yeah, it does. It actually kind of does. Look, you got your
fully.
outflow boundary right there. Now, the only issue with this, though, is that this was definitely a brief spin-up. This was definitely a brief spin-up. The reason why I say that is because now it's gusting out now. So something has collapsed over here. Something has collapsed. High KDP. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So it's downdrafting, basically.
New tornado warning. Huntsville cell.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in north central Alabama.
Too late.
My GR Earth hasn't even gone off yet.
Yeah, it just went off for me. This is a new tornado warning for northern portions of Huntsville, Alabama. New tornado warning. And yeah, this does indeed have quite a bit of rotation with it. I will say, though, this storm is now starting to kind of surge. So maybe a brief spin up that occurred, but now there's a bit of a strong gusty wind component to the system that's behind this. Maybe a storm that formed right along the outflow boundary too. So this storm is starting to rain wrap itself. It's starting to become a bit more obscured in rain, and it's becoming harder and harder to see. So if you're over here in Newmarket and Plevna in Alabama in this tornado warning, and you're outside trying to figure out as to what exactly is happening here, you won't be able to. First off, it's dark. And second off, it's rain wrapped. It's surrounded in rain, so even if it was in the middle of the day, you wouldn't be able to see it. So you need to heed.
The fact that it's the middle of the night is a pretty important component.
Right. You know, if you are in these areas here, from Hazel Green to Plevna and Newmarket, north of Moore's Mill in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
A new frame just showed the velocities oofed themselves.
Yeah, brief tornado, gusted out. It definitely gusted out. Yeah,
So
I think that's
a little bit late on Huntsville's part, but
that's
not much they could have done.
That's gotta be the outflow boundary there then. And the only reason why I say that is because the left flank convergence band would be a little bit further back to where the actual rotation would be. And if there's any sort of vorticity current that's running right within there, it's got to be a little bit further towards the west, wouldn't you think?
Possibly. But at the same time, it's hard to make that conclusion based off a couple of frames, and when the cell itself actually looks like it's still pretty well structured.
Yeah. Now, Madison should be fine. Once again, Madison, which is right along 565, you guys are in, clear. You guys are out of the actual risk. This is for northern portions of Madison County. Northern portions of Madison County. All right. If you're in Madison, you know, the actual town of Madison or Huntsville in itself, and near normal, you guys should be fine. You know, not to play on words, but everything is normal for you guys in regards to rain showers and stuff like that. But everything over here near Newmarket, Plevna, and Hazel Green, you guys need to watch out. Big time. Big time. All right, there's definitely a storm that is tornadic. Maybe, was just tornadic. Maybe produced a brief tornado right within those areas. That just occurred here. Just occurred. So we got to continue to get information out, all right? Once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you know, especially Newmarket and Plevna, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, all right? Right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
The cold front is starting to flank the western portions of the risk, so...
Yeah.
For perspective, areas like Memphis, Tennessee, Oxford, Mississippi, you guys are out of it at this point. Greenwood, Winona, you guys are about to be out of it. So, the system is starting to move off towards the north, or rather the east, more so than the north at the moment, it looks like.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to note. Could be interesting from a snow perspective as well. That's going to be interesting to determine over the next 48 hours what this placing of all of this was, because we saw a number of thunderstorms that were outside of the actual thunderstorm risk. So it'll be interesting to see what that did to displace the low pressure, potentially.
Yeah. Jeez. So there is indeed a tornado warning for Madison County here in Alabama. So if you guys live in northern Madison County, here near Newmarket, Hazel Green, Plevna, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, I highly recommend, if you know anyone who lives over there, you tell them that. And if they don't believe you, you send them the link to this live stream so that we can get the information out to them, okay? And also, please be sure to copy the link to this live stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitter. The reason why I say that is because if people don't have power within these areas, or if they don't have cable because they don't pay for it, they can go onto social media, they look for the information, and if they stumble across this live stream, this could be crucial information to them, especially if they are actually in the tornado warning itself. So please be sure to do that, and by hitting the like button on the live stream, the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So I would appreciate if you guys would do that for me so that we can continue to spread information to as many people as possible. But man, oh man, yeah, Newmarket definitely has some activity here. 100%. A lot of strong damaging winds here at this moment, too. It looks like the rotation's fanned out because it's started to gust out more. You can see this kind of arcing characteristic right within here. And that's because you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind this. And so at the top of that arc, the top of that bow echo that we call it, that's where the strongest damaging winds are located. And you can see that represented right here, too, with these brighter greens as well. I'm going to take a look over at Columbus Air Force Base. I want to see these other cells that were off near Fayette. They haven't really done a whole lot. So that's the good news with that. There's a lot of showers and thunderstorms right now that are just increasing in coverage, so we're just going to have to continue to be on our toes here. We're going to have to continue to be on our toes. You have a friend in Lower Alabama. Will this affect him? Fortunately, no. Fortunately, you guys in southern Alabama are in the clear. But of course, in the future, I'll be able to cover events like those to where they actually do impact southern Alabama. So if you want to come back to the channel eventually, feel free to do so, as we will be covering.
You're gonna be looking the March-April time frame for that.
Yeah, March and April. Yeah, March and April is when there's going to be a lot of severe weather ongoing. You can bet a lot of money we're going to be live streaming during that time period. But yeah, this is a very discombobulated storm here now. We do have some reports of quarter-sized hail from emergency management. Gumball-sized hail reported in Hazel Green.
It's a good way to represent.
Well, I mean, either a good way or a bad way, because there's two sizes to a gumball. You know, there's the normal size and then there's the mini size. So I'm assuming they're talking about the regular one, the one that you find in a gumball machine. But, you know, the off chance that they aren't.
What are you eating?
My other burger.
Oh my god.
You gotta get something to eat.
Better food exists, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, hamburgers and cheeseburgers are pretty good.
Yeah, get it at actually good, like, places that do them. McDonald's doesn't count.
This isn't McDonald's. Someone created this at the house. It's natural beef.
Well, I thought it was the McDonald's the stuff you had from that earlier.
No. I had nuggies during that time. Question, my local meteorologist said that Central Texas is going to be getting a wintry mix. Can you elaborate on this when I have the time? I definitely can. And Central Texas could get a wintry mix between the time periods of Wednesday into Friday. It's really interesting, to say the least, and I'll pull that up here once the tornado warning actually does expire here. Because there is expected to be a significant ice event, maybe not for Texas, but for portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Missouri. There's going to be a lot of ice, and there might even be a lot of ice for portions of Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, and the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. So,
Northern New Jersey.
No, Morgan, go away.
I'm just saying, half-inch is possible for those areas of North Jersey. It's been evident on every run. Speaking of every run, the new NAM is out.
Yeah, you can take a look at that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go consider the following.
That's a pretty good burger.
It goes kind of south. It wants your area again, Nate, to get a crap ton of ice in the form of sleet and freezing rain, but it actually trended a bit more north.
I wonder why.
But again, this event is also 100 miles south of what it was supposed to be. So
it was an outflow boundary, Morgan. I was right. Look at the current frames right now.
Hold up, I'm not looking. Hail report.
Just a cheeseburger. Yeah, go backwards and forwards. Will the tornado go south? Nope, it's moving east at 50 miles per hour. So it's expected to get along the border of Tennessee and Alabama here relatively soon.
Oh. Oopsies.
What do you mean, oopsies?
Yes.
Nate was right for once. For once. But yeah, that was such a hard call to make. Because I was like, what the heck is that? That would have been pretty cool if it was the convergence ban. I'm not gonna lie. I want to pull something over here. Yeah, that cell near New Market's starting to re-intensify.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
Now, this doesn't make sense.
Oh, possible tornado report. Madison County, Alabama, 1 mile south-southwest of Hazel Green. Trees and power lines reported down. Possible tornado. Which would make sense.
That was right over where that little rotation was, right?
Yep.
Right along 231.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, right there. Yeah, that probably was.
Yep, there probably was a tornado.
Goodness gracious, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the storm is gonna continue to go.
Okay, Nate, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. You actually don't get a crap ton of ice. You get pocketed by where there's a crap ton of ice.
That's not
you
very
get
nice.
about a 20th of an inch.
That's not very
on this
nice.
particular run. And meanwhile, you have the sleet totals that are just racking up all across the board. Check DMs.
Tornado warning did just get canceled. So now it's just one severe thunderstorm warning. What?
Yeah, how about Pittsburgh?
Try and see how
Forget
much. Try and find put snow totals on there.
Put snow totals?
Yeah.
Kachera or not?
Do 10 to 1.
Really
Do 10 to 1.
I suppose it really doesn't matter if it's Kachera or not, but I will do 10 to 1.
Yep. Can you look at high top radar? This is high top's radar. This is in Huntsville. Well, Huntsville, not specifically.
There you go.
This is Huntsville's radar. Wow. So we really don't get anything from that run.
Again, expect everything to be a little bit further south, honestly.
That's not very nice. If that's the case.
Chat, for context, Nate gets pocketed by literally everything.
So much for my house actually getting something of weather.
Yeah, this winter's been a flop for you, hasn't it?
It's always a flop. I hate this place. It's anywhere near Hagerstown, Martinsburg, Chambersburg. It's terrible for anything.
Is that why we're moving to Mini?
Yeah, sure. At least we get some sort of weather. Lenore City, you guys should be all right. You're getting a lot of just strong showers and thunderstorms across your area. Not really anything that's super significant at this moment. So you should be fine. You guys should be fine.
I suppose certain areas of Minnesota, particularly the south part of the state, get both types of weather pretty frequently.
So I love how they canceled the tornado warning and the new storm, the same storm, I should say, ends up possibly producing a tornado here within the next 5 minutes. So
it's gonna go right over the radar site. So yes,
National Weather Service Huntsville is not having a great time right now. They are not having a great time.
Nate, I think they're in the bookmark. Would you dare agree?
In the bookmark, that's great.
So they need to consider the following.
That is amazing.
Oh yeah, that might, honestly, very shortly.
Yeah, this thing probably is going to produce a tornado here in a second. Another tornado right next to the radar.
See anything on Holy Nate 3D right now.
Take
Oh
a
my
3D of the
goodness.
storm? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Now I'm scared.
ISO surface.
Yeah, I was about to say, good luck with seeing what's in that. ISO surface. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's high definition if I've never seen it before. Look at that, chat. Wow. Look at that. That is high definition. High definition activity right there. Look at that. You can see there's a cave right within here. That is where your inflow, your warm, moist air gets sucked into right within that area. And so what basically happens here is you have your rain that gets wrapped around kind of like this. You have warm, moist air that gets channeled in like this. Right in the middle, in that convergence area, is where the tornado forms. And then it gets all carried up in the updraft right within here that gets put all the way up into the top. It forms into hail, falls back down, and then it comes back around as rain again. That's basically how a supercell works. That's the easy way of how a supercell works. But my goodness, what a 3D right there. That is one heck of a shot.
Don't tell me. Excuse me.
Man, oh man.
Excuse me. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Monroe, Louisiana.
Oh no.
You're gonna have to use their
Experimental.
different type of radar thing.
Their college radar.
Yeah. The Culm. KULM.
Calm. There it is.
Not responding. Love to see it.
Yeah, Tracy City, Tennessee is getting a lot of activity over there, so stay indoors if you guys can. Did you miss anything thrilling? An anticyclonic tornado that
Yes.
could have been on the ground. So a tornado that was spinning clockwise instead of counterclockwise. Yeah, for
Look
real,
south of Monroe.
firebomb,
South
for
of
real.
Monroe.
What am I looking at here?
South.
South.
Bosco.
What? What? This is a very broad storm. What's the environment that this thing is working with?
No helicity.
Got 100 M2S2. So it's not terrible. 1,200 joules per kilogram of cape. It's not bad. I'll have to watch that again. That doesn't look like what?
I just saw it on satellite and I was like, there? Really?
Yeah, that just went over well. You know what else is going over well? The storm is producing a tornado over here, near Newmarket and High Top. The good news is, this is in the mountains at this point. It's in the mountains. It's not really impacting a whole lot of people. Bad news is, National Weather Service Huntsville not having great night tonight. You know, they just canceled the tornado warning like 5-10 minutes ago, and now it's producing another tornado. That's fantastic. If I was National Weather Service Huntsville, I would just like, all right, that's it. I'm giving up for the night. I'm giving up. And I would understand if you'd give up too. I mean, that's just, it happens. Come in. No, there's just something was knocking on my door. I was like, what the heck? I'm trying to see what some of these other cells are doing, and they're not doing much. They're not doing much.
I really don't have a whole lot.
No, we really don't have a whole lot to talk about here.
We're probably getting towards the end or closer to the end of the risk here. It is almost 10 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah. So as soon as that massive line passes through, probably be it. Was that my mom? I don't know what that was. Something was knocking on the door. Could be my cat for all I know. I don't know.
The ghost of South Central Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning left. I'm gonna go back to the Huntsville radar. Can I check the cell near Calhoun City in Bruce? I definitely can. I'm gonna take a look at that here in a bit. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying to produce a tornado there. Maybe a brief tornado of some sort. So Calhoun City, Mississippi, which is off to the due east of Grenada. So it's a severe warning cell. The severe warning cell. It looks like an absolute mess at this time. There's just so much convection across the board, but it's not organized. It's all just kind of bleh. So
kind of like this entire event, just bleh.
At least it's a lot more bleh than it was, last Thursday.
That is true.
Last Thursday was like nothing happened.
Yeah, well, both of these events were supposed to do something, and they.
This was a
really
5%,
haven't.
to be fair. So
That's true. But the HRRR overdid the crap out of this thing.
I would say, in regards to the convective aspect of this, no. Last night was a really good example of what could happen. In regards to the actual potential of tornadoes, yes. Yes. Definitely overdid it a little bit. Do I think South Carolina will get some rain out of this? Yep. More than likely will get some rain, but nothing really else, to be completely honest with you. What is the rarest alert I've ever gotten on my weather radio? Funny enough, a severe thunderstorm warning. True facts. If that even counts at this point. I mean, winter weather warning, winter storm warning is pretty rare, so I'd go with that. But, I don't, I'm not joking when I say I don't get anything. So, I've never had a tornado warning on my my radio. Probably.
Imagine. Can't.
I've had to drive to see where tornadoes could be.
I've had 5 on my radio.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And they were, I think at least 3 of them were directly correlated to Ida. Check DMs, by the way.
You know what? I'm just gonna say it. When the pizza hits your face and the pizza hits a man, it's a pizza man.
God damn
it. When the tornado takes your eyes and it's going down the time, it's a tornado. When the storm does a loop and it goes the wrong way, it's not legit.
Going over the mountains.
It is going over the mountains. Random, how will the drive from Dallas to Albuquerque be tomorrow? Cold and potentially snowy. Yours is a snow squall warning. I actually did have a snow squall warning here. All right. I wasn't here on Saturday for the big snow squall event, but it actually did go over. It actually did go over my house.
I had 2 actually, and I got flurries. Mostly because my brain said, "Hey, go north. You'll be able to see more." Yeah, the snow ducked from where I went, and it all went south, and I was like, okay, well, that's gone.
That's why you should just go west.
Why would I go west?
Because you're going towards the storm, you donut.
I'm not gonna go on I-80 to drive into the freaking thing and then not be able to see.
Why not? It sounds like fun.
Dude, I'm on a learner's permit. Like, please.
What do you mean? It sounds like fun. What's my total life expectancy? What?
If you're driving, why not?
At the current rate that I'm going, probably not very high.
Well, you're not getting anything weather related, so in terms of that department, you're fine.
That's true. Morgan?
Oh no.
The Jackets not only won, they won in overtime.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Line with 2 points tonight and a OT winner. 20 seconds into OT.
He had 2 goals.
Liney's on fire right now. Oh my.
Leafs fans are sad. I'm gonna watch Steve Dangle's video tonight and laugh. We should watch that together if we're up late enough.
What has the stream turned into? Rarest alert was also a snow squall warning. Yeah, as I said, I don't get anything. I don't. All right.
The stream is turned into just casual conversation, at least for the moment. There isn't too much going on, and there isn't too much that's organized, and there probably won't be too much that goes on for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
So
we're kind of socializing here for the time being.
Yeah, we're here waiting things out. Although,
wow.
Look along south. I'll make it easier for you. South of Tuscumbia.
Wait a second. I know where Tuscumbia is. It's off the tip of my tongue. There it is. I knew it. I knew where Tuscumbia was. I was like, wait a second. Tuscumbia. I know that place.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. Starting to kind of gust out a little bit, though. It looks like a bit of a linear segment. But yeah, it's definitely trying to do something. We'll say that much.
I'll be right back.
Favorite NFL team? Yep, it's Baltimore. Look at Twitter. I'm going to look at Twitter here. Oh, wow. Is this... You took this with your drone? For real? Possible power flash with tornado warn storm in North Madison County. It took these pictures with your drone. 20, 22, 1, 1, 18, 6. Was this actually? Wow. Man, that's amazing. Hold up. And this was actually taken tonight, correct? This was actually taken tonight? Before I at the National Weather Service Huntsville, because I need to actually, if that actually is true, I need to share this with the National Weather Service. Did you actually take this with your drone, and was this tonight? About an hour ago. At NWS Huntsville. Man, I kind of want to see that video, like on the spare time, because man, that video had to have been really interesting. I can tell there's kind of a video. But man, wow. Yeah, for people who want to see it, it's on my Twitter. So if you want to go see it there, feel free. Yeah. But man, oh man. Yeah, wow. What a picture there. And I appreciate you sending that in to me. I really do appreciate you sending that in to me. That's crazy there. That was actually because of the tornado that was over in Madison County. Man, oh man. Definitely was a power flash. No doubt about that. Yeah, very good, Caleb. Very good. What's a trough and a ridge? A trough is where low pressure systems are at. It's when the jet stream dips. So that's a trough. And then a ridge is when the jet stream rises and forms an upside down U. So that's where a high pressure system sets in. 45M mini stock or 45 meter mini stock with the 5 says, you know what else sounds like fun, Nate? Driving west towards a tornadic thunderstorm. True facts. I've learned from Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer. Is the way to go there. Watching you from northeastern Alabama, DeKalb County. Well, I appreciate you watching. Really do. Of course, I'll continue to monitor this system as this moves on through. This, I might live stream until it gets out of the tornado watch. I might. So, who knows? I might be talking about your guys' areas. But we'll see. Looks like portions of I-20 is now out of the tornado watch. And yeah, the tornado watch did get extended into portions of northeastern Alabama. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, Reed Timmer is awesome. Reed Timmer's a fun dude. When they say 9Z, what time would that mean normally? So it honestly depends upon which time zone you're in. So the United States does something weird with, daylight savings time. So with daylight savings time, the rest of the world doesn't change their time. They don't move their clocks forward or backwards. Only the United States does that. Or I believe it's only the United States. It might just be just the continent of North America. But it's, well, let's just say for the United States for right now. And in this case for right now, when they say something like 9Z, if you're in Eastern, then 9Z would translate to 4 o'clock in the morning. If you're in Central, it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning, Mountain 2, and Pacific 1 in the morning. Now, if it was, that's in Eastern Standard Time as of right now. If it was Eastern Daylight Time, then you would add an extra hour. So 5 in the morning for Eastern, 4 in the morning for Central, 3 Mountain, 2 Pacific. But right now we're in Standard. That sounds good, Caleb. Stay safe, of course. Canada does too? Okay, so yeah, then it probably is just North America in general. Not just North America? So then, other countries do it, but not Europe. All right, I know Europe doesn't do it. Europe doesn't do it. Africa doesn't do it. So some places in the world don't do it. But in this case, Zulu time does not do it, or Zeta time. Universal time. What's going to happen on Thursday? Like, what is your prediction for Kentucky? I'll take a look at that here in a bit. What severe weather event do I find the most interesting? Are you talking about the ones that I've tracked in previous history? Probably the most interesting event that I have ever tracked. All right, a lot of people could say recently, December 10th, 2021, because of the one Supercell. But personally, the one that I have found out to be the most interesting one to track had to have been Easter of 2020. I believe it was April 12th, April 11th, April 12th, the Easter outbreak of 2020. Over 140 tornadoes within that 24-hour time period. Crazy. Just to learn about severe weather, it's supercells, easily. Love supercells, love dissecting them. I've taken, here. This is going to be a, very difficult for people to understand, and it's still difficult for me to understand. But this is what happens in a tornado. So if you can imagine your supercell right within here with your tornado, just like that. All these little lines and stuff like that. This is all specifics in here. All specifics. And learning about this right here. If I can learn about this completely, ooh, it's going to make my analysis so much better. And it's going to make me, figuring out as to what these storms could potentially do a whole lot easier for myself. A whole lot easier. It's already easier for me so far this year. All right. For instance, last week on Thursday, we were looking for the LFVE, or the ELF as I like to call it. And it's, once I did find it, I could tell people ahead of time, like 20 minutes ahead of time, 10 minutes before a tornado warning got issued, if there could potentially be a tornado or not within storms. And here we go. It's all because of this stuff right here. I've seen the research. I've read it. I'm watching more and more videos with it. I'm going to continue to find it. I'm going to continue to look for all sorts of other stuff too. So, I'm going to continue to do research more and more. And, yeah. It's pretty crazy. Now, if you're talking about like an entire event in general, all right. So if you're talking about like a specific day, I'm doing research on a specific day, which is for my video that I'm going to be uploading, edited video. And you know what? I feel generous. Nothing's happening right now. I'm watching the severe thunderstorm warning over here in Russellville that probably could produce a tornado here in a bit. But I'm feeling generous for the people who are in the chat. This was accessible to members only. Now you guys will be able to see it too. All I will say is that more sneak peeks will come out to people who are members of my channel, okay? So if you want to become a member of the channel, please be sure to click the link that is in the chat that I sent, all right? So the link that I've clicked in the chat is $5 a month, but you get exclusive perks like emotes, badges, you get shouted out, you get exclusive content like bloopers and stuff like that, as well as sneak peeks to my actual edited videos. So if you want to become a member, please be sure to do that. Link is in the chat. This is one of the videos that you guys can see. No. I gotta put it over here. So not that. Let's move this over, shall we? Here we go. Turn this up so that you guys can see. And this is your sneak peek. There's your sneak peek. That's all I'm giving you. All I'm giving you. So I'm working on that video really hard. It's going to be talking about that entire day, as well as the tornado that we are specifically talking about. So within these videos, we're going to just be talking about one tornado. One tornado. And it's my main goal for that is we're going to be covering tornadoes that have been forgotten. Strong tornadoes that have been forgotten by either the general public or, just weather enthusiasts in general. So, yeah. I'm working on it. Working really hard on it. I'm going to go in depth just like I do here on the live streams and my videos. It's going to be informational. It's going to be educational. It's going to be fun. It's also going to bring up some very hazardous tornadoes of the past that people have forgotten. I want to bring light to it because I feel like the people who are impacted, I feel like it's just been kind of left behind. So that tornado that I'm going to be covering is one of them. And I won't say what tornado it is. You guys are just going to have to find out when the video comes out. Did I cover the Joplin tornado? I did not. I was too young for that. Too young. Didn't really have didn't have my YouTube channel back then. So. But yeah, that's the only sneak peek that the general public gets. If you're a part of the members, the weather watchers and stuff like that, you guys are going to get more sneak peeks in the future. You guys are going to get more sneak peeks. And you guys can get more content and all sorts of stuff. And you also get to support my channel. So, really do appreciate that. Yeah, there's still pretty gnarly rotation here with the cell over near Town Creek. And this is, Caleb might actually be getting a part of this stuff when it heads into Madison County, but it looks like this is going to be heading off directly towards Huntsville. Will the video come out to the public? Yes, it will. It will come out to the public. But if you want to know like more hints and more clips of edits and stuff like that, that is where you guys are going to find it. And the video will also be released early to those members too. It'll also be released early. So, yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything about what tornado it is. But all I will say is that it has been forgotten. And I want to bring light to it. And I want to go in depth as to what happened and stuff like that with it, of course. Do I have a time frame as to when it'll come out? So I definitely know I'm not going to have it out by early March. I'm not going to have it out by then. All right, I got too much stuff going on. It probably will prolong it. So probably will not be out by early March. I'm thinking at best late mid-March to late March and early April, sometime around then. Especially since that's around the time into which I'm going to have, practically all the time in the world to do it. I'm still working on it right now, don't get me wrong. But I also am not completely finished with my studio that I am building for the channel too. So I do want to work on that before, I get my new graphics that are coming in from someone who's creating it. So yeah, that's what we got here. I'm not going to say anything, Shell. I'm not going to say anything. It spoiled the fun, more or less, if I said which tornado it was. But it's, I'll tell you what, it was a pretty gnarly tornado. It's a really gnarly tornado. It's a weird tornado, too. I'll say that much. It was probably one of the weirdest tornadoes I've seen. And I've done research on it, too. Have I heard of the tri-state tornado? Yes, I have. I kept watching it. Or actually, I haven't been watching it, but I kept doing research on it, looking back at it just to see, past historical data and see what's up with it and stuff like that. But yeah. Quality over quantity. Trust me, all right? I'm so excited to get the video out because I'm having so much fun creating. Like, no joke. No joke, all right? It's probably the most fun I've had creating a YouTube video, all right? It's probably, it could even be as fun as doing live streams talking about tornadoes and stuff like that. That's how exciting it is when I'm creating these videos. Not the forecast. The forecasts, they're kind of just like the typical bleh. When I'm creating this video, sure, I'll sound like a robot, like I'm narrating something, but, that's kind of how you actually have to have it when you're making videos like those. But yeah. Is the storm in Russellville likely to drop a tornado? It is possible that it could, honestly. But it's a lot more of a strong damaging wind risk right now. Could definitely be the, different later on, but yeah, it does look like it is rotating. It has an embedded supercell within it, within that line, but not really all too big. So
Nate, go up and go read that. What I just sent you.
Oh.
SMH, my face.
Hmm.
My guy is a drama queen. And also, apparently, JT Miller is gaining a lot of traction. So, he might be moved soon. Canucks are sellers.
Chester Allen, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. I can't find friends who are even remotely concerned or excited for Supercell storms or any storms in general. What do you do? I mean, there really isn't too much for you to do unless if it's like directly impacting them. Like the reason why I say that is because, you know, in all the history of time, as much as I do not want to admit it, you know, talking about the weather isn't really a good speaking topic. It's not really a good talking
Wonderful
subject.
weather we're having.
Yeah, wonderful weather. You know how well that goes in, movies and stuff like that. So, it's not exactly the best thing to talk about in general. But unless if it's actually happening to them, they won't really care about it all too much. That's the same with most of the friends that I have that aren't a part of social media. So yeah, I remember watching it on the Weather Channel, Dennis. And they do have radar. I actually do have radar of, because you can actually get historical radar as well. For these past tornadoes. And that's what I'm using with the tornado that I'm talking about in my video, too. So.
The tornado that Nate talks about is really funny. I think y'all are gonna.
Oh my goodness, dude! This tornado. Okay, this is all I'm gonna say apart from the sneak peek. Okay, this tornado not only was moving in a direction that is not typical for a tornado, it also happened in a 2% chance for tornadoes, and the dew points was 55 degrees at the time. Okay? It's just...
it was one of the largest I've seen in a while.
Yeah, dude. And it was a tornado. It was a large wedge tornado that occurred. So it moved in a direction that is not typical of tornadoes. It occurred in a 2% chance for tornadoes. And it also was... it also had very, very low... Well, not very low dew points, but it had pretty low dew points.
Plus, y'all, Nate made a very dramatic meme intro, so I think you guys are gonna like that too.
Well, I showed that to them already. I said that's your sneak peek. Now that's gonna be the intro for every single beginning of the video from now on. By the way, that's
really over dramatic and meme. Just saying.
That's good.
Very nice, very nice.
That's what I want. That's what I want. So. When is the video dropping? Mid to late March into early April. So I've got a lot of stuff to do right now. A lot of stuff that's going to be holding back the progression of me making that video. But once it's done, oh boy, it's going to be great.
Yeah, Nate's got something called a life. And yes.
Thank you guys so much for getting me over 700 likes. I really do appreciate that. I really do. It's been going on for 5 hours straight. 5 hours straight.
I was say 700 subscribers, and I was gonna say I think you have a few more than that.
Yeah, for real. So I really do.
Extreme memento. Honestly, we should soon.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm off this entire week, but I think
you have me researching this tornado now. I won't say anything if I figure it out, though. Yeah, don't say anything if you figure it out. But it is an amazing tornado, and it is a weird tornado. It's gonna be pretty hard to find.
It's gonna be hard for you to find.
It's been forgotten by history, and that's the reason why I'm bringing it back up, because people should not forget. It was a large wedge tornado that was pretty significant. Did damage.
I've been here for over 5 hours. I was here before stream. Congratulations, but you should touch grass.
I need to touch grass too, so we can both do that together.
I mean, I did today because I had to leave my house.
Congratulations.
Severe thunderstorm warning extension for Decatur.
Yep, I did see that. Excuse me. Hey, Morgan.
Yes, Nathan?
Consider the following. San Diego tornado moment.
California dreaming.
It's got a 1% chance for tornadoes in San Diego.
Are you sure it's a 1? I think that's a half.
That's a 1.
A 1/2.
That is a 1. Take a look at the small gray right within there. So like you have the light gray and then you have the dark gray. That's right over San Diego. It's a 1% chance for tornadoes. Hey, NATOcast was pretty correct on this event here all day today. Here, you guys can take a look for yourselves. This is the NATOcast forecast, the robot that takes a look at models and what they say, as well as where the tornadic potential could be. And it puts it on a percentile chance as to what a chance for tornado is within a 25-mile radius. So you have these light grays right here that is like a 10th of a percentage. A 10th of a percentage. And then you have this dark gray area over here in San Diego that's 1%. A 1% chance for tornadoes.
Nate.
Yeah?
Elf alert. Elf alert. Elf alert.
Ooh.
East of Tupelo.
What? Columbus Air Force Base. Oh, yeah, that's probably going to produce a tornado. Yeah.
Producing one right now.
Yeah. I don't think it's producing one right now. Needs to wrap around a little bit more.
It's working on it.
Oh, yeah, it is working on it, though. It is trying to jut its rear flank downdraft.
If you guys are residing in the areas of Hodges, Isabel, Hackleburg, possibly even Phil Campbell and vicinity along U43, I would advise taking your proper precautions.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, I would watch out. Very much so.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something to you and I forgot.
What hockey team do I like? Columbus Blue Jackets. That's why I told Morgan earlier. I was like, Jackets beat the Leafs. Jackets beat the Leafs.
The Rangers beat y'all twice.
Don't care. Don't care. You know exactly what tornado I'm talking about? Oh boy. Don't spoil it then. Don't spoil it. You're back. What did you miss? Depends upon when you left.
Whoever said that, if you know what tornado he's talking about, tweet at MJFold54. I want to see if you actually know.
For real. Yeah, it depends upon when you left. We had a anticyclonic tornado that possibly occurred and produced a tornado. Which means that it's a tornado that was spinning clockwise instead of counterclockwise. So it was pretty crazy to see that. Yes, Aria, more than likely there was at least one tornado north of Huntsville. There could have been a couple others across the board over the span of this evening, including the anticyclonic tornado. Missouri needs snow.
Ooh.
Full tank VP ready for some sick. Yeah, let's talk about that here real quickly. I forgot that, we do kind of have that. We do kind of have...
Velocities are ramping up on the thing. It's a full-fledged supercell as well, looking at 3D.
Let's go to the no, not HRRR. Let's go with the NAM 3 kilometer. I thought someone was at the corner of my eyesight. That scared the crap out of me almost. Central portions of the United States. And let's go with precipitation type. Okay. So from tonight into tomorrow, all right, you can see 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., lot of freezing rain and sleet likely across much of Texas and Oklahoma. Look at that. A lot of these salmon colors that are across the board. That is expected to continue to move on through and create snow and freezing rain across much of Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri. Look at this. Freezing rain getting into portions of Waco as well as San Antonio. Could potentially get some activity there. And then heavy amounts of freezing rain that could exist across southern Missouri, going from Thursday into Friday. So let's take a look at the total amounts of freezing rain possible. And, oh boy, over an inch of freezing rain is possible across portions of southeastern Missouri into northern Arkansas. Significant amounts of sleet possible too, as you go further and further down and towards the jungle of Oklahoma, specifically eastern and southeastern Oklahoma. And then
call it the jungle
because it is the jungle.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Dude.
No.
Chasers call it the jungle for a reason.
Where was that house that we found that we called a swamp?
That was up in Minnesota.
No, wasn't that one of them in Oklahoma?
No, that was in Minnesota.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Phil Campbell, by the way.
There you go. Oh, wait a second. There's a sky camera over there. Hold up. There is a sky camera over there, if I remember correctly. Phil Campbell. Hey, look at that. Hold up. Let's go full screen with this, and then we'll go back. We'll go back and talk about our radar, or our future stuff. All right, so it's not here yet. So we're probably going to want to see something a little bit later. Idea for backers tier reward, signed hockey puck. Dude, honestly, that would be pretty cool. You know?
Just buy hockey pucks in bulk, sign them.
Sign them, and they get sent out to the next level for supporters and stuff like that. Signed merch. True facts.
I still need to buy merch. God damn, I may. Oh, I remembered the two things I wanted to say, Nate.
That's a good YouTube video.
One,
True facts. It's a good YouTube video.
Number one, we should really start streaming our Fortnite and other stuff that we do on your Twitch or on a second channel.
Yeah.
Something like that. If y'all would like to see some funny content, which would include both myself and Nathan raging, let us know in chat, because we actually do have a second channel that we were going to use for something else, but never did. So, haha. So we could repurpose that, and then from there we can figure out what to do with that. And also, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that here in northeastern New Jersey, it is 60 degrees. It's been getting warmer since about midday, and apparently there's supposed to be some sort of front thing that's supposed to pass. I don't know. It's getting stupid warm, though. And I just wanted to complain.
Yeah, sounds about right. So that winter storm that's
Oh,
going to
it's the
move on
warm
through. Yeah, that isn't going to really do a whole lot. Isn't really going to do a whole lot from the snow department. Probably will be more of a freezing rain thing. So yeah, that's going to be crazy. Caught in 4K? Nope. Well, I mean, yeah. But I've been open that I do like anime every now and then. You know, if you see my backgrounds here, like no joke, I'll minimize everything so that you can see background. You see? Boom. All right? Not afraid to admit it.
I have to open everything again.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, all right, mistakes may have been made. My friend's Twitter. Can you send me a link? Yeah, and I'm also going to send you guys a link to his YouTube channel too, because he's going to start doing his own stuff too on his YouTube channel on his spare time as well. So
I'm gonna make a video tomorrow, honestly, discussing the future.
yep. Okay, so this right here is his Twitter. That's amazing, Shell. That's amazing. Gale warning in southern Maine, lots of wind. Jeez. That's crazy. Stay indoors, my friend. Stay indoors. And then let me pull this up. Yep, there he is. There's Morgan. He has 843 subscribers. He's almost up to 1,000. Look at you go.
Someday.
Can you give a guess on what the tornado is? You sure can, but I'm not going to say anything, so you can guess all you want. Speaking
Like I
of
said,
guessing,
tweet at MJFold54.
yo, that storm near Hodges.
It's inflow dominant to all get out.
This is
Oh wait, 3D, I'm doing it.
you're gonna 3D it.
Holy crap! Holy crap!
How much longer would I say the stream is gonna go for? Until probably the tornado watch expires and or is, you know, not alive anymore. ISO surface. Oh yeah, that's a heck of an inflow notch right there. Heck of an inflow notch. Yeah, that is a bona fide supercell right there. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Echo tops to 40,000 feet, 42,000 feet actually.
Yeah, this storm is definitely buzzing. Consider the following and subscribe to Morgan. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Consider the following if you can.
You apparently have messages disabled on Twitter, Morgan, so you can't receive.
My butt cheeks.
Although he did message me and he did get it correct, so yes, it is. But don't say what it is. Don't spoil the fun.
Ground information.
Trust me, if you don't spoil the
Very
fun, it's that much better. It's that much better.
How would I go and enable that though?
I don't know. Make your account not private anymore? I don't know.
Direct message. Allow message requests from everyone. There, done. Boom.
There you go.
Message me, people.
That could be interpreted the wrong way.
Subscribe for my exclusive content. Wink, wink.
Exclusive Patreon content over there.
Yes.
Jeez. Yeah, don't spoil the fun. Trust me. It's so much better if it's not spoiled. Because then, you know, even if you do know, it'll still be pretty nice. But if you don't, it's that much better. Let's go to Huntsville. Huntsville's radar. See what's all going on with these storms. And they're producing a lot of hail. Definitely producing a lot of hail across the board.
Think the 5 hail verified?
I think it should be a 15 hail. 15 hail. Hindsight 2020.
10 hail. There it is.
10 hail. There it is. That's classic. That is how you that's how you do it.
How to SPC from home, part 1.
I know, right? It has been a long time, Anish. How do?
Also, the Decatur cell has officially oofed itself.
Yeah,
its echo tops are depleting quite rapidly.
Yeah, I saw that too. And I was just like, you know what? The thing probably isn't doing a whole lot. But the other cell, you know, that's over near Phil Campbell, of course. Au contraire. Au contraire.
And now the echo tops on the Hodges storm are depleting as well, so everything seems to be oofing. So is my Twitter.
Look at Chattanooga. Yeah, let's take a look at that here in a second. Yeah, Chattanooga's starting to get the outskirts of the general thunderstorms that did produce the tornadoes earlier. But the thing of it is that those thunderstorms are now severely depleted. So it's not really, you know, all up to the standards of what they once were. Which is the good news for people of Chattanooga. Which is the good news for the people of Chattanooga. Do I watch Pecco Sank? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Storm Chasers over the past year or two has not really gotten a whole lot of content. So it's not as good as what it was before. It's just being in the right place in the right time. It goes to show you how Storm Chasers kind of get it rough sometimes. One day they get something, next day they don't. Or more like the next month they don't. Discord question, is Arkansas considered southeast in the regional department?
Arkansas.
I would say Central Plains, honestly.
Yeah.
I'd say Central Plains, mainly because, you know, if we were to like ping region roles, I would consider Arkansas as Central Plains. So I would go with the Central Plains role, and that would be good enough. Because when people say southeast, you know, I would think they would, you know, think of places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Carolinas. You know, Tennessee even is like, you know, Ohio River Valley, you know? Like Ohio Valley. So, yeah, Missouri, Central Plains. Arkansas is probably Central Plains in this instance. I should go watch Mark Payton's tornado chases. All right, I will. Sounds interesting. Lenore City, Tennessee, still good? Yep, more than likely. Do I watch Storm Chaser Chad? I don't. I'll definitely go check it out, though. Any sort of weather content, I'd be thrilled to go look at. Jeez. Lione's got 11 goals in 10 games, Morgan.
Yeah.
He's on fire right now. Pay the man. Morgan, pay the man.
Could trade him to the New York Rangers. We wouldn't mind him here.
Stop it, Morgan. That's enough. You can't have everyone. Why would you even want him? You said that you wouldn't want him.
I never said we wouldn't want him. Just what would we have to give for him is the thing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm not going off until this Supercell right here that's approaching Phil Campbell dies, so just assume that we're going to be on here for a little extra longer. It's still disabled for him? Of course it is. That's classic.
My butt cheeks. Dude.
Is it all actually over? Yeah, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Oh, what a lightning strike there. It was such a crazy lightning strike that it turned the camera into color. It was black and white, and now it was color. Now it's black and white again. That's amazing. Holy. I will, Dustin. I will. I'm pretty interested about that. Yeah. Can't see all too much, not gonna lie. I think we're still pretty far away. But that's fine, honestly. That's fine. It is what it is. I'm gonna wait for these storms to kind of push on through.
What? What?
What are you dying about over there?
Hold up.
Can I give you an update for northwestern Alabama, northeastern Mississippi? So northeastern Mississippi near Iuka, Corinth, Burnsville, Boonville, Tishomingo. You guys are in the clear. Cherokee, Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. However, you guys are not quite yet. Especially further towards Rogersville, Town Creek, Decatur, Russellville, Hackleburg, Phil Campbell. You guys are still in the threat for tornadoes, so just watch out. You guys can.
There, Nate, check your DMs.
What? They are really bullying Leafs fans. That's hilarious. Man, there's some instances where I actually feel bad for them, but on the other instance, it's pretty funny.
On the other instance, they're supposed to be a top 5 team in the league, let's say.
Yeah.
And they lose on back-to-back nights to the, I think, 11th place in the conference Columbus Blue Jackets and the 16th place in the conference Montreal Canadiens.
The Jackets over the last 10 games, though, have been really good. I'm not going to lie.
Your record doesn't agree.
I said over the last 10 games. I knew you were short of
your record.
I knew you were hard of hearing, but I didn't know you were that hard of hearing.
How do the Washington Capitals only have 28 wins? That's depressing.
Because their goaltenders suck.
Sounds like a y'all
I
problem.
agree, Dustin. I agree. Yeah, the cell in Houston looks kind of interesting, but I think it's more rain wrapped more than anything. It's got a lot of rain out in front of it too to compress a lot of that moisture, so I don't see all too much
Hey, Nate.
from that cell. Yep.
May I correct myself for a second?
Go for correction.
Y'all are 3rd place in the wild card race, but out of it by 10 points.
That happens.
Hey, you technically have a chance.
I know we
You
do.
need to have like a perfect back half of the season. The Minnesota Wild lost to the Ottawa Senators.
Senators are going to make a cup run. Here you go. That's it. They're doing it. Anyways.
John Merrill scored.
There you go.
And Shabbat scored twice. Yeah, I'm done.
How much longer for this event? Probably another hour. Maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe 45 minutes, 30, 45 minutes.
I'd say we go off at 11:15 if nothing else happens beyond these 2 cells.
These cells got to deteriorate first, though.
They're gonna.
Yeah, eventually they are, but...
Nate.
Hmm.
Andrew Berkshire responded to me saying, "Why would it not be?"
That's pretty great. Yeah, Greg Forbes, Mike Morgan, Gary England, James Fan. Pretty good meteorologist that I love to watch up on. Melvia with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, hello. Can you tell me the wind speed possibility in the high mountains of Virginia along the 81 corridor? Well, first off, hello to my companion just to my south. Second off, let's go ahead and show you with the models here. Give you an idea as to what could potentially happen. Now, because I didn't get a general time frame, I'm just going to assume that you want it for the rest of the week. So you want the wind speeds. We'll go wind gusts over the next week. So here we go. From now, of course, the time is above me in Eastern already for you, of course. You can see the maximum down here, the bottom right-hand corner. So that's also something to consider. And you can see as this plays on through here, Tuesday afternoon into the evening, which is really interesting here to say the least, as this continues to move about. It was pretty gusty here for the most part, so that kind of sounds about right with what the Euro model says. So yeah, that's about right. That's about right. And I'm sure that's what it was for you guys too. It's pretty gusty during that time period. That's expected to get still, 15 to 20 miles per hour in some spots as well. Might even be higher than that. The afternoon hours of Wednesday and further off in towards the night hours of Wednesday, and then it's supposed to be relatively calm from Wednesday into Thursday. As a matter of fact, Thursday it's supposed to be relatively calm for the most part, and then from Friday morning into Saturday, that's when things start to kind of ramp up a bit again. Very gusty in the afternoon hours of Friday. Very gusty in the afternoon hours of Friday. And that'll kind of just continue to linger all the way through until Saturday. So I hope that kind of answers your question. Any more tornado warnings in Huntsville? Right now, there isn't any tornado warnings in Huntsville. There are a couple of thunderstorms that are moving on through into that general vicinity. One being a severe thunderstorm. So I'd continue to watch out for that if you guys can. But it doesn't seem to be all too tornadic. So that's the good news.
Oh, crap.
Thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Cass says, I'm a huge baseball fan. Just want the season back. I miss the Cubs winning the World Series. I also miss the Blackhawks winning the Cup. Yeah, that dynasty of the Blackhawks and Kings, man. Jeez. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Remember the Jackets winning a Stanley Cup? I sure don't. Very sad. I gotta say, it was so relieving, and I'm not sure about you, Morgan, but just seeing, the Capitals winning a cup after all that time. Yeah.
I wanted Vegas to win their inaugural year. I really did. I'm not gonna lie. I was fully on that wagon.
I mean, of course you were.
Because the Rangers were bad. The Wild were irrelevant. They were first round exits. They still are, but Leafs have yet to win a game in the post Nick Ritchie era. Makes you think.
Jeez. Now we're going to take a look at this sky camera over here in Phil Campbell. There's this supercell that's moving on through. And we're going to see if we can find a wall cloud in here. See if we can find a wall cloud.
Looks like a giant shelf to me.
I can't even see it.
Well, that's also true.
Jeez.
So much lightning.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of lightning. I don't know how to pronounce that. Piaffi, probably Piaffi, with the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Says thanks. Thanks to you for keeping me and my family safe. No problem, man. Thank you so much for tuning into the channel here tonight. I really do appreciate it. And of course, in future severe weather events, if you want to come back, feel free to do so. So thank you so much. So much lightning.
It brought the camera back to life.
I know, right? There's been so many lightning strikes. There's been so many lightning strikes to where it's, flashed so brightly. It made the camera go back into color. Which is pretty funny. What are those, Morgan, can you see the bottom right-hand corner? Can you see those, traffic lights? Are they flashing? Like, yellow?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they are.
Melvia, thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the sponsorship. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the best way to support my channel. You know, because the $5 a month really does add up over time. So I really do appreciate, you know, everyone who does it. You get special perks, you get special sneak peeks to my future videos that I do. You get emotes, badges. You know, once again, you get shout out. Look, there's literally a name of people right there that have supported me as well, become a member right there. So if you want to do so, link is in the chat. But otherwise, thank you so much, Melvia. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Can I check near Madison? I definitely can. Let's go to our radar here. So Madison is starting to get a storm that's going to approach from the south and west, moving off towards the north and east at 50 miles per hour. The storm in itself here is producing some hail. All right, not the largest amounts of hail that you guys have seen here today. There definitely could be some spotty hail that's going to be paralleling the I-565 area, right along that general vicinity, as well as U.S. Highway 72 alternate, that general area. So if you guys live over there near Madison, near the international airport, Mooresville, you guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds, as well as the threat for some large hail. There is a little bit of rotation in the surface-based end of this. Maybe a little bit of a supercell that is trying to register here. But otherwise, not really that significant of a storm at the moment. But we'll continue to watch it here with you guys. I do want to go back to that sky camera, though. Yep, see ya, SPC Travis. Thanks for coming out tonight. That cell near Phil Campbell is really close. Like, very close.
Hey, Nate.
It's like knocking on the door very close. Yeah.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to interrupt for a few seconds?
Sure.
Today is the 1-year anniversary of the following. If I can get it to work.
1-year anniversary of the following. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Oh boy.
Shut up, Stevie.
That's hilarious. That's amazing.
And they lost to the Blue Jackets tonight.
That's jeez. That's a consider the following moment if I haven't already. Dude, I am honestly trying to figure out what I am looking at, because it's so hard to see.
No. Nate.
Yeah.
The Decatur cell is trying to materialize going right into Huntsville.
I know. I was looking at that earlier.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's trying.
Train.
It is indeed trying. Let me interrupt you to ask if I can interrupt you. Morgan moment. If Morgan ever had merch, that's what he should make. Let me interrupt you to ask if I can interrupt you.
You know what? You should honestly, you have a merch store. You should take one of the meme photos of me, put that on a shirt, and under it, put text that says, quote, "Let me interrupt you to ask if I can interrupt you." End quote.
Oh boy. That's amazing. That is amazing. Yep, this cell's getting closer and closer to Madison, all right. Getting closer and closer. I'm really interested, actually. Where is Phil Campbell? There is Phil Campbell. So where are we looking at? So we are definitely looking south and west. So we should be seeing something here. We should be seeing something right in front of us. Over here. Please, shine. Oh no, my alarm again. It's 11 o'clock, my dudes.
Can we get an exclamation point woof in the chat for that, please?
Nightbot was working, it actually would do it.
The tornado watch just got shrunk to northwest Alabama. Completely.
Will Hutton with the 2 says 3D cells? Yeah, I could do that. Here, let's see. Let's see. Let's do the one that's approaching Madison first. Jeez. There's some times where I'm actually genuinely concerned, and this is one of them. So the cell that's right near Decatur actually does have an inflow notch. Only issue is that the updraft doesn't go super high. So it's a surface-based supercell. It's a very surface-based supercell with an elevated mesocyclone. And that doesn't really spell, doesn't really spell a lot. Yeah, stream elements are probably something I'm going to have to look into. Definitely seems more inflow dominant, we'll say that much. Spectrum width. A lot of turbulence above ground. Well above ground, so it is pretty elevated. I'm gonna do some here real quickly. Anything exciting tonight yet? We had an anticyclonic tornado possible. It'd be pretty funny too if it actually was. I mean, not for the people who actually got hit by the tornado, but yeah. But yeah, that was a crazy storm that went through. Very crazy storm. Just heard laughing. Probably was Morgan.
Yes, it was me.
Either that or it was something in IRL. Then you might need to consider the following. Friends' power went out in Madison. Jeesh. Yeah, that storm is approaching you all. Storm is...
It's actually starting to get its act together a little bit.
Yep.
Huntsville, I'd watch out. This is actually a cell that has pre-existing good structure and not much else to cloud it. I need to 3D this. I haven't in a while.
The Phil Campbell cell is getting is slamming Phil Campbell. Looking at the live camera here.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know the cell that was impacting a certain area is slamming that certain area.
But like, go away.
Who would have
Morgan.
thought?
Go away.
That's a lot of rain, though.
It's a lot of rain and wind. It's the RFD right there because it's on the southern end of the actual supercell. And it looks like it kind of waned out a little bit. Was this an underperformed event? Haven't been home, haven't seen anything. That's right about what a 5% is. Honestly, it's right about what a 5% chance for tornadoes is. So I think it's about right. Logic was airtight by Morgan. Okay, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. Nope,
What'd you
nothing.
say?
Nothing.
I'm going to chat. Logic was airtight by more. Thank you. I do appreciate that.
I hope it hits Bob Jones hard so you don't have school tomorrow. That sounds about right.
Nice.
Classic cadence. Classic. What's the difference between an anticyclonic tornado and a microburst? Well, one is a tornado and the other one is strong damaging winds associated with low visibility. However, anticyclonic tornadoes spin clockwise instead of counterclockwise. And you want, you know...
And almost never happened, but it probably happened today,
Yeah.
so...
The craziest things we've probably ever seen on this, you know, on this channel, ever. This is one of the craziest things we've ever seen on this channel. An anticyclonic supercell that probably produced a tornado. Like, come on.
Oh, Madison's getting structure quickly.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yep, Madison is definitely getting a bit of... Yeah, Madison's definitely getting a bit of structure. If I were you guys in Madison and Huntsville, honestly, I would probably start getting into a sturdy structure right now. I probably would start getting into a sturdy structure if you guys could. Because you do have a storm that at least is going to bring some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. All right, that's at minimum. At maximum could be a potential tornado. And if that's the case, that is a pretty concerning situation. Do I have an Instagram? Yep, it is the same username as my YouTube channel. Let's just pull it up here. So if you want to follow my
Microbursts are a
Instagram,
wall of rain and sudden damaging winds. Had one a couple of years ago. See, here in New Jersey, all our thunderstorms are basically microbursts because we always have a surplus of cape and nothing ends up happening with it, and it's always stupidly humid here. So all of our general thunderstorms are usually downbursts, which is literally the wording in the by the SPC Outlook sometimes in the summer will say, "This makes the region favorable for wet downbursts today."
yeah,
It's almost daily.
yeah.
Oh crap, my computer's about to die. Where's my computer bag?
Yeah, this cell right here, this cell honestly is something to watch out for. If this thing does try and materialize more and more, we could be talking about a severe storm that could potentially produce a tornado heading towards Huntsville. Could potentially be possible.
For the what time today? Second?
Third? Probably third. Second or third. At least it's at least happened once. But yeah, it's
Yes.
You know, definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So we're gonna continue to cover this here, more than likely until it passes Huntsville. All right, I think we're gonna cover this severe storm that's still producing rotation all the way up until it passes Huntsville, which will be in the next 15 minutes to a half an hour. And if that's the case, we need to definitely continue to watch out. Yeah, there is still some rotation here with the cell that's near Madison. It's on the weaker side. It's on the weaker side, albeit. But there definitely is still something here. All right.
Nate,
What?
Twitter DMs right now.
I'll check
right
it.
now.
I'll check it. I'll check it in a bit. I gotta
look now, please. Trust.
Oh yeah. Jeez. Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia isn't really in the risk here this evening. Main area to watch as of right now is Huntsville. Huntsville does have a severe storm knocking on its door, more or less. Although the severe thunderstorm warning did just expire, from what the looks of it. We are going to continue to cover this until it passes Huntsville, though. It does have a bit of rotation at the surface. It does indeed have a bit of rotation at the surface. So we're going to continue to watch for how this thing continues to develop as this gets closer and closer. We're hoping that it doesn't produce a tornado warning.
Its echo tops are dead.
It is definitely starting to deplete with its echo tops. Although it was pretty low to begin with here over the past.
It's gone down consistently over the past 6 frames.
Yeah. Where's this at? This is near Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama. So this is still definitely moving about. And it's still an interesting little supercell, surface-based supercell. It has an interesting ZDR column, though. I will say that. Even though the echo tops have been dropping, it has a tornadic updraft, Morgan. And that's something I can't, really ignore. I mean, you look up at tilt 3.2, which is looking up 15,000 feet above ground level. It still has that updraft there. So we are definitely getting some activity there as this continues to move about further and further towards the north and east. Check DMs real quickly, Morgan. Check DMs.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Madison, Mooresville. Guys definitely need to continue to watch out. Even though there isn't a severe storm right now, or a severe thunderstorm warning for your area, this is definitely still a little tornadic here at the surface. And that's something we're going to want to continue to watch, especially as this heads towards a populous area like Huntsville. So we're going to continue to watch out for this as this continues to move off towards the north and east. And then once this does pass by Huntsville, we are going to call it a night. But we're just going to want to continue to watch for this as this continues to move on through.
Looks like it may almost be starting to, oh my god, excuse me. I don't want to say bow out, but
Yeah.
It almost looks like there's a little bit of an outflow boundary along it. Just like inside the storm, because there's additional developments stemming from the storm itself.
Right. That's what I was looking at too.
A lot of gusty winds regardless
Oh,
of whether or not you have a tornado threat going into Huntsville, so bear that in mind if you guys are residing around there.
Yeah. Storm Center, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, this definitely is a really interesting storm. The main thing that I see from this there, though, just like what Morgan says, you see how this line kind of extends a little bit further down. And instead of it wrapping around like a normal hook would, it's kind of lagging a little bit. And it's got a lot of strong damaging winds behind this this actual line. So more of a damaging wind threat, especially towards the international airport. It's heading towards the international airport right now. Actually, it's almost over top of the international airport at this point. Mm-hmm. So if you guys are over there, definitely should watch out for some strong damaging winds. I'm actually really interested to see what that weather station says over there with how fast the winds could potentially be. But yeah, still a supercell within these areas.
Another thing to note that there is some frozen substance in this, not a whole lot, but some. So there is definitely some hail that should also be expected if you're in the Madison area.
Yeah.
Again, not much, probably nothing beyond quarter size, but
yeah,
hail is hail.
Indeed, indeed. Caleb just sent over a picture of his station. Temperature is dropping. Yeah, I can see that there. A, because it's, starting to get further and further in towards the nighttime hours, and B, because it's also starting to, the cold front is starting to kind of push on through, so. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia is not expected to be impacted severely by this event. Could get some showers and thunderstorms, but not really to the extent of what's happening right now. Steven, what's up? Long time no see. Welcome to the stream. Or should I say, welcome back to the channel. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Only one live. Hey, not only are we the only one live, we've also been live streaming for 6 hours. Boom.
Do love to see it.
Yeah, we're pretty consistent with our radar analysis here. We try and get much, if not everything, because we try and strive to have the best radar analysis. We want the best radar here. Sure, we'd love to have storm chasers and stuff like that. We would love sky cameras and all sorts of stuff, but when it comes to radar.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but your stream's dying.
It's always been dying.
No, like, lagging, really.
It's probably you.
It's me.
It's probably you. Devin with the 20, thank you so much. Says, in Joplin, Missouri, thanks for everything. Can't wait for the ice tomorrow. Man, that's going to be terrible for you guys. Man. So watch out. Yeah, I hope you guys don't drive during all that stuff, and I hope you guys also have prepared accordingly, especially since, if those power outages do occur, or, if it does ice over the roads, I don't really want you guys driving towards the supermarket to try and buy food when you could have prepared ahead of time, because that's That's very much so dangerous for your
Nate,
area. So
update.
go for update.
GFS again trended south.
Jeez.
Brings the 6-inch totals back into the areas of northern New Jersey, northern Pennsylvania. Brings snow totals all the way down to State College vicinity in Pennsylvania for a latitude standpoint, and all the way down to about Trenton in New Jersey.
Interesting.
So the GFS continues to trend south, which is something that we're going to have to note. It may be trying to take into account what's going on right now with this current storm, with everything being south today. So something to monitor going into tomorrow. And also the couplet looks to be tightening again.
Yeah, it's still definitely there. Not in the upper levels, though. The upper levels are kind of more of a damaging wind threat, but yeah, it's still definitely there.
Yeah.
Any tornadoes going to happen? Is it possible? If you're talking about for tonight, we're watching this cell until it passes Huntsville. This thing still has potential for something to be tornadic. But after that, it'll be going into to rural areas of Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee, and we'll probably call it an evening or a night as it passes through Huntsville. Or after it passes through Huntsville, I should say. Is there any way to check how many hours you've watched? I don't believe so. There's a way for me to check how many hours in total everyone's watched, but not a specific person, I don't believe. Watch this channel and you'll be ahead of the curve. Hey, from a radar perspective, might not be far off the mark there. We can call it before it even happens. And it's happened a lot. So we're going to continue to try and do that. As I said, I've done so much research, tried to stay up to date with all the latest research that professional meteorologists have done. And stuff like that. Here, I'll even show you a diagram that's super complex that I am currently trying to study all over the place. So you have to remember what a supercell looks like. So supercell has the classic hook, and here you go. This is what happens here. So remember, this is the supercell right within here. It has the little hook, wraps around just like that. And then you can see all the little dotted lines, the filled in arrows, and all the purple stuff. Yeah, that's the stuff that I am researching for a radar analysis. And I can actually see 2 of them, 3 of them. I can actually see a lot of them. But like a couple things that I wasn't able to notice before, I now can notice now. And it's helped me with my radar analysis in regards to figuring out as to what storms can produce a tornado and which storms cannot. So you'll be able to find that here, hopefully. Yeah, Easter 2020. Oh boy. It feels so long ago since that event has happened. It's almost 2 years from almost 2 years ago now. We're still 2 months away from the beginning of April, but almost 2 years ago when we were covering those significant tornadoes in Mississippi and Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Louisiana. My goodness, that event was terrible. Over 140 tornadoes within the span of 36 hours. We did a 36-hour live stream. It was crazy. What radar do I use? You use Radar Scope Pro 1, but it's Well, you notice how the color tables here are very similar to Radar Scope, but this is actually GR2 Analyst. Best radar out there. It's for computer, so you'd have to buy it on computer. But 21-day free trial afterwards. It's $250. But it's only a one-time purchase, and it's really high depth. And it also does 3Ds and stuff like that. Look at this. You can do 3D analysis of these storms too, which tells you a lot. I use that a lot on my channel here. It also gives you cross sections and stuff too. So if you were to slice through the storm, you also got that too. Jess, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. My goodness, thank you. Thank you so much for the support to the channel. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Jess.
You are welcome.
Oh my. Yeah, Morgan. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support to the channel.
That's a Monka S right there.
That really does mean a lot. Really does. Man, oh man. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can change the color tables on GR2. And of course, if you want to learn more about that type of stuff, you know, I'm on Discord too. So if you want to talk to me on Discord, feel free. I have a Discord server. There's a lot of other weather enthusiasts there and stuff like that. So if you want to join that, it's in the chat. How's Mississippi looking? Mississippi is now out of the risk. All right, Mississippi is out of the risk for tornadoes for the most part. They're out of the tornado watch. Tornado watch has been canceled for them. Northern Mississippi is out of the risk. Central Mississippi is out of the risk, although they're getting a lot of strong storms, some of which could be severe in some instances, but not really all too significant. But yeah, northern Mississippi, they're fine. Here's the radar. You can see how you have a lot of these greens and yellows. It's not really anything super big. Am I streaming tomorrow on the icy/snowstorm? I'm debating as to whether or not I should or should not. Of course, I'll continue to keep you guys up to date as to whether or not I will on either Discord or Twitter. Otherwise, I'll try and schedule a stream if I am. If I'm not live streaming tomorrow, I'll upload a video in the evening. But yeah, I definitely could live stream tomorrow's event, tomorrow's very significant ice event that's going to be moving about. Let's see what the Euro says again. Curious. So the first wave that moves on through. So that's the first wave. The first wave, that's what, Wednesday morning into Wednesday evening. That freezing rain moves across. There isn't really a whole lot of snow that falls with that too. So it'd be pretty hard to determine as to what exactly I'd be able to cover with radar. I could try and see sleet and stuff like that. I definitely could. But based off of radar, it's really hard to say. Although all it would be doing is just socializing, talking about, you know, freezing rain in some spots. I'm gonna watch that video later on. Yeah, of course, 3K, don't care. I watch those type of videos. You can... Yeah. You watched Easter 2020, but craziest I seen, honestly, was him and Morgan cover 12, 10, 21. Yeah, I mean...
Mayfield was a day.
Mayfield was a day. We had to, it's just, and the thing of it is it wasn't just Mayfield, all right? So most people on YouTube just covered that tornado because it was the worst tornado there. For us, you know, James Spann said well before the event, it was not even associated with the event. He said way back when, if you're going to cover weather, you got to cover everything. You got to make sure that you know what's happening with everything. You can't just stay on to one cell. And Mayfield, yes, that was significant. But the other thing too was that there was also other significant tornadoes that occurred on that day as well. And we had to cover all of those tornadoes. Every single one. So it was just, we spent, 30, 45 seconds talking about a storm, and then we moved to the next one. And then we moved to the next one, the next one, the next one. We just kept cycling through every single storm that was tornado warned, just to make sure that the people who were in the tornado warnings weren't left out, and that every single tornado warning was covered. And that was an intense evening. Morgan and I knew, we couldn't mess around that night. We had to be serious all the way through.
We didn't have time to mess around.
No, it was always had to cover something. It looks like an elf is starting to form here on the Huntsville cell, just a little bit to the south of Huntsville, but not really. If it was going to be Tornadic, it would be well off to the east of Huntsville by then. Well off to the east of Huntsville. So Gurley, Paint Rock, and Limb Rock. You guys need to watch out for the potential of something to be tornadic later on, if that elf does actually move on through. If that elf actually does fully wrap around. Which is a left flank velocity enhancement. House Fire actually a smoking barbecue grill was awesome. I agree, that was an amazing stream. I mean, after all that intense activity, the tornado emergency for Tupelo, that just ended with a, there's a house fire. Nope, it's just a grill on fire. So, that's the reason why sometimes you're going to hear on this channel, at least the grill wasn't on fire. Because it was crazy. Yeah, Caleb, that night was insane. What was that, Larry? We were in Chicago? Whatnot? I don't know. Recently discovered you about a couple months back. Only watch you when severe weather strikes your area. Well, I'm glad you do choose this channel for severe weather coverage. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's crazy how that one tornado that you covered was on the ground for an hour, went through 4 states. Yeah, I mean, it was on the ground for more than an hour. But yeah, that Supercell was alive for, almost 12 hours or something like that? That's the wrong thing I wanted to bring over. It's this one. So that was crazy. What else is crazy is the fact that we're 8 subscribers away from 26,300 subscribers. All right. I know to some that may be a small amount, but to me, that's an incredible amount for this channel. So thank you guys so much. We are getting towards the end of the stream, so I might as well show you guys the sub count now of where we are. And I really do appreciate you guys' support. I really do. We also have 764 likes. That's pretty amazing too. So thank you so much with that. It really does mean a lot as well. And then there's one final thing I wanted to look at. Content, live. We weren't on for a very long time, as long as, other live streams per se. Well, we were on longer than the live stream last night, but not as long as, our live stream last weekend, or not last weekend, on the 17th on Thursday. We had almost 15,000 people come out to the stream. It was pretty insane there too. So really do appreciate all of that. Naperville tornado was crazy. It was late. Went through your area prior to being a tornado. Dude, all those tornadoes that evening was absolutely insane.
Naperville? What day was that? Didn't I cover that?
Yeah. I believe so.
Did I cover that?
I believe so.
I covered the Chicago tornado.
Yeah. I believe so.
Is that what's being referred to? Because if that's the case,
yeah.
Then yes.
Yeah, Morgan was live streaming that on his channel, and I was kind of
as 6,600 views.
Serve hundo subscribers. Dude, eventually we're gonna get 100,000 subscribers. We're gonna get that play button, and you know, that's kind of my dream, to have like a play button or something like that. But that also goes to show you, you know, it's kind of like a trophy that a sports team all, you know, worked hard to get. And you know, that play button shows off how large the community actually is, and how, you know, it's not an achievement for myself, it's an achievement for the entire group. So
and then you'll hang it in the studio whenever.
yeah, I'll hang it in the studio. That'll be pretty amazing. Somebody asked about Chicago that night. You kept saying it wasn't going to get affected. They issued a tornado warning for northwestern Louisiana. Oh, 1210. Yeah, that's right. There was a tornado warning for like northern Indiana. And everyone was asking if Chicago was going to get impacted. We said no for Chicago. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh,
I remember
wait, wasn't that was the time when people wouldn't shut up about Chicago?
Yeah.
It just got asked time after time after time after time, and it was like, why are you still asking about this?
Right. Madison, the actual town in Huntsville, is in the clear. Yes. Madison County, however, is not. They still got the storm that's in Huntsville that's creating some strong damaging winds with that outflow boundary. You can see that right there, that big curling in the winds. A lot of strong damaging winds that are surging along that line right there, so. Can't join the Discord? If it's because you are below the age of 13, I understand. If you can't join the Discord because of technical issues, then please DM me. And if you guys want to get in contact with me on Discord, please be sure to do so. That is my Discord account. Talk to me, ask me questions and stuff like that. I'll be able to hopefully answer them. Keyword hopefully. Keyword hopefully. Harvest outlook. You guys could probably get more showers and thunderstorms across the board, but nothing really too severe. So you guys should be all right. And yeah, it looks like the cell that's over near Huntsville is now finally starting to kind of leave the area. So that's good too. That's good news. Thank you for the subscription, Mirix. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the subscriptions. Like, I really do appreciate it. You know, 26,293. You know, we're a couple away from 26,300, but, you know, we're going to get up there. We can get up there eventually. System in the Gulf is an actual system. It was like a weird looking storm because tropical systems don't really happen in March. It was a weird looking storm that was multiple hours out ahead of time. So it's not really, not really too accurate as to what could actually represent what's happening in the Gulf of Mexico. Yep, it was on the ground for more than an hour, Arya. Yep. That was only one model run. Only one model run, Zen. The one right afterwards says probably not. There we go. Yeah, it does look like the storm has now started to move out of the Huntsville area, so Huntsville is now in the clear. And these other areas that are in eastern portions of Huntsville, this is when it starts to drop off in population density, which is the good news here. So I think this is now where we can start to close off the stream. We're going to answer a couple more questions, though. Why meteorologists give you piecemeal broadcasts from lack of thunder to thunder in the same forecast area? Huh? Piecemeal, lack of thunder to thunderstorms in the same area. Couldn't really understand what the question was. So if it's what I think it is, why they associate with why they associate thunder and lightning strikes to thunderstorms is the more lightning there is, the more thunder there is within a thunderstorm, the more active it is, which is also meaning that the stronger the thunderstorm actually is. So if you typically see more and more thunderstorms or more lightning strikes within a thunderstorm, it means the storm's intensifying. So what's the next class happening in Discord? Whenever I have time. I've been very busy as of late, and it's not expected to change until probably the beginning of March. So as unfortunate as it may be, it may not be for a bit of a while. Excuse me. Yeah, and it also looks like the cell that hit Huntsville is also starting to shrink in size as well. So yeah, this is definitely starting to kind of deteriorate. Yeah, I can't really say that a whole lot much more is expected for northern Alabama. Could see some areas with spotty hail for the most part. But anything significant, not really. So once again, I really do appreciate everyone who came out to the live stream tonight. Really does mean a lot to me. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications because we will be updating you guys throughout practically all year about what type of weather we'll be moving on through. Whether it's severe weather, tornadoes, tornado outbreaks are going to be the thing to watch out for in March and April. And of course, this channel favors severe weather heavily. So we'll get for you guys a bunch of analysis on that. So severe weather, whenever the tropical weather starts to uptick, like hurricanes, we'll do forecasts and stuff like that for that stuff. Winter weather, of course, we talk about winter weather. We do radar analysis for winter weather as well. So we do all sorts of stuff. And even though we don't have storm chasers, I would like to try and say that, I'm striving for the best radar analysis. Keyword radar analysis on YouTube. So if you like radar analysis, this is the channel to go to. If you want to learn how to interpret radar, this is probably the channel to go to. If you want to just look at weather and stuff like that, probably not the channel to go to because we don't have storm chasers and stuff like that. Although eventually Matt will awake from his hidey hole. Matt will come out and he will figure out his financial situation, and we will have our own storm chaser that will chase in Oklahoma and Texas. And when we do, we will not only have the aforementioned best radar, we will also have a storm chaser to go along with it. And that right there is pretty cool. So, yeah, he storm chased Ida. So we had coverage from Ida and stuff like that there. And yeah. Is there a channel you know and trust that covers more of the northern United States?
The Morgan J. Sorry.
Yeah, classic. You don't even cover anything. Go away.
Yes. We cover Maine, and that is it.
There it is. So most of the weather guys I know on YouTube kind of cover the general area of the United States. It takes it as it is for what actually happens. So if there's like a significant weather event that happens, they just gravitate towards that, and that's kind of the same thing for me. But
Yeah, it really depends on where stuff happens.
Yeah.
Basically.
I will say, of course, if there's anything significant that happens in the northern portions of the United States, I typically would cover it in regards to my videos, maybe even live streams if it's super significant. And that's the same thing for Canada too. I talk about Canada in my videos, so my Canadian friends, I don't leave them out either. So if there's ever a severe weather event up there, I can cover it, believe it or not. I can cover it. I have radar, I have models and stuff like that. I can basically try and figure out as to what all is happening up there and forecast it if I need to. So, if I need to, I will cover those areas as well. If there's anything significant during that time. But yeah, as for the question of who, I don't really know anyone that's gravitated towards a specific area. The only person that I can think of that's gravitated towards a specific area is like North Carolina and South Carolina, and that's like Mitch West weather. That's the only guy that I can, remember a person who's specifically tailored towards someone. Merch idea: share the sweatshirt with as many people as possible. There it is. There it is. Nate Snyder YouTube. That's amazing. Yep, see ya, Shell. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream tonight. I really do appreciate it. Active wear with continue to move about on it. Yeah, for real. That is amazing, Lisa. I might actually do that. That's a really interesting. You covering the snowstorm right now too? 7 inches of snow in some areas. So interestingly enough, that stuff up there, the snow is actually starting to kind of push on through, or it's already pushed off through that area. So we've had some reports of double digits amounts of snow, specifically towards areas near Duluth, as well as Ashland, Wisconsin, towards the Marquette areas of Michigan. So quite a lot of snow over there, but not really like, consistent snow compared to what happened earlier on today. A lot of freezing rain, though, in Michigan. We were talking about how the significant amounts of freezing rain was more than likely going to be over there. And now it's over into portions of Maine and New Brunswick. So they need to watch out for that, too. Yeah. Let's stay La Nina for peak tornado season. For March and April, I'm anticipating it to stay that way. But May, maybe not. Quarter of an inch sized hail report in Eureka, California. There it is. Rice to pea sized hail in portions of California. That is classic. All right, so let's take a look at the models here before we leave. Take a look at the models before we leave. Let's go to the United States. Let's go to 6 hour across the board here. Yeah, I definitely will, Dustin. I definitely will. So this is our low pressure system that's moving on through right now. Of course, severe weather in the south, winter weather in the north. You can see all your freezing rain, sleet, and snow. And then here's your new low pressure system that's moving about here. A lot of snow for the higher elevations of the Sierras and Rockies. This is eventually going to turn up into the central portions of the United States and even up towards the Great Lakes here. We're going to have our first batch of winter weather that's going to be from Wednesday morning until Wednesday afternoon. Significant amounts of freezing rain is expected across portions of northern Texas into central and eastern Oklahoma, as well as central to northern portions of Arkansas, as well as Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. First wave basically lasts from then until Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. And then the second wave moves on through here from Thursday morning into Thursday afternoon and evening. And then we have our winter weather that is expected to become a lot more widespread from then and onwards. We'll actually switch it over here so you guys can see the timings here. Especially from Thursday into Friday. Thursday into Friday, early Friday morning, I should say. Very widespread ice amounts over here towards portions of the northeast. I'm expecting to get a lot of freezing rain, apparently. So we'll see how much ice I actually get from that system. And then the low pressure system actually moves off the coast afterwards. From Friday into Saturday. And then from Sunday into Monday. Something to watch out for, potential snow for portions of the northeast. So watch out for that. And then potential snow for portions of Tennessee and North Carolina. But not expected to be some significant amounts of snow for your general area. And then maybe the middle of next week. That's kind of interesting. Maybe a renegade blizzard, but that's a little too far away. I'd have to take a look at a 500 millibar wind shear to actually see as to whether or not that actually could be true. Ooh. So because that high pressure system is not in place, because it's not for the north, so notice how this high pressure system here is over portions of Florida. This is the reason why the low pressure system is steered across the central portions of the United States. But if we fast forward it to the future, you see that high pressure system gets pushed off a lot further towards the south. And because the high pressure system is not really guiding storms towards the central portions of the United States and cut through it, this low pressure system here just kind of rides through the central United States. And it just goes and cuts it in half. Maybe even, some sort of system off for the northeastern portion of the United States. And that's plausible too. So we got to watch out for something from next Tuesday, March 1st, all the way to March 2nd and March 3rd. All right. Could potentially be a weather event of some sort over in that general vicinity. So that'll be interesting to watch. That'll be interesting to note as this continues to play on through. What state am I streaming from? Good old state of Pennsylvania. True facts. All right, so the storm has officially passed through Huntsville. And that means everything is practically done and over with for the most part. I know there's another storm that's coming near Moulton and Decatur. Might have a little bit of rotation, but I think for the most part, everything should be done and over with. So, yeah, I think this is when where we're going to start wrapping it up. We're 5 subscribers away from 26,300. So I really do appreciate your guys' support. But yeah.
It's 51. How about that?
But yeah, I really do appreciate you guys coming out to the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the video, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I will provide. Whether I live stream tomorrow or whether I upload a video tomorrow, we'll have something up for you guys. Please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family on social media if you think they would enjoy this. Share this channel with friends and family on social media and stuff like that. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. If you also want to become a member of the channel, all right, you guys get exclusive perks and stuff like that. Like sneak peeks to my recorded videos that are not forecast. So I'll be talking about historical tornadoes and whatnot. If you want to see sneak peeks and stuff like that as I continue to edit it more and more, there is a join button next to the subscribe button that you hopefully have pressed already, and next to the like button, which we're 8 likes away from 800. You guys are amazing. You just click that, click join, $5 a month, and yeah, you guys not only support the channel, but you get exclusive perks and stuff like that because of it. So I really do appreciate you guys. And yeah, that's gonna be it. My name is Nate. That's Morgan J. Fold, my companion.
Indeed.
And we're gonna catch you guys the next time. So peace out, everyone.
Have a good night, y'all.